We are rolling.
Everyone should notice that I have added a new section to their character sheets entitled Character Notes. I talked about this last time. It is above the starting move section. It's not for detailed stuff. It's not really a place for you to keep track of your character's history or anything. It's mainly just for me to put things that we need to kind of remind each other on. Currently, Regan, and somewhat not ironically, has the most notes. Some people have none. It's just things that'll come up, most likely temporary, and we'll kind of keep track of them there. I am 95% sure that it did not mess with any other part of the character sheet. So if there are any bugs, let me know. But I'm pretty sure it's all good.
I'm gonna get on there right now and take a look.
Let's see here. Unfortunately, Padine is not here to talk about new bonds. Regan, you have a blank bond. Do you wish to save this for the inevitable introduction of a new character later?
Yes, I think I would like to do that actually. I
Okay.
very much like to meet our new character.
And I take it that's what you're doing as well, Telemon.
I only have 3 bonds. I tend to have 1 for each person.
Okay. A sound stratagem for the wizard. So yeah, look over your bonds, look over your alignment, even look over your race. Just kind of refresh yourselves with what you can do and what your character kind of leans towards. And we will just kind of jump right in. I believe the last thing we did, you guys took like a 2-day trek up the like along the side of the river to try to get as deep into the island's interior as possible before like cutting into the jungle to save time in order to get to the pyramids. And due to the clever guidance of Regan, you shaved off a little bit of time. He was able to kind of lead you magically. Because at the center of the island, there seems to be some sort of like really dense, powerful magic field. And it is almost assuredly either emanating or has something to do with these kind of mysterious structures at the center of the island. Let's see. Before we begin, I need to, let's see. All right, I'll just So I think what we'll do is, for some reason, Sarcasmos and Padine are. I guess it'll just be Padine. Padine is lagging behind. I think maybe he stopped to pray and received some guidance, and he asked, like, you guys were probably an hour away from where you wanted to go, and he asked to like be left alone. Kind of unusually, maybe he needed some time to I guess kind of contemplate on recent events, and he said he would catch up with you. This might seem dangerous, but you know, he's capable of taking care of himself, and then, you know, matters with one's deity are not to really be taken lightly. So he's probably like somewhere, you know, 20 minutes away, down river, and he's probably just kind of meditating along one of the banks. Maybe he feels
Vigo was the most brawny rattling ever.
maybe he needs to like kind of center himself before he feels comfortable entering to some place of this kind of dangerous magic, especially carrying the with Sarcasmos carrying the eye. So, Regan, you're leading the party, and you've been like basically tracking this field over the horizon, and very very occasionally, you guys notice like a glimpse of just some angular black shape, like through the jungle over the canopy.
Well, it does seem going in the right direction.
Yeah. None of you really know precisely what these look like, except for Regan, who has been here, sort of. And yeah, you're definitely kind of getting into the right location. As you've traveled up the river, it's gradually become a little bit different than what you guys experienced downriver. There were kind of a series of natural dams that didn't completely dam the river, but slowed it down to where like the lower half of the river that you guys mainly went on was a little bit more tame in places, and you've seen the occasional rapid.
So, quick question: have I seen anything, any illusions or anything since I have that empowered true seeing blasting, or is there anything that?
Well, it's not just illusions, right? It's things that you normally wouldn't be able to see.
Yes. Visual spell here.
The not along the river, no.
Okay.
The big thing is just you've been able to see this giant magic bubble, like presumably over the pyramids, and that's how you've been leading the party.
Cool.
So, you have you've slowly been making your way up the river, and you've passed the occasional spot of rapids, and then the occasional bit where there was like a ford. It's not like a wild river by any means. It's just a little bit more active than what it is down south. You haven't noticed nearly as many crocodiles, and the water, since it's flowing a little bit faster, it's not quite as tepid, and it's a little bit clearer. Is there anything like you guys specifically do as you're kind of nearing your end of your hike? You're still traveling along the banks of this river. It's widened a little bit, and you're coming up on like kind of a long bend in the river. What is anybody saying anything? Telmon or Regan? Technically, Sarcasmos and Rannick are there as well.
I know that Regan's been leading the pack pretty enthusiastically, but if anybody calls him back for any reason, he'd pay attention.
I definitely would like to have a word with Regan. I pull him aside to do so.
Okay, so like it's like maybe
hopefully I don't get my head bitten off by
tentacles. So Regan is leading the group. So like maybe you just kind of quicken your step a little bit and leave Sarcasmos and Rannick behind, maybe 10 meters or so, and you walk next to Regan as you're picking your way along the banks, walking over the occasional root or log. What do you say to Regan?
Oh, Regan. I know we intend to go. These temples, yes. These pyramids, whatever they are. You know what the general plan is once we get there.
Regan is going to look back at our Minotaur friend and comment that is hoping that you're with your magics of being able to call the souls of the dead. We can perhaps call his brother, and at that point, I might be able to then I'm going to take out my that topaz eye that I had collected, or I'm sorry, actually, it's the jade that I collected from our fallen comrade here, and say that I'm going to attempt to infuse his soul into this gem, and then place it into his brother's weapon so they can remain in this realm and still be together in some form. It was his brother's dying wishes, I'm sure you've heard.
Seems like that would not require a ritual to me, but I ask why not. I would ask why not try to bring him back, but I'm afraid the cost might be too high, as it were before. I believe, yes.
We can
Yeah,
point out.
Even without being a cleric or a priest, Telemon, you would note that you don't know like the upper limits of such abilities, but you would know that like not having the body physically with you would, if even still possible, it would exact some tremendously high cost. So yeah, that's definitely a valid concern.
I would nod and say that if such things were possible, I would be open to attempting them, but they are far beyond even my knowledge, Telemon, of such things.
So, to my understanding, you had a vision of this edifice we are going to, yes?
Regan will nod and say that it is what calls to and draws the great Padoon. I have seen it with my own eyes and felt it with senses that are bestowed upon me.
You guys are having this conversation, and kind of like a shadow just kind of floats over the river, and you don't notice it at first, and then like it kind of dawns on you that it's like a slightly larger shadow than normal, and you hear like a very odd screech, and you look up, and there is a very very odd bird that you can't quite make it out because it's like in the glare of the sun, but it's not really shaped like any normal bird you've ever seen.
Big bird, I'm assuming.
It's very high up. It's definitely large, but like you can't make out a whole lot of details over it. And it just kind of flies overhead, and you mostly see the silhouette. And it's not shaped like many birds you've ever seen. It just kind of flies overhead, like gliding through the air.
Quick question: do I see it any differently?
No.
Okay,
But
so it is
keep,
just like a
keep,
natural bird.
keep asking those questions unless I, in case I forget.
Well, it would seem to me that the creatures in this island come in exactly one size, large. Well, I can't
I
say
was
that.
thinking when
We
you were
did
saying
find
that,
a
it might have been
tiny baby turtle. We found big ones too, though.
You just hear from the inside of your pocket, Telemon.
Yes. So, I also intended to ask you, what if this new appendages acquired? They seem a bit,
You say that, and you see like kind of a rustling around his shoulders beneath his cloak, but you don't actually see anything happen. Like it's almost like they just reacted to being mentioned.
Regan will
will shiver at that.
Regan will kind of reach into his rations and take out a tiny amount to hand the turtle in Tell's pocket as he smiles, very enthusiastically about that, and say that it is it's a chosen mark of his order, and very few have had it in the multiple generations. This is truly a sign and a blessing of our mission. It is a good omen, Telemon. You need to think of this as a positive thing.
It's certainly an omen.
I fail to see how such a thing can be seen in a positive light.
Well, Regan will say that he was touched from the realm beyond. It's incredibly hard for his pantheon to reach this realm at this moment, but this is definitely a gift.
From what little I've seen of them, it seems to be a good thing that it would not be reached this land at this moment.
So, I think Regan, like definitely noticed over the course of the hike that Telemon is putting on a brave face, and he's definitely endeavoring to act like his old self, but he's definitely been affected by recent events. You see like dark circles beneath his eyes. Um, Ironically, this is somewhat like you were looking just a few days ago, but you probably don't really realize that. And he definitely seems older and more frail, and you just kind of realize that without his magic powers, he's almost no longer Telemon the Red. He's just Telemon the Old Man. Um, and yeah, like I think you've just definitely noticed, and it's definitely sort of started to kind of nag on you that uh, there's definitely something different about Telemon in that he he is not having a good time of it right now. And on
Definitely.
the other on the other spectrum, Telemon, you've noticed like almost the exact opposite in Regan. Like he's never seemed more like charged and enthusiastic and almost manic at times. And you'll look at his eyes and occasionally see like madness, and then you say, "Oh no, that's not madness. It's just Regan being Regan." Uh, and he seems driven.
One thing with I've actually Regan's definitely going to inquire to Telemon about how he's feeling and ask him what seems to be troubling him. Was it the cloak that is taking that much of a toll on him, or?
You ask what is troubling me. I have lost all my offensive magics. Magics I do have are questionable at best in their use. On top of that, here we are, in the middle of the jungle, walking toward an unknown, dangerous object, and you've got writhing tentacles under your arms. Add on to the fact that the goblin has the item of importance with a highly explosive bottle right next to it.
Regan's going to
And
kind of
definitely
nod and.
definitely don't forget that a dear friend has perished as well.
Yes, and then we have, Dean's back there being like all moody. I mean, he's not even with us at the moment.
Regan will nod and say this is the most troubling. But then he's going to, I'm not sure this should be something that maybe we can. Well, I'm going to just play it and see if might not anything come of it. Regan's going to suggest that if we get to this place of power, perhaps we can cooperate to help you forge the first page of a new spell book. Perhaps if you can study a ritual with me, he may favor you as well, Telemon.
When he says he, you just notice like I think instead of his shoulders writhing, you see you see like the empty sleeve from his left elbow down sort of just kind of like shifts a little bit. And yeah, like that is definitely one thing I wanted to point out. He doesn't have like a tentacle pouring out of his left sleeve. When it's not visible, his left arm is still like a stump at the elbow. And you can see like the sleeve kind of shifting about it.
Okay. Um, be that as it may, Regan, perhaps you could tell me more of this god of yours, but I intend to reserve my judgment.
Regan will nod and say that if you are favored, he perhaps could guide you in the creation of a new spell, but then he's going to pause and say, are you sure there's no way to recover your old book, my friend?
Even if it were possible, it would be at the bottom of the river where we left. But I fear that the water will have washed away anything of importance on it. If anything is left, it'd be but a mere book now.
Regan will sigh and say, as you know, these are... There's our mic. Yeah, as you know, these are unpredictable, but if you find yourself in a true bind with no other way out, then I'm going to actually take the ogre gauntlet out of my pack and offer it to Telemon.
I can't see anything good coming from those.
Do you take it, Telemon?
No, I have no weight left to take it.
Yeah, so Telemon looks at it, sees its kind of like dull iron and kind of just menacing look to it almost. Like it's not menacing, but it's just like it doesn't look pretty. And kind of, turns his nose up at it. He says, no, thank you.
Hey, actually, quick question while I have them out. Do I see anything weird about them? Do they look really bad, or do they like anything horrible or anything else?
That is a good question. Let me actually read your specific spell. What effect is this?
True seeing, and I have it empowered right now.
I definitely want to see this.
Fifth level.
True seeing, level 5. Your vision is open to the true nature of everything you lay your eyes on. You peer solutions to see things that have been hidden. The GM will describe the area before you, ignoring any illusions, falsehoods, magical or otherwise, while the spell is ongoing. Yes. Like you can't normally. Do you have the you have detect magic, but you don't have the ability to enchant. So like you wouldn't necessarily know what it does. But like you look at it and you can see that there's like a dense layer of magic surrounding it, but like a centimeter off of its surface. Like all of its magic is being held within like a protective or like some sort of dampening field almost. I don't know how I would describe this to you otherwise, but like there definitely seems to be some sort of spell in effect around it that is keeping the rest of its effects hidden. And there's definitely a deliberate effect here to shield this item. But since you yourself do not have the ability to determine magical effects, you can't get any more than that.
That's very interesting. That's pretty awesome, actually. It'll comment and kind of as he stares at it. This is the most unusual item, Telemon. It seems as if whoever created it wished to hide what its purpose was before I put it back in my bag.
I believe we discovered that before, but all the more reason not to try wearing it in unforeseen circumstances and dangerous environments.
So you guys are walking, and you come around this bend finally. Like you've been walking around it for a while, and the Minotaur is, as usual, sulking behind you, and Sarcasmos is kind of just picking his way between the two of you and the Minotaur. And you hear him like humming to himself a little bit, like.
He's still pulling that gigantic chest.
Yeah, he is. And like you hear the occasional as he lifts it over a rock or something. If you look back, you can see like there's just this trail, like a furrow in the mud, that he has been dragging it through. But God bless him, that little goblin has not given up. Like this thing is as big as he is, and even though his brow might be beaded with sweat and his purple hat might be darkened at the brim with sweat as well, he's continuing to like just trundle on without complaint. And like he sees you looking back at him, and he just like, he says, "How much farther do you think?"
Well,
How much further does it look to me?
You are definitely very close. Like you're definitely getting near to the point where you're probably going to have to turn away from the river and actually enter the jungle. Good Lord, what is that? Like you see Sarcasmos' eyes like widen, and you follow his gaze, and like just around the bend you see this. At first you think it's like a giant snake. Which would be truly terrifying because the snake's head is coming from above the trees, and it must be like the size of a horse. And as you you take a few more steps, and you see like the trunk of a massive leg behind another tree, and I think all of you just stop in awe for a second. And this head like turns and looks at you, and it's got these uh, these two rounded eyes. They're not slitted like a snake's, and it doesn't have obvious scales. It's kind of grayish in color, and it just goes, and it turns to look at you, and it's this giant creature with this huge neck, and if fully extended, this thing would probably stand like its body is the size of a house. It stands on four legs. It's got a
So
like
either
you see
it's
like
a really big turtle, or this really is Dinosaur Island.
you have never heard of dinosaurs probably. Like if you want to give me a check, like a spout lore, if you feel Telemon might have learned about like fossils somewhere in his schooling, you could.
Let's go. With that.
But yeah,
We
there's
can do
like
that.
it's like munching on this greenery, and it just like stops munching and it stares at you. And you guys are like,
A very intriguing creature. I believe I may have heard of it. Oh, let's not roll 1d20. That's probably the wrong system again.
yeah. This will be 2d6 plus.
And no way.
No. You have no idea what this creature is, and honestly, I didn't think you would. Like you've heard rumor perhaps of ancient creatures of gigantic size, but you have never seen or heard or anything about what they might actually look like. And this thing is truly gigantic. I think through the trees around the bend, you can see this long thing moving around, and you have to assume it's its tail, and it is as long as its body almost. Out of character, what you guys are looking at is most definitely like a Brachiosaurus. And like it just kind of like stares at you guys for a few moments, and then it goes back to like chewing on this grass that it has, and it's like it's standing on the opposite bank of the
very
river.
large. And on the bright side, it does seem to be eating the leaves of the tree. So perhaps we have nothing to worry about with that. Maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, and like I guess you
I
guys
do enjoy
like
your
take a,
endeavoring to make proper sounds, Star.
I'm trying. Like I could have probably found sound effects, but that would have taken time.
Ruin it.
You guys like start walking in, and you actually see that there are three of these things. This is the biggest one. There's two slightly smaller ones. Two of them are on your side of the river, but kind of further up the bend. And then this big one that you've spotted, is on the other side of the river. And yeah, like they're all somewhat wary of you, but they're all like leaving you alone. Like they're definitely like they've taken notice of you, and they just seem to be grazing, and it is incredibly like terrifying as to just how big these things are. If they were to lift a foot up, they could probably squish you. But behind you, you hear Sarcasmos stuttering like a word that he just doesn't seem to ever say, and then behind him you see the Minotaur Rannick. He's got like his hand up behind his back, like clenched against the spear that's there, but like he's just staring at these creatures in like obvious awe, and it's very clear that he's never seen these things either.
You mentioned that no one had come to the center of the island, Rennick. I think someone would have mentioned such things.
It has been many years, and tales we thought were exaggerated of great beasts living in the center of the jungle.
Oh, one thing I have seen about this island is that great beasts are rarely exaggerated on here.
How are you reacting to this, Regan?
Regan's going to be scanning them over, but then almost look impatiently at Telemon and say that, yes, this is very impressive, but we have great things to accomplish, Telemon.
Perhaps, but we still have to reach a destination first, yes?
So you're having this conversation, And Regan, I think like you're looking at the edge of the jungle, like trying to figure out a good place to actually enter. You see at first what looks to be like some sort of partial clearing at the edge of the river, and you're like, oh, maybe this will be a good place to enter the jungle. And then you see like what at first you think are stones, and you actually see that they're like the partially toppled pillars of stone of some sort of ancient building that used to reside along the edge of the river. And as you're looking at it, like it's kind of clear that there's like some sort of very old, very destroyed ruins here.
Ooh. Regan is going to definitely turn towards them and say, perhaps there is a clue as to the true nature of what lies ahead inside those ruins up ahead.
Ruins? What ruins do you speak of?
These don't look like the ruins where I saw the dreaded one getting killed, do they?
Definitely not. Like these are like actual stone. They it's just like it's hard to make out much about them at all. But yeah, like without getting closer to investigate.
Regan will turn and say, perhaps we should check them out. Currently, he has given me a true gift of sight as well, and it would be a good time to investigate such a site.
They're most definitely along your path towards the jungle where you need to enter to go towards the pyramids. Anyway, so I take it you guys head up and poke around the old stones here.
It does seem to be the right thing to do.
Telemon! Like you look over and Sarcasmos is like dragging his chest like kind of furiously to catch up to you, and he's like, Telemon, what are those beasts? And like he's like looking past you at the dinosaurs.
I know not what they are.
Will they eat us?
To me, they seem to act like not pack animals, like herd animals almost. You see, they eat the leaves of the trees. I mean, it did not seem to me that they would be the type of behavior one would expect of a meat eater. But they are quite large, so I do think we should still stay clear of them.
You see his lip is quivering a little bit as he's just like staring past you up at them, and one of them's like almost looking straight at him, and it's just munching on a branch the size of you. It's like, it is very obvious that he's shaken by this, because he would like fit between this thing's teeth probably.
Fair, he probably would too, really, but
yeah. It's like, Telemon, I will give you great amounts of gold. Just don't let that thing eat me.
Not to worry, Sarcasmos. You would not feel it, for I'm sure if he went to chew on you, he would most likely have a explosive situation on our hands.
Telemon pauses for a
that
second.
Would help anything, Rika.
Yeah, like Sarcasmus pauses for a second, then like it dawns on him, and he's like, "Oh yes, the file." And then like he kind of puffs his chest out, and he stares at this thing. It's like, "I am not afraid of you, great beast." And then there's just and then like he starts cowering again, and he starts scampering towards the ruins.
Well, it is that, but one would hope it doesn't come to that. I'd be more concerned about the tread of its great feet than its teeth to me, but...
So you guys get to what is obviously some sort of ruin. What is left it looks to be some sort of stone foundation, and like a couple stone pillars. Not much left. It seems likely that the rest of the building was probably made of wood. Judging from the rough dimensions, it seems to have been like a fairly large building, and like you're looking around and you see like you see maybe what could have been another building, smaller, a little bit deeper into the jungle. And you're looking between the two, and then you notice there's sort of a path that's like leading deeper into the jungle. Like it might have been once a well-tread road that over many years has just kind of devolved into a very small path.
Like broken down and tumbled stone, like it used to be a stone path kind of thing.
Uh,
I would think a dirt path
Possibly.
would be long since overridden.
Yeah, like I think you see some stones scattered about, but it was definitely not like brick laid stone or anything like that. And it wasn't cobbled. Um, Rannick comes over and he crouches down and he observes the place and he says, "Hmm, perhaps this was some sort of river post for fishing." He looks about. It is quite high on the water, however. It must have been many years since this was in use. And yeah, like looking about, you would see that
may
the
be
river
true,
would.
considering that there was that ship we encountered. Remember, water probably was higher at some point.
Yeah, like you can see that the river would have had to have been at least several feet higher for this to have served any real purpose, and probably a little bit more.
Perhaps a dock at one point. That
Yeah,
ship was
he shakes his head.
Regardless, it would not serve any such purpose now, but it's still quite an oddity.
There were rumors that there was a civilization that lived deep in the center of the island. Perhaps this is all that is left.
Regan nods and says, I strongly suspect that it was a civilization of orcs.
Orcs. You've mentioned these before. I'm not familiar with their kind.
I'm gonna kind of put over to Sarcasmos, and I'm gonna like kind of put my hand where his head is, and raise it way above my head, and make a kind of a bulk out motion, and say, "Picture Sarcasmos much larger and I suppose meaner, perhaps looking. Perhaps they're nice people.
What color
but,
are orcs in your setting, Star?
They vary from shades of green and brown and tan. Like
So run
there's
the
probably
gambit of
like
colors, basically, for orcs.
yeah there's probably like a shade of gray out there as well, but mostly they're like on the olivish to greenish side. Um, you're standing here. Who among you has the highest wisdom score, like raw score?
Definitely Regan.
yeah, I think I have +3.
Regan, you get the feeling that you are being watched. And like you've had this feeling a little bit for a while now, but I think the the meeting of these great beasts kind of threw you off a little bit, and maybe you thought it might have been them, but you're starting to get this feeling like on the back of your up your spine that there's just like there are eyes on you right now. And like you can look around and you see Rannick and Telemon are examining the ruins, and you see Sarcasmos is like sitting on top of the chest, like breathing heavily, like obviously taking like a deep rest. He's fanning himself with his hat.
I'm probably going to stop for a second and scan the horizon to see if I can see where this is coming from, or see if there's anything out there. Hoping maybe I can see if something is trying to hide, if it'll stand out to me or not.
Let me see here. Yeah, so you can't see it clearly, but there definitely seems to be some sort of shape off in one of the trees, probably like 40 feet away. Probably like
Dean has returned from his isolation.
probably like halfway up the tree. I think like maybe about this time, Padine like wanders back to the group. Padine, currently like the group is resting at a I think like I said that you would stop to meditate like maybe 10 minutes away. The group is currently resting in like what seems to be the ruins of some sort of ancient dock along the river. There are 3 Brachiosauruses, although none of you know what dinosaurs actually are. That they're just kind of grazing along the river, and they've kind of like started steadily kind of gone downriver. So they've gotten a little bit closer to you guys, but not worryingly so. And Telemon and Rannick are investigating the ruins here. There's not much to them. It's basically just overgrown. There seems to be like a path leading off into the jungle, like a very old path. Sarcasmos is seated upon his chest, and he's like taking a break and fanning himself with his hat. And Regan's like kind of studying the scene quietly as you come up, Padine.
Alrighty.
So yeah, Padine, what you arrive.
What do you see?
Well, I mean, I don't know that you would notice that he's specifically
Studying
looking for some sort of danger. He's just looking around.
Ah, Dean. You're back from your contemplation then.
Oh, that's too
Yes.
bad. Missed the chance to go. There's something in these trees.
Exactly.
Well, I mean, you can still say that, but like you haven't given me any indication that you are being overt about your staring, which I don't think you like. If you are, that could potentially
No,
give away
no,
as to
no.
what you're staring at.
I'm not. That is pretty funny to picture a Billy moment with Regan. Anyway.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm definitely trying to scan the area. I'll greet Padine when I see him, and then I'm going to kind of keep casually trying to see if I can spot anything that's hiding out in the woods.
Yeah,
But
there's
there-
definitely something up in the trees, and you're kind of like starting to focus on that, trying to like you're squinting, as the others kind of greet Padine, and then you notice since you've got your true vision, again you can't see it perfectly, but like you're seeing what nobody else would definitely be able to detect. Off to your left, I guess northward, probably 30 to 40 meters out into the jungle, there is some rustling in the jungle, not audible at this distance because there's rustling all through the jungle. But you can see like some shape very quickly moving through the jungle, like towards the river as the giant brachiosaurs kind of start to slowly graze their way down the river towards you guys.
I'm not sure who's all close to me, but I probably want to get them alerted as soon as possible, quietly, without letting anyone know.
I think you're closest to
Padine probably? 'Cause he just showed up.
Padine and Telemon. Like, what would you say? Like,
I'm definitely gonna I'm gonna kind of tap them, and I'm gonna tell them what I saw without like wildly pointing at it. I'm just going to, discreetly tell them that there's something directly behind them, and to be ready. Something that's coming through the trees down there. I mean, not really behind them.
yeah, as you're doing that, you see more motion through the trees. Is like something else. Like you can't quite make it out. It's like roughly the size of a horse. Like very quickly moves through the brush.
It may not be my place to say so, but it does seem that standing here on a giant slab of stone in the middle of the jungle, I suddenly feel very much like a plate on the campfire, as per se.
Yeah, you just hear one of the dinosaurs to your left, like, kind of make the noise, and it, like you look over and you see it's stopped, and all 3 of them have stopped, and they're like looking around, and they're actually looking into the jungle in the direction where Regan has pointed out this movement.
I'll ready my bow.
Yeah, so you're just pulling your bow out. As a figure, like just dives out of the jungle, and you hear like a harsh shriek as something tears into the sides of the rearmost dinosaur, and as that happens, another 2 figures dart out of the jungle and attack the other one nearest by. Like, as I said, there were 2 on your side of the river and one brachiosaur on the other side, and like they're moving like faster than the eye can see almost. and they're probably like a little bit smaller than a horse, but it's hard to really make it out because they're running on two legs, two fairly beefy legs. They've got like these kind of mottled reddish brownish scales, long tails, kind of diamond tipped snouts with very sharp teeth. And as one of them dives up onto one of the brachiosaurs, you see a very large hook-shaped claw like just slash into its side and start ripping it open.
Oh wow.
What do you do?
I am drawing out my mace. Definitely getting that ready for this moment, and then I'm trying to look at the others and see what their reaction, see what the
Are
plan
they
is.
positioned in a way that I can get a shot off on them?
It would be at let me look at your range here.
Near far.
Yeah, you could get a shot off of one of them. If you miss, it might hit one of the dinosaurs, but I mean,
Yeah.
it might. The odds that it would actually know that this pain in its side came from you, very low.
Yeah, very, very low. That it's getting torn up by one of these creatures. Okay.
Yeah.
I would take a shot at one.
All right.
So one that's like on top of the.
Yeah, the closest brachiosaur to you is like down on two legs, and there is definitely a raptor on top of it, like slicing at it, and it coincidentally happens to be the closest raptor to you.
Alrighty, I'll fire that one.
Okay, give me a volley roll. 9.
Nice, man.
Let's see here. I will. I don't want to reduce my ammo. I'll put myself in danger.
Okay. All right, so give me a damage roll as you fire off an arrow out of your bow, or from your bow. All right, yeah. So I now need to bring up the creature compendium. What are the stats for Velociraptor?
It actually has stats for Velociraptor.
No, I made a creature compendium of custom
okay.
creatures, and I made a Velociraptor. Currently I have like 30 things on the list.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if it did, because even like even Monster Manual 1 for D&D has a Velociraptor.
There are dinosaurs in the manual, but they're very generic. I went and made specific ones. Yeah, your arrow actually sinks into this thing. It doesn't do a whole lot of damage, but like it like sinks into its tail. And like the arrow definitely pierces deep into the tail, and like this thing jumps off of the top of the dinosaur, and like lands in the shallow part of the river, and it like starts like looking back towards its tail, like snapping at whatever is like impaled into its into its hide. As that happens, Regan, you've got your true vision still going on. You see like a darting motion through the jungle as another two shapes like start to dart out of the jungle ahead of you and start like bolting directly towards Padine.
I am going to stand in defense of Padine.
Ooh, okay, yeah, that's a
Putting my
smart
mace
move.
out high, I'm going to try to get directly in their path, and
Do we have a total of 5 now, or those are the other 2 that were?
Total of 5 so far. So give me a con roll here.
let me check. One, okay. Oh,
That's a
thank
heck
God.
of a con roll.
I will
The
take
whole
that.
3.
Wow.
I'm definitely
Alright,
not
so
gonna spoil this.
Yeah. All right. So, Yeah, they're definitely darting towards Padine. Telemon, what are you doing during all of this? Like, Regan has stepped in front of Padine, who has just shot one of these lizard things.
Installs like special effects only when you throw it, right?
Yep.
Yeah, and you have to, like, you can technically throw it without
I've
doing
stabbed
that.
with it before.
I'm out to not throw it. I want to use it just so like hold it like if they jump it.
Yeah.
I want to put the spear between them and me.
Oh yeah, you can definitely do that.
Oddly enough, I think I'm going to like stand ready with the other two with the spear at hand, like a defend thing for it.
Okay, so who are you going to defend?
Well, Regan's already defending Padine, so I shall defend Regan.
No, I did not realize now that I'm reading the defense thing, you can actually defend yourself. I did not know you could do that.
Yeah. I mean, you have to remain stationary, but you can do it.
You just have to
That's kinda
defend the
cool.
location.
I didn't know that either.
Yeah, you can defend
I'm
people,
looking at it because
places, or objects.
I can do more damage defending than I can actually attacking.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like that's the bonus for being a defender. I think that's actually kind of appropriate.
Okay, well,
I think it's pretty cool.
I shall
I like
roll
it.
defense of Regan. Let's go 2d6, no mod.
So Regan is defending Padine, and
Nice.
Telamon is defending Regan.
Yeah, we're gonna get a domino chain here. This is basically gonna be World War One. Everybody's secret alliances are gonna go off, and we're gonna have except it's gonna be with raptors and wizards. Yeah, I think that's a hold 2, is it, or a hold 1?
Only one.
Okay. All right. Sarcasmos like darts in next to you, Telemon, and you see him like raising his staff, and he's like whipping it around, and you see like this odd kind of smoke around him, and he's like, "Fear not, brave Telemon, I have your back." And then he like these two raptors dart out of the jungle, like bolting straight for Padine. You are trying to defend Regan, who is between these two raptors and Padine, so these things are basically darting towards you. And so they slam out of the jungle, like, almost running straight at you. And then Sarcasmo says, "Never mind!" And he starts taking back off in the opposite direction. He runs back towards Rannick, who's like, readying his spear. Padine, you have, like, split seconds of reaction as like these two things dart out of the woods. What do you do?
I will start blasting my orcish song of terrible loudness.
Terrible loudness.
That goes to 11, of course, and target one of the raptors to attack their nearest ally.
Ooh, that's a smart thing to do. All right, give me a cha roll.
There we go.
Nice.
That looks to be a success. All right, on a 10 plus, the target attacks their nearest ally in range. All right, so all right, so we get this. This is going to be really funny. Regan, you're standing before Padine, and he suddenly just lets out this like odd guttural kind of like continuous
Orcish.
yelling. Yeah. And like it almost blows your cloak around as it like passes over you. And it definitely hits the raptor on the left. They're two running side by side, and it starts shaking its head furiously, and it just sinks its teeth into the one right next to it, and they like tumble into the ground, and they start furiously biting and clawing at each other. But as that happens, directly from the side, a sixth raptor darts out of the forest from a 90-degree angle, diving at Padine. Regan, your defense goes off. You have 3 hold. What are you choosing to use them for?
I am going to, let me take one quick glance at something and then I will tell you. I don't remember if I was injured or not.
The true danger comes from the sides.
No, I'm going to redirect the attack to myself. I'm going to come in there and I'm going to, basically as it comes up, I am going to just, like, literally get right in its path.
All right, so you're redirecting it.
Swinging
What
my
else are you
mace,
doing?
Oh, wait, I can
You
do
got
3
2 more.
things.
You got 3 hold. Remember?
You,
Oh,
you
I
can
thought-
use all 3 now, or you can save them if you want.
Oh, I didn't realize you could use all 3 at once. I'll totally do that.
It's
Rather
not
than trying to
necessarily
hold
meant
later.
to be an ongoing thing, but you can use it that way.
Oh, okay. I didn't realize that. So yeah, I'm going to redirect the attack to myself. I am going to open up the attacker to an ally, and I'm going to have the attack's damage.
Ooh, interesting.
I'm going to open it up for. Yeah, I guess that's how it works. Do I have to open up to a specific ally, or just open it up to an ally?
No, it just opens up to an ally.
I'm going to basically, I
It's,
guess,
supposed to, it's just forward, right? So yeah,
Just-
the next person to attack it.
It's worth noting
Yeah.
you don't have to spend all 3 hold if you don't want to.
Yeah,
Up to you.
he knows.
Okay.
when it basically lunges at me, I'm going to kind of try to sidestep and just like, I guess, kind of almost grab the thing and try to see if I can. Actually, you know what? I think it makes more sense. As I sidestep the thing, my friggin' tentacles will suddenly just rip out of my cloak and grab the thing like around the neck, kind of start biting into its neck to kind of hold it in position for the others to go
Oh,
after it.
that's awesome. All right, so you guys, you see Regan extend the stump of his left arm, beneath his sleeve, and not one tentacle, but like a dozen shoot out from his left arm, like all snaking out like an explosion of these dark snake-like tentacles, all flowing from his left robe sleeve. Like several of them bite into the monster, the monstrous lizard. Several start wrapping around it. And you chose half damage, redirect to you, and then open up to an ally, correct?
That's correct.
All right, so you didn't choose to deal damage.
That's correct. I didn't choose to deal damage. I'm just holding it in position and
Okay. Okay, so we're going to roll. Can you please roll D8 plus 2?
That's the thing's damage roll? Holy god.
Yeah. You take 3 damage. One of that is piercing.
You were told to roll D8 plus 2, not
yeah.
2D8.
I think he
Oh,
heard.
I'm
So you took
sorry. One second.
5.
The 3 is the first one.
Hold on a second here. Oh, D8 plus 2, so...
Oh, that's fine because it actually has advantage.
So it's really
So
higher.
that's it's a total of 5. So we're gonna round down. You take 2 damage, 1 piercing.
Cool.
I think you only.
I mean,
You
I
only
take
take
1 damage total then?
Yeah, I think that's only 1 damage total because you have 1 armor,
Wow.
correct?
That's correct.
Okay, all right, yeah, you only take 1 damage. Is like, it doesn't actually bite you; it starts gnawing at the tentacles, and it's like shrieking, and we get those like Jurassic Park like raptor shrieks.
I'm
As
not.
that
Let me
happens-
gnaw on your tentacles a little bit. I'm sorry.
As that happens, this thing is being held perfectly still. Far above this scene, perhaps 20 meters in a tree, Krios the Barbarian, you're like crouched upon a branch directly above this scene, and you've seen everything that's gone on, and it's very clear that this pack of unweary like travelers is being set upon by one of the roving packs of raptors that inhabit this area of the jungle. This one, it looks like two of the raptors are currently in combat with each other. You've seen them fight before, but you've never seen them just spontaneously attack each other. 3 others are down the river, just like tearing apart a Brachiosaurus. And one of them is currently being held by these dark snake-like things, but like directly below you, and it is being held perfectly still. What do you do, Krios?
Seeing one of the raptors is in an extremely weakened position, I leap from the tree and impale it pogo style with my sword.
Okay. All right.
That's
So
an awesome intro.
yeah. Do you yell anything as you do this? Do you do a Tarzan yell, or do
It's
you
just probably like a yeah.
Yeah, so like you hear that, guys, and you look up and you see this giant like half naked figure like like just dropping down from the tree above you with this massive two-handed sword in both hands, and he's like coming straight down towards the raptor, and like flowing black hair, like flapping in the wind. So you give, what was the result for defend? It gives the opens
plus
up
1 forward.
Okay, +1 forward. So you can make a I'm going to give you advantage because this thing is both being held and you are dropping in from above, and this thing is completely surprised, and nobody knows that you were there, Krios. So you can give me a hack and slash roll with advantage +1 plus whatever your normal modifier is. All right, a 9.
13.
Oh yeah, I didn't see that first one. 13
Ooh, nice.
is definitely a success. Barbarian damage is going to be crazy. Yeah. Roll your damage there, Krios,
I got bets on 1.
as you sink your damage into its hide.
Ooh.
Ooh, that's a
8
solid
damage.
hit.
Ooh, nice.
Ooh, God. Oh, this is the perfect intro for you. These things have, or this particular one had 6 health.
He's
So,
very dead.
so Krios, describe how you kill this thing.
So as I drop from the tree, like the sword just cuts straight through this raptor and
Yeah,
just
like
cleaves its head off.
and maybe part of its shoulders, like maybe, and like you
Yeah,
just
the,
like
like the
come
thickest
straight
part
down.
of its shoulder just straight
Yeah. And this, like with a whoomp, this burly human man, like that has like the look of a feral beast almost, like lands directly next to Telemon and Padine, like just in the midst of all of you. And his sword just slides straight through this thing's neck, and it decapitates the thing. And the raptor is standing there for a second, and then it falls over. And Regan, your tentacles start to like relax and come back up into your sleeve, and all of you are standing there for a second. Meanwhile, like you guys can have your reactions to that, but meanwhile the like you hear like a shriek is the other raptors like get off of each other, and like they're still snapping at each other, but the two that were fighting are now definitely very bloodied, but are getting back up and heading towards you. I think Telemon, it's been a while since we've been to you. Telemon, what do you do? Like you're technically still defending Regan. If you want to do that, that's fine. It definitely seems like they're heading in your group's general direction. Or you could take some sort of preemptive action.
I'll go ahead and keep defending Regan.
Okay, yeah, that works. So yeah, like you like step over to the side and move yourself between Regan and these two raptors, and you're like at the front, and you like level this spear. It takes all of your strength to do it. What did the rest of you do?
I'm probably gonna leap back and try to see if this guy that just jumped in here is going to start whacking his sword at us next.
Yeah, so like you just ready your weapon this round, and you're like just staring at him, and you're like preparing for like any eventuality.
Actually, the exact reaction of Tell would he probably would have went to throw a fireball and then went, oh, right.
So well, I think like we could say that like you hold out your hand, give me a fireball,
Fireball!
and you all like stop, and you stare at the wizard who's like throwing his hand out, and nothing happens. And Krios, like you're just staring at this old man who's like yelled fireball.
And it's like,
Nothing happened. Okay.
should have let them have its of long neck. And then I'm just gonna bellow at the raptors, which is, what are you waiting for?
Ooh, yes. All right. What are you waiting for? When you cry out a challenge to your enemies, roll con.
You know, I kind of know the. Okay.
All right. So on a 7 to 9, only a few, the weakest or most foolhardy among them, fall prey to your taunting. So the one which is the most bloodied, the one that had been attacked by the other raptor at the beginning, like darts straight towards you. The other one goes straight for for. Let's see. I think Regan said he backed off. I think this one dives for Padine, since Padine put himself in harm's way. Yeah, Padine, this thing dives straight at you.
I will. Let's see. I'm going to. How far away is the river? From
Looking
where we
for
are
a
this
defy
map?
danger here.
Yeah.
Uh,
I'm also trying to think.
the river is probably 15 feet away from the ruined foundation of this building.
Okay. I will kind of dive out of the way, but heading towards the river, sort of, too.
Okay, yeah, like you look over there and you can see that the largest of the brachiosaurs, which was across the river, is now bellowing like, and it's like starting to splash its way through the river towards it's obviously like its two threatened herd mates. Give me a dexterity roll.
Ooh.
Okay, yeah, you can dive out there, but it like you start running and it keeps chasing you. In order to like evade it, you're going to have to get dangerously close to the large dino.
Like a big Brachiosaurus.
Yeah. It's currently angrily trampling through the water towards its downed its downed mate. The raptor is far faster than you and far more nimble, despite its wounds, and it does not let up. But as soon as you start running towards the brachiosaur, like you look back and you see it hesitate just for a second, and you see like a flinch. So like you get the idea that it might not follow you if you get entirely close to this thing.
Okay. I don't want to get close to it either, so I'll hold my ground, draw my rapier to stab it as it comes at me.
Okay. I will.
Is that doable?
I don't know that I want to give you a second roll.
Gotcha.
I'm trying to think how this would go. Because I mean, you can certainly change your actions. This is the one slightly confusing thing about the system, but yeah, I'll let you. This sounds like you're going to try to, like power through or endure. What does this make more sense for this situation?
For like defying danger.
I think this is really enduring. Yeah, because like you said, you were basically just going to wait for it and strike it, and it sounded like you were kind of preparing yourself to get hit.
Okay, so defy danger with con.
Con, yeah.
Oh joy! I think that's my zero. Let me look.
You're going to take damage either way because you did get a partial fail on that, and you chose the other option. Okay.
Partial success on that one.
Partial success. All right. So I was going to explain that this roll is going to determine if you were knocked off your feet, and a total behest to the raptor's attack. If you had gotten a success, you basically could have just done damage for damage. On an 8, all right. So you can still attack this thing, and it's still going to do its damage to you, and you're still going to do your damage to it. But it is going to get you onto the ground, and it's going to be on top of you. Or you could forego your attack against it and shove away from it, and it will do its damage to you. You will not do damage to it, but you will not be thrown to the ground, and it will not be on top of you.
Okay. Oh crap. I'm going to trust in my friends to come to my aid eventually, hopefully. I'm gonna do damage to it so I can start.
So, okay, all right. So, like, you hold your rapier straight out, like pointed towards its heart, and you're just like, "Fuck it," and you're like, "I'm taking this thing down." Give me a damage roll. All right, that's not too bad. Now roll D8 plus 2, please.
Ugh.
And please roll a second time.
Whoa.
Oh.
All right, yeah, you are thrown to the ground and absolutely ravaged as you take 10 damage. One of it is piercing.
Ooh.
You impale this thing through the chest with your rapier. It comes out its back. And you just, like, there is blood all over you, both your own as it starts to rip through your chest and your shoulder, and then, like, blood just starts squirting out of
Your
this thing like a
channel was
fountain. As that happens, like, everybody hears, like, this shriek, and you see Padine get just taken to the ground by this raptor. And...
Quick question. The 5 you have listed, Padine, that's after this attack, not before it, right?
Correct. Yes.
Okay. Excellent. I don't know if I wanted to define.
And Padine, you are certain that you missed this thing's heart by scant centimeters. Like, if you had been holding your sword just like a centimeter to the right, you would have killed it. But like, it's currently on top of you. It is shocked. And like the first few seconds it clawed at you, and then it just kind of like stopped, and now it's like trying desperately to pull itself off of you. Krios, you have this second raptor barreling straight at
Oh,
you.
I just wish to
Yeah.
completely destroy this raptor,
Okay.
which is gonna be pure destruction
Ooh,
under
let me
Herculean
look.
appetites.
I like this. Herculean appetites. While pursuing one of your appetites, if you would roll for a move, instead roll 2d6 plus. Instead of rolling 2d6, you roll 1d6 plus 1d8. If the d6 is the higher die of the pair, the GM will also introduce a complication or danger that comes due to your reckless heed. Yeah, this is totally fine. So, you can do your 1d6 plus 1d8 plus your strength for this hack and slash to satisfy your appetite for
Uh-oh.
pure destruction.
The D6 is the higher, and it's a 6.
Ugh.
That's bad.
Okay, so if the d6 is the higher of the pair, the GM will introduce a complication.
And you
But you're-
failed.
Oh god, and
yeah,
you
it's
failed.
and it's a fail.
You go to slice at this thing, and you were really like, was there some part of you that was just like, these people are fools, they're in my jungle, I need to show them
Yeah,
like
that's
that
exactly
they
what I was
shouldn't be
doing.
here? And like, you weren't necessarily doing it to like show off to get attention, but you were sort of showing off like to put them in their place. You didn't particularly look where you were landing. You take one step towards this thing to like plant your feet to just cut this thing's head off. You're like, I'm gonna do this again, and you step in a hole, and you twist and you fall, and this thing just lands on you. Krios, can you please roll 2d8 plus 2?
You mean D8 plus 2 twice. Or you mean
yeah,
2d8
I mean,
plus
like,
2?
You can just do 2d8 plus 2, and we'll look and see what the higher roll is.
Definitely not the one
Max.
that rolled.
Yeah.
Oh.
God, you guys have rolled 8s on both of those advantage rolls. That's terrible. You take 10 damage. One of it is piercing, so you know.
I take 10 damage, period.
And
Yeah.
one armor.
Yeah. So Krios, like, you're still coming across as heroic in this situation, sort of, but you were just utterly blown away by this attack as this raptor just dives on top of you and starts slashing you up. Regan and Telemon.
I want
You
to
are-
throw Nico's dagger at the raptor that's on top of Padine.
Okay, yeah. You're acting immediately and you see Padine go down and you're just like, no. And you flip the dagger out from your belt and you throw it at it. Give me a volley roll. And also do it with an advantage because it is currently impaled on Padine's sword.
Or its teeth are stuck in my chest. One of the two.
Whatever it is, it's not going anywhere fast.
Right, so 2d6, because I don't have any dex. Advantage on 2d6 is an 8.
All right, so what do you choose?
I'd shoot 1.
I will note that you can actually take several shots. It won't be several shots. It'll just be that your dagger breaks. Or you otherwise lose it.
Okay,
It is a still valid option.
okay, it breaks, it's fine.
Okay, so you throw the bling dagger. Oh, so long, jeweled bling dagger. It tumbles through the air. Give me your
It's a wind
damage
dagger,
roll.
It's fragile.
Yeah, that is true.
Yay, 1d4.
Oh,
1, of course.
Traded a bling dagger for 1 damage.
It's probably not even be that.
Oh, it's 0.
Yeah. God, I really wish that had been if it had been a 2, that would have been epic because you would have killed it with a
I
knife
know,
throw.
right? It's always a 1, though, on my d4s. They're always bad.
It has 1 armor, so you throw it and it sticks into its hide and the handle breaks off. So like it's stuck into the back of this thing and like it looks back at you with like a shriek, but it's like it basically does nothing. All right, Regan, it's down to you here. There is one person on either side of you with a raptor on top of them. One of them you know really well, and who is getting ravaged by a raptor. The other one you don't know really well, but he is also getting ravaged by a raptor. What do you do?
Oh, I already know. I'm going to, I was going to be, screaming at the barbarian, but since he's went and got himself attacked, I'm going to, oh boy. Yeah, Regan's going to kind of step back and, scream out, a brief, like, a few words that are unintelligible, and then something about defending. And then, a pair of tentacles are going to rip their way out from my cloak, on both sides and rip themselves into that dinosaur's body that's there, like ripping right into its guts. And it looks like they pulse around for a moment, and then I will once again clearly whisper a word that echoes over the whole jungle as if I was screaming it through an announcement system. And I'll say to just defend again, and I'm going to attempt to animate that on this raptor that's here.
All right, so so the dead raptor, the headless one.
Yeah, the headless raptor. I am attempting to. I'm attempting to bring the headless raptor up.
But
This
it's like
one.
a raptor has 1 claw because you cut it through the shoulder.
Hind claws, too.
Hind
That's
claws,
true, never mind.
and the shoulders doesn't necessarily mean it takes off the whole arm. This went from being just an okay tentacle attack to being something truly awesome. All right, so animate dead. Let me switch to cleric here.
I rolled a 10.
Oh, for once. Oh, this is gonna be so epic. All right, so you invoke a hungry.
Let me see.
All right, you invoke a hungry spirit to possess a recently dead body and serve you. This creates a zombie that follows your orders to the best of its ability. Treat this zombie as a character, but with access to only the basic moves. It has a +1 modifier for all stats and 1 HP. The zombie also gets your choice of 1d4 of these traits. So roll me a d4.
I am going to empower it to double the spell's effects, by the way. And
Okay,
I
you
am
can
going
roll.
To take...
Yeah.
Oh, I was going to take the modifier of unwanted attention. I have a feeling this was going to be.
Roll 2d4 then.
Copy that. Sounds good. 1 second.
I've been waiting for you to have an empowered animate dead. Oh wow! All right, all right. So
Finally
you
gonna use
get
it.
all of the traits, and it doubles its base stats, so it has a +2. All right, make sure you're all right. Are you ready to write this shit down? Because this is going to be great.
Yep, I'm bringing it up right now.
Alright.
Give me 1 second.
It starts with a +2 to all stats and 2 HP.
I'm putting this in my minion thing right now. Okay, I got it. I'm running it right now.
All right, so +2 to all stats, 2 HP. Give it a +2 to two more stats. So you can choose 2 stats and put another +2 on them.
When you said 2 HP, I mean, how many hit points? So it has 2 hit points right now?
We're going down the list. We're not doing final.
I'm sorry. Trying to...
All right, we're gonna
Put
start
some in up
over. We're gonna start over
Oh,
this
nice.
time. This time, do it as I say. It has 2 HP, and it has a +2 modifier for all stats. It's talented. Normally, you would give 1 stat a +2 modifier. Instead, give 2 stats a +2 modifier. So that, in effect, you're going to have a +4 modifier for 2 stats.
Go with strength and con, by the way.
Okay, it's durable. Normally, it has +2 HP for each level you have. That's going to be +4 HP for each level you have. What level are you?
I am level, I believe, 6.
Okay. All right. So, 24.
Holy crap!
That's plus its initial 2, so it's actually 26 HP.
Holy crap!
It has a functioning brain and can complete complex tasks. It has an extremely functioning brain and can complete, like, it's very clever. It does not appear obviously dead for at least 4 days. You empower this thing, and the bit that Krios severed starts to, like, I think your tendrils, like, enter the raptor and start stitching it together, and then, like, blood vessels and stuff start pooling, and, like, it starts putting itself back together. No, it's not missing his head. Because it's not obviously dead. So, it raises up from the ground, and after a second, it opens its eyes, Regan, and you have a super raptor at your command.
Oh my god! I'm immediately sending it with that order to defend towards Padine.
Okay. So you send the super raptor towards Padine. Krios, you're beneath this raptor, and, like, shit is just going on all around you, but, like, you're in mortal danger. What do you do, Krios?
I reach up and I attempt to twist this raptor's head and break its neck.
Ooh, this sounds like you're using strength. Yeah. Give me a strength roll here. Ooh, that's a success. All right, give me your damage die.
This time the D8 was the higher. 4 damage.
All right. You reach up and you get this thing in a chokehold, and you're just like, God damn raptors! Every week I tell you, and then you just break its neck. And
I just
everybody
drop
hears
its
like
lifeless
this.
body to the ground.
Yeah, everybody hears like the sickening, and I think Telemon's probably the only one that sees this, because Padine is otherwise busy. Regan is otherwise occupied with his first successful raised dead in quite some time. And Telemon, you just look over at this crack and you see the barbarian getting up from beneath this raptor whose neck is now at 90 degrees.
Huge gash across my chest.
Yeah, he's bleeding openly. All right, what Regan, you're attacking with your raptor. Let's see here. Let's make a hack and slash with said raptor.
Copy that. Yep, I'm gonna make a hack and slash. I raised his strength attribute. Was one of the ones that I raised. So what would I roll that at?
I think that's +4. Um,
Cool.
yeah. So 2d6 +4. Also, it attacks with advantage. So you can roll that twice.
Oh
God.
dear lord.
Yeah, this of all the things on this island to get us like an ultra empowered of, this would definitely be the one.
I was happy to
Um,
finally get
I
a
don't
good
know. An
roll on
ultra
that.
powerful super croc would have been crazy.
Super Croc did not have attack with advantage.
But it's much bigger.
Yeah, but still. All right. So can you please give me two? Let's see here. 2d8 +2.
Oh wow.
You deal 6 damage to this thing, or rather, the raptor does. As it leaps. Like, I think, Padine, you're holding it up, and you've got like your sword impaling it, and you're desperately trying to push it away as it's like snapping ever closer towards your face, and you've got like one hand on its neck, and you're just it's like slowly getting closer.
Did you ask Regan to roll it twice?
Yes.
Because the first time he rolled it was 15.
No, I only meant
Oh, never mind. Never mind.
2d8 like once.
Right.
You don't get advantage on damage, Regan.
Like somebody you said to roll something twice. I just rolled 2d8 twice. I think it might have just been a miscommunication. I'm sorry.
So that. All right. So you deal. It doesn't matter. Whatever you rolled, you killed it. You're holding it up, and it's getting ever closer to you. There's a snapping and slobbering all over you, and then it just gets. It's like it gets hit by a truck. If you knew what a truck was, it's like it gets bowled over. And everybody else sees Regan's raptor just like hit this thing like an avalanche, and like dive. It tears it off of Padine, and the two raptors go flying into the water. And there's like shredding and shrieking, and blood just starts flying everywhere. And very soon the river starts pooling red. And Padine, you start to get back to your feet.
Quick question.
Yes.
Was their damage 2d8 +2?
No.
It's 1d8 plus
Oh.
2 with advantage.
Okay, good. I was like, because then I would be dead. If that
No, I misspoke. The attack is with advantage. The damage is not with advantage.
So we should be rolling
damage
1d8
is-
plus 2 for their damage.
Yeah, it should have
Okay.
been only 1d8. All right, so yeah, you get back to your feet, Padine, and all 4 of you are there, and you're looking about, and like the brontosauruses are now like fighting off the other 3 raptors. You see the raptor that has like the arrow through its tail like flee off into the jungle. One of the raptors gets crushed, and then like one raptor like tears one last hunk of hide off of this Brachiosaurus's mate, and then runs off into the woods as well. And yeah, like you're out of combat. There's a dead Brachiosaur here. There's 2 dead raptors nearby. One of them's switched to paste further up the beach, and then like out of the water, Regan's like death raptor like slowly stalks out, unblinking as water like washes over its eyes, and it just walks up to Regan and it remains still, and like it slowly breathes, and like it's just like waiting there next to Regan. You all look over, and like you see Sarcasmos like peeking over like a bit of the ruin, just staring at the raptor, his eyes wide.
Well. So, who are you, the big guy?
Should have let them have it of long neck.
It of long... The big creature?
Yes. My jungle.
Oh.
Yeah, he
He should
seems
not
to
be here.
He seems to be speaking common, but he is very hard to understand.
It's like gravelly and very dark or low tones.
Well, we do intend to continue on, yes?
Like nobody asks like, who is this random person?
I'm coming to my feet, kind of
Regan's
scraggly.
looking to see if Padine is able to stand, and if he is, gonna probably kind of motion to his raptor to take up a nice defensive posture behind him as he walks over to
Do you do
speak
like
with
the
this newcomer.
do you do like the Darth Vader hand where you just raise a hand and like stormtroopers just go forth except it's a
You.
Death Raptor?
Yeah, raise my hand, make a little like kind of stop motion.
You control spirits.
Yeah, like Krios is definitely looking at you, Regan, as he says this.
Regan
what
will
what is your name, sir?
Longtooth.
Longtooth?
Yeah, you
Regan
see like as he says that his hair shifts and there is like a very long tooth, like bigger than what would have been in those raptors' mouths, braided into his hair. And it's like he's one of his, into one of his ponytails, and it's like hanging loosely back behind his head.
My name is Padine. Thank you for helping us with those terrible creatures.
Regan will nod and say, "Yes, your attack was most impressive." And then I'm gonna pat my newly formed raptor here and say, he will not soon forget it. I am sure."
Yeah, it just so happens to be this is the one you dove at this guy and decapitated. There's like I think there's a very faint scar where that cut happened, like a thin line, almost like a paper cut line, cutting through it's like I guess this one has like dark green, like scaly hide. And it gets lighter towards the belly, and there's like this kind of pink line going across, like from its neck to one of its shoulders. And like it's just kind of like looking patiently at everything. It's not making any sort of aggressive moves at all. Sarcasmos like pops up and he says, "Is it safe? Are they gone?"
It doesn't
Yes,
appear so,
Sarcasmos.
Sarcasmos.
You have
He
a little
starts-
one with you as well, looks.
Yeah, he starts climbing over the.
Oh, we have a little one and a big one, as it were. Rannick, are you still there?
Regan will kind of lean down towards the barbarian, completely unflinchingly at the fact this guy could probably twist his head off and look him over for a moment and go,
He just stares
"Where
sternly at you.
from?"
He just stares sternly
Very
at you.
simply. "We not from here," and I'm pointing at the ground.
I love this already.
He never answered his original question either.
Here's the
yeah.
original question.
The spirits thing. Yeah, Regan will nod and say yes, and they point, "Me, control spirit," and motion hand into the air, with my stump into the air, kind of wave it around for a moment,
Yes,
and smile
he is-
invitingly.
Regan, great shaman from the sea. Like Telemon, like you see Sarcasmos like scamper up to Regan and like stand next to him like really proudly, and like he's like addressing Krios, and he's just like, Regan the shaman.
Should not be here. The weak die here.
Regan looks around and just kind of nods in agreement and says something about, "We go pyramids." I point towards the pyramids.
You
That's my
speak
head
really
to think of a
simply, and then
word.
you use a word like pyramids.
Yeah, I'm scratching my head, kind of come up
We
with
go
a better
to
word
big
for it.
pointy things in center of island.
Well, like as this is happening, like Tilmon, you had shouted off to Rannick. You don't see him anywhere.
Guys, Rannick's not here.
Oh, where did he head off to?
Krios, you noticed the big one, like stalking off into the jungle during the fight, like with his spear raised.
Big one went that way. With my
Regan-
gesturing with my two-hand sword that's like probably bigger than you are.
Yeah, like he points off towards the jungle.
Regan's going
like-
to look that way, and then he's going to kind of point to the barbarian and point it back to Regan and say, "You come with us, we talk more." And then I'm going to pat my raptor on the head and hope that it has a heightened sense of tracking and try to wordlessly
strong.
communicate with it.
He looks toward
To,
Pedin. That one not so strong.
Poor Padine's like hunched over, like, and there's like blood kind of just coming out
Okay,
of all
but
of his
before
his
I try
pores.
to do it, we had 2 nights of rest, right? So I lost 2 of my
No.
-3 modifier.
No, rest has to be a full 8 hours.
Okay, so no
You
modifier
guys-
loss.
You are at -2 still. Like you had -3, you had a full night's rest before you left to travel up the river. I'm counting your travel up the river as your standard we set watch and we take watch sort of thing. Like yeah, you didn't get like a full uninterrupted 8 hours during the river travel. So you're at -2 still.
The Minotaur is strong.
I hope the not sure if Regan's gonna play the assumption that this thing probably can track its prey pretty well, and he's gonna see if basically almost well, I don't have anything of well, you know what? I do have something of actually I don't have anything of Ranix to let it smith, I guess. So I'm not sure if I can make it track it.
Do you mutter that like I need something of his?
Yeah, I'm definitely gonna do that.
Sarcasm, like you feel a tug on your robe and you look down and Sarcasmos is tugging. And he says, "What needs you, great cleric?"
Yeah, I'm gonna say I wish if I had something of Renix so that we may be able to track him.
He narrows his eyes a bit. Then he turns around and you hear like a clattering as he starts going through one of his satchels, and he pulls out like a very fine, very large dagger. You haven't ever seen the Minotaur use this, but this definitely looks fairly primitive, but it is actually of steel. And you know that like things made of iron or even steel on this island are really precious, and he says, "Will this do?" He like holds it up. And there's definitely sort of a Minotaur-esque sort of style to it.
Regan will say, I'm not sure if this will have what is required, but we shall see. And I'm going to hold the hilt under my raptor's nose to kind of let it see if it gets any sense from this thing, and then I'm basically going to issue a single word that's not in any language that can be understood to track, to see if maybe we can.
Yeah, you put it in front of it, and you just hear, and then like it turns, and it faces directly at Sarcasmos, and it just noses him into the ground. Like it walks 2 steps forward, it like puts its nose against his chest and pushes him over.
I take it that's
you
not-
just hear ah! He gets like toppled over.
I'll definitely stop the raptor from harming Sarcasmos and say that I suppose that plan might not work. I don't think it has a strong enough scent for our actual
Oh.
prey.
I have had it for a few days.
Regan will nod and say that is unfortunate. What of your globe, Telemon? The item that you have found that can find things. Do you think it could find perhaps Rannick or his gear, or should we perhaps just simply start moving in his direction?
Telemon, are you off trying to help Padine not bleed to death, or are you going to do this globe? What are you doing right now?
I am going to try and cure Padine's wounds, despite my penalty.
Poor Padine, always getting slashed open.
Yes. It was that or trampled. I
I think the Panthers too did this to you.
9.
I take it you don't forget the spell.
No. I don't want to take more negatives, so it's gonna have to be unwanted attention and eat it because that's yeah.
Okay, all right. So you you put your hand on Padine and you start. you start healing him of his wounds. Like his blood kind of seeps
Of
onto
course.
your
Of
robe.
course it is.
You regain 2 HP, Panine. I think you're up to like 7 now. And yeah, like his blood, like the blood covering him, starts to seep into one of your robe sleeves as you do this, and you stand up. Definitely drained and exhausted. Like it took a lot of effort for you to heal him of 2 HP. Krios, like these people obviously want to go find the big guy.
Minotaur
wanna-
is strong. He shall be fine.
Do you want to lead him that way, or what? Like it seems like he went off towards the east, a little south of the black place. Like it seems like they want to find him. Do you want to lead them that way, or do you attempt to talk them out of it?
I was gonna attempt to talk them out of it, but
Well, I mean, go ahead then.
Big One is not weak. If you
Regan-
follow, you will probably die.
Regan turns and says that strength in numbers. Lots are weak, one is not. He's going to try to move his hand around and make excited hand gestures to communicate his ideas. So,
Many creatures make noise. Noise attracts.
Regan's going to was about to holler to Telemon to tell him he was going to look for him, but then he realizes that the noise thing you say actually stops him from hollering, and Regan will nod and say that we must find him then before he finds more danger. You can stay here if you wish, but I cannot leave him behind. Sarcasmo is perhaps going to accompany me.
We owe
Goes
much to
alone.
the
Leave
Minotaur.
him.
We have to go in that direction anyways.
So, Regan mentions his idea about using the globe. What do you think of that, Telemon?
Perhaps we can. I go to reread it to make sure I can. Yeah, we can. Very well. We can do this, I believe.
You'll only be able to use it once, I'll remind you.
Yes, only once. But if I don't use it now, then I'll just hold on to it forever and not use it, as I use most things like that. Chances are I'll shatter it before I use it, so I'll go with that. I'm gonna use it.
Alright.
I hold forth the orb and peer deeply into its depths while thinking of Rannick.
Okay. This orb may be used once and only once. When it is concentrated on without interruption, it will show its holder the location of any object, person, or place they focus deeply on, provided they know enough about it to adequately picture in their mind. The user gains a detailed understanding of its surroundings, but conversely, whatever is concentrated on, if it is capable of thought, gains the same knowledge of the user in return. Afterwards, the details fade from the orb and it becomes smoky and unusable. So you're concentrating on Rannick, and like you sit down, and it takes you like a minute or two, and you start to hear like the sound of footsteps crunching through the jungle. And like as you look deeper into this orb, like it starts to almost absorb your vision, and it's almost like you're viewing the scene itself. And you see the form of the Minotaur Rannick, like crouched low in the jungle, his spear held ready, and he's crouched and moving low behind a log, from one tree to the next, using this log as cover. And he seems to be peering over it. And as he does, you see he's staring at something, and you see like the form of like a raptor off in the jungle, and it seems to be like gorging itself on meat. And he seems to be kind of inching his way closer with his spear ready. You see the black pyramids off in the distance, directly to the north in your vision, and judging from their distance and their placement, you definitely can kind of narrow down an area into the jungle to your east where he would be.
Seems to be south of the pyramids to our east. He is stalking one of these lizard creatures that we fought.
Oh, we should head over to him, see if he needs any help.
Do we have to? Can't we just, let him die out there?
No, Sarcasmus. He's on our way anyways towards the pyramids.
Very well.
That way.
Sarcasmo starts like trudging along, his trunk like thunking against wood and rock as he drags it off into the jungle after you guys. So Telemon, you're leading the way. Krios, like, do you go with these strange outsiders who seem intent on getting themselves killed in the jungle?
My home is out that way anyway, so I walk with them.
Yeah, it is. All right. So you start to make your way actually into the jungle, and those of you who are not Krios notice that this is like vastly different jungle than what you have encountered before. In many places, it's incredibly dense. But in other places, like the trees are so big that like they're spaced wide enough to where there's just a lot of space here. You think like one of those giant razor boars could probably run through here without any impediment at all. And you think back to those giant like long necked lizard things, and you think like even they might be able to fit through here. It's at once denser, but like more open in areas at the same time. It's definitely a very, very odd, vibrant, older part of the jungle. And Telemon starts leading you deeper into the jungle. Krios, I guess you're like, right near him, kind of helping him not trip over logs or fall into pits or something.
Yeah, this weak old man.
Yeah. The man who just yells fireball at things. And you guys kind of trudge on. Let me look at all your stats real quick. Man, Regan, you are a wise old fuck. Like, I think Krios, you hear this the same time as Regan, but because your senses are so attuned to the jungle here, you hear like in the distance the sound of some sort of scuffle in the trees and like the bark of a raptor in pain. And you definitely know it for what it is. Regan, you just hear like something shriek out in pain that sounds not human. Up ahead through the trees, probably like 120 feet.
All
We
teeth.
will start moving very rapidly towards that direction in case needs help, and be keeping his eyes open.
Bit of small many teeth.
Yeah, so you rush forward, and you come to like a denser part of the jungle, and you see Rannick standing over Krios, what you know to be a big claw. Like it's down on the ground. He's got like this spear that he's pulling from its side. There's blood all over it. He's got blood coming down one of his massive biceps, but he appears to be mostly unhurt. And he like pulls it out. And this thing's still breathing heavy, and he shoves it like into this thing's brain, and it stops moving. And yeah, you guys come upon this scene.
Thunder Brother.
He turns to you, and he squints and he says, "Yes, you are the Longtooth, are you not?"
Yes.
I'll probably turn around
I
and
am.
say,
I know
this,
of you.
man."
Just if I'll see your don't pick up.
No, they don't. There was a before that, but
Yeah,
you know.
Rannick says, Yes, strange one he is, but fierce hunter. Lives out here in the jungles by himself, although we did not know you lived this deep. Sometimes comes in to trade, but only once or twice a year.
Some things jungle cannot provide.
He like looks down at the raptor and he says, "I felt I should test my mettle against this beast. I have never seen one before. It was most fearsome."
Pack hunter.
Yes.
But you did well.
But there's only one here.
This is very clearly one of the ones that came from the battle. Like you can see like a dropped piece of meat on the ground that looks like it was probably torn out of one of those brachiosaurs.
What of the other two?
He shrugs. He says,
Krios,
only saw the one.
begins wrapping up the chunk of meat that was dropped in a leaf or something.
Yeah, you dust off some raptor saliva, and you
It's a
find
day
like
in the
a nice big a nice big leaf. And you see him like without blinking at all, just put it in his pack. And like I think like Telemon is looking warily from tree to tree, like, are there more of these things out here? But like neither of the hunters seem concerned.
I
Off
would be looking around as well.
Yeah,
off in the
Regan is
distance to the
also-
north, over the canopy, you guys can make out like the tip of a black pyramid, like just the very apex of it.
Safe place
I'll-
near here.
I'll point to that and I'll say, "Have you been there before, Mr. Longtooth?"
If you need me to refresh your memory, Krios, I
your remark
can.
did not come from
I-
Krios.
I believe that was the one that you said I never actually went inside. I believe.
You've
And
been
there were
around it, but you've
creatures.
never been inside of the pyramid itself. Like you've been in the surrounding place, but not inside the pyramid.
I have not gone inside.
Any reason why?
Foolish to investigate. Wouldn't know that word. Search where dangerous.
What kind of dangers have you seen? I'll ask, and then
I
I'm
think I
talking
can,
to him,
I
I'm
think
like,
I can
"This?"
answer this for Krios. The barbarian just looks at you and just stares. Like, what kind of dangers aren't in this?
You've been in
jungle?
here for like 30 minutes and you've gotten attacked. How many? Yeah.
That is a good point.
Krios, what is your HP at? You're like at half or a
13.
little. Yeah, so you
Yeah.
need some healing up, and these guys look a little bit wary.
I said safe place near here, but
yeah,
nobody
it's-
responded.
It's probably equidistant to your abode. If you want, like it's not far from here to the east.
What time of day is it approximately?
Probably about 5 p.m.
Okay. Well, maybe we should head towards Krios' home and
You mentioned a
Spend
safe
the night
place.
there.
What safe place?
in safety. Yes.
You don't know it's his home yet. We have heard nothing of that.
Oh, his
Home
go to
near
Krios'
here.
Safe place. His home,
Safe from
as it were.
big claws.
Yes, that sounds refreshing, as anything can out
Near here? Not far. Like, as he says, as the sun gets late in the sky.
Not far.
Well, lead the way.
But far
then.
to Krios is a very long distance, so
Yeah, you say lead the way, and you guys start moving, and like at the back of your hearing, you hear, where are you guys going? And like you look back, and Sarcasmus is just now entering the little clearing, like dragging his box. It's like, wait up! And he continues on following you guys, like desperately
Krios
looking
is just
around
giving
to
him
his sides.
this one will surely die. Look,
Like you can see him frantically looking from the sides, and when he sees the body of the raptor, he's like, ah! And he hurries up. All right, you're leading them to your lair of sorts, the long tooth lair or the barbarian cave or whatever you want to call it. Krios
The
can
Barbar Cave.
yeah, we're gonna get a roll here because you're going somewhere you know you're gonna go, and it is definitely a perilous journey, even if it's not far. Let's get a scout roll from somebody and a trailblazer. You're not going to need a ration roll.
I guess I could keep trailblazing if we want to do that.
I'm
done before.
probably trailblazing if I'm leading you to my house.
Oh, I guess that makes sense. I could scout, I guess. I have the
Ooh, that's a good roll.
best version at the second.
That seems to make sense to me, Regan.
Let me roll what I should do here. Scouting
You
is
have
Whiz.
the best stat for it anyways.
scouting is what's
Yeah.
that?
Wisdom.
Yeah.
Scouting is wisdom too. Oh, cool.
We all have at least 13 wisdom.
All right. So yeah, you definitely lead them very quickly through the jungle. You know, like a specific path. And you guys are actually like kind of mystified about how quick you're led through the jungle.
Does it mean
and-
tree to
and-
tree, and we have to find our way below?
No, I doubt it. He's not quite that. Like, you probably make use of vines occasionally. I imagine. At
Eventually,
some
you,
point,
you come to like an open area, and he goes, "It's a big scales path."
yeah, bigger claw.
Well, I'm thinking more like an ankylosaur, but
Yeah.
big armor thing.
Yeah.
It would make quite a trek through the jungle. It's big.
And yeah, like Krios, his move through here many times is obvious, and he like barely ever stops. And Sarcasmus has a very hard time keeping up, to the point where I think like one of you probably has to help him carry the crate further. Can't be Regan, can't be Krios. Who
I'll help him carry it.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Can I get a D10 roll from? We'll just say Regan, since you're keeping scout.
Sure thing. Always roll 1d10, right?
Yep. Okay. Yeah, actually, let me consult my compendium here. All right, so you're making your way along this wide trail with several trees that have been beaten down and broken away. It seems like a herd of something has passed through here. Krios, you most definitely recognize this as a trail for the big scales, the ankylosaurs, and like you definitely see some sign of them on the trail. And Regan, you're actually the one that spots them, like off the side of the trail in the trees. You see these massive four-legged lizard things, bigger than a cart. They've got these massive plates just covering their backs, and they've got like horn spikes that are kind of lining those plates from like all the way from their head to their to like the base of their tail, and then at the end of their tail, they have this basically what amounts to a club, and they're moving around, and there seems to be like 4 of them, and they're just kind of like they seem to be sort of a couple of them are moving around, and a couple of them seem to be nestled about like a mound here in the trees, and they're far bigger than the big claws, but significantly smaller than the long necks.
Huh.
Krios would put out an arm and motion like sideways into the forest.
I was about ready to ask.
Not aggressive. Unless territory is violated.
Regan will nod and was just thinking of the question before it was even answered. Notes the usefulness of our barbarian pal.
Yeah, Krios, you definitely note that this is probably a nest up here. And so like you guys skirt off of the path and make your way around and detour. And you eventually come to the side of like you pass like a small creek. Krios leads you over a log. It's like literally a very small creek, like maybe 2 people wide, but like kind of fairly deep into the ground, like it was cut in almost. He leads you across a log, and then right across from it, there's like inset in a hill, very familiar, is a stone archway beneath this hill, and there's like vines kind of hanging from it, and you just see like darkness beneath in this archway. It is very clear to be some sort of burial mound like you guys saw before.
Regan is definitely going to suggest we investigate that. In
It's
1
safe
second, I'm having a bit
place.
of a Windows crash.
You're sure it is safe, Longtooth? We have not had good experiences in such structures before.
It's home. I just walk into the entrance.
Yeah, so he walks into the darkness. You guys follow.
I'm going to probably be hollering after him as I cautiously follow traps. Do you have traps?
You holler that, and you almost put your eye out on a wooden spike that's jutting from the wall, and you stop, and then you pause, and you see lining this entryway, and like unlike the other one, which had 3 entryways, there's only 1 here. He has basically carved
Like there's like punji spikes the whole way down.
wooden punji spikes angled towards the entrance, all lining the sides to where you have to turn.
It's
and
like a zigzag.
Yeah,
through.
you have to like shuffle your way sideways and then zig in one place and zag. It is very clear that your raptor cannot get through here, Regan. And it might actually be impossible for Rannick to get in here as well. Like he might have to wait outside. Like it's
With the raptor?
he's
It's fine.
yeah, it's definitely built to where anything trying to get in here of a sufficient size or hurry would just impale itself.
Regan's definitely going to tell his raptor to stay and point to a spot just outside the door.
Okay, yeah, it goes there, kind of settles in on its haunches, and it like starts looking about and scanning. If this was the year like 2700 or 3100, we would be getting flashes of like some sort of automated turret like looking around.
Are we going to be able to get the box through that little maze thing?
Like yeah, you guys look back and you see Sarcasmus looking at it. He's like, and he just kind of like puts it to the side, and he says, "Good monster, stay." And he's looking at the raptor. He's like, "Stay," and he starts shuffling very slowly into the burial mound behind you guys. And Rannick mutters something about like staying out here, and you guys head in.
Yep, I head in as well.
Okay. Let me see here.
Is it dark in here?
Oh yes, very dark.
I am going to roll light as I come in here then. So I can get
Okay.
back onto the roll 20, which is right now. Give me
You
1
probably
second.
see light from the bottom.
Yeah, there's definitely like a faint lightning of the dark at the very end of the tunnel, but it's not bright by any means. Do you still want to cast your light spell?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I'm just getting my connection back on here. My Firefox crashed. There we go. I came back. Here, roll it.
All the ingredients exist. Could have been a thing. Could have had the crocodile punted by the ankylosaurs.
Okay, I'm gonna forget the spell.
Okay. All right. So yeah, your mace lights up. Krios, you probably pause as like this bright purple light illuminates the passage behind you, and you see that the shaman has like lit his mace, but now they're all following you inwards. You eventually all get past all these spikes, and I think at one moment you guys like step beneath what is obviously like some sort of trap that's meant to come in from the ceiling, and like you kind of hunch your shoulders, and you come into an entryway. Again, very similar to that kind of trapezoidal entry room that you guys found the first time. There's only there's technically two passages, but the one on the left is utterly collapsed and caved in. It's very clear that this room has been lived in for some time. There seems to be like a makeshift hearth here on one end. There's like a rack with hides that have been tanned. They look like very similar to the hides that are on your raptor.
There's a little pile of what looks like maybe stomachs of some creature.
Yeah.
I would like
This is
to,
definitely like his kitchen / living area, but you do notice that on the right side of the room there is like a small corridor heading further in.
I'm keeping eye out for anything that I might see that appears to be either an illusion or magical, like we've seen in the other place. Like specifically watching where I step, I guess, as I look around here.
You don't notice anything about
Nothing magical here.
about the place. No. Krios, you lead him into your living room. Your sleeping quarters are like just on the other end of this passageway to your right, and there's pretty much nothing else left in this complex. It's just basically 2 rooms and a hallway.
So I take one of the water bags and I over this little fire that I built, I take this what looks like a giant white bowl. And I put it over the fire and I start dumping some water in it and then I put the meat I just collected into it.
And yeah, and by the way, there's basically kind of like we've seen this in the other burial mound. There's basically kind of like a chimney in the roof. It's not actually meant to be a fireplace, but he's basically built like a fireplace / cooking stand beneath it.
I can kind of see
and
the giant white bowl as being like, like the pelvis of a raptor that he's modified or
Oh,
something.
it's some big giant bone of some kind or another.
much bigger than a raptor, probably.
Like the vertebra, some gigantic dinosaur.
Potentially. And yeah, you guys are all in this small but fairly cozy room here, filled with pungent odors, and it is very obvious to you, like after kind of poking around a bit, that like it would be impossible for any outside creature to get in here that would be bigger than a squirrel.
Wow.
Regan's going to ask.
And there's like I think I'll just mention there's probably like on a rack on the wall. There's like a kind of a rack of homemade spears made out of like sticks, and it looks like their tips are fashioned from like claws or teeth. And yeah, like there's just all sorts of implements here. There's probably like a hatchet over here that's made out of stone. And that's all you can see. Like you don't lead him into your bedroom, obviously. So like that's all you see here. But like it's very obvious that he's been living here for a very, very, very long time.
Regan's probably
It's
going
safe,
to
yeah.
at some point inquire how he came to possess such a. I'm gonna kind of look around for a moment. Fancy place.
He just gives you a flat stare. How many other of these have you seen around, Regan? Possession is a thing.
That is true. He's gonna kind of look around for another moment and.
Was empty when I came.
From here originally? I'm gonna ask him. Are you from here?
He just gives you a flat stare.
Regan's gonna turn to Telemon and say that I do, and kind of mutter, I
Someone is
wish our
temporarily
Minotaur was
AFK.
here. I'll turn to Fadine and mutter that I wish that our Minotaur friend could have followed us in here. I think he may be able to communicate a little more effectively than us.
I'll look to Krios and say, Have you always been on this island, kind sir?
Long time, but not always.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, he looks to be in his like what late 20s,
Late
Krios,
20s.
but very heavily weathered, um, very muscular. Like you want to describe yourself, Krios?
Um, I have tormented eyes, untamed hair, weather inappropriate clothing, which consists of like raptor hide and stuff like that. And a mighty body, as you can see in the picture. But and like I have like long dark hair, and it's very untamed, as I said. And I have like this one braid that has a large dinosaur tooth in it that hangs
And-
down at the front.
Like his notable equipment, he's got like obviously a hand fashioned hand axe like on his belt at his side, but his sword, and I'll let you describe this in a second, Foster, is very obviously like steel forged, and like it's a large two-handed sword, very clearly not made on the island. Do you have anything specific you would like to describe about your sword, Krios?
It's like a large triangle, pretty much, and it has a lot of nicks and stuff in it from heavy use. But the hilt is probably like wrapped in more dino leather. It's probably been replaced along the line somewhere.
Yeah, very obviously sort of an older sword, but not ancient. Like he probably didn't find it here. It might be as old as he is. Um,
You can also
So, yeah,
suggest that perhaps he was shipwrecked here as well, to Fadine anyway.
Yes. Well, thank you for sharing your humble home with us, kind sir.
you see Sarcasmos like kind of poking what is obviously like a liver, like and like as he pokes it, it slightly deflates, and there's like a, and Sarcasmos starts coughing and backing away.
Well, basically, he's using like the organs as like water skin, pretty
Yep.
much. But
Oh God.
Yeah,
hey,
every-
that's what they made water skins out of, man.
Everything here seems to be made out of animal parts or plants. It strikes you as the only thing here that looks to be like actually man-made is the sword that he carries.
You can roll
You've
suggest
lived here
or
for
comment.
many years, it seems.
Long time.
You're covered in like scars galore too,
Yes,
right?
yes.
You're basically a combination between Tarzan and Oliver Queen from Green Arrow. Like just scars everywhere.
You can also comment that seem quite resourceful. Perhaps you can be convinced to join us in our quest to reach the center of the island. I know you say it is a bad place, but
Eventually, the stew completes, and he hands you stew in these white bowls.
Yeah, they're really highly polished. Like
Regon, you would note that this is probably a human skull, based on your close contact of all of them.
Wow.
oh God, there's a human skull there. Wait, you're handing me the soup in?
Mm-hmm.
it's like the top part of
The
it.
top
like,
part of it, without
it wouldn't
the
be
jaw and stuff,
recognizable as a human skull.
been smoothed out, but you
And-
would
and-
recognize the
unless
texture
you
probably.
knew. Yeah.
Oh God.
This is quite good.
At least he's not serving you monkey brains.
Yes.
What kind of soup is it? What does it smell like, out of curiosity?
It's the brachiosaur chunk with like some roots and
good.
stuff tossed in.
Yeah, I imagine actually you probably had that chunk, but you probably had like a soup going all day of
Something stewing.
some other meat. Like it would take a long time for you to actually stew the brachiosaur meat. You probably put that in storage or something like that for later. Stewing is probably one of the only ways you have to preserve meat long. You probably don't have a lot of
We-
salt.
We fished an entire chompy out of the stew.
Yeah, if it
Um,
doesn't seem like it's going to poison me, I won't bother to sanctify it.
yeah, everybody seems to be chowing down.
Trios
Like
takes a big
you
bite.
see
You know what?
Sarcasmos sort of poke at it, and then he starts slurping it down like
You know what?
greedily.
Regan's going to politely say a prayer over it, like he's saying grace, but in reality he's sanctifying his soup. Just in
Okay,
case.
give me a roll. That's a
Sanctify the
successful
hell
roll.
out of my soup. After I say my prayer, I will have some of the soup.
Okay, so yeah,
The
you're all
spirit
sitting.
of a small animal you see fly away from the soup.
Yeah, you're all like in there, and like Telemon, you hear a from your pocket.
All right, little one. You shall have some as well.
So Krios, you notice Telemon pull out a baby gigantic turtle from his pocket, and like set it like on his knee and start feeding him some soup. He has
You
sort of a
have-
tattered blue frond on his shell.
Small big shell.
Yeah, just a baby one.
He
though.
belonged to one of our fallen companions.
It looks over at you, Krios, and just goes.
Regan will nod and say that.
Krios thinks to himself that these things make excellent soup, but he won't say
Yeah,
anything.
I think the turtle doesn't notice it, but I think at least one of you notices there's probably a rack, like a homemade shelf somewhere, that basically is his amount of like cutlery and his bowls and stuff. And like there's almost an entire tea set's worth of like tiny turtle shells. Probably holding like various salts and butters and stuff.
One wonders if a soup made from baby turtle healing fronds would have healing properties.
Would it heal you?
Oh God.
As we're finishing up the meal, Padine will start to tell the story of our party, how we got here, what we've been doing here, and what we're planning to do to Krios if he seems at all interested through any of those parts. He falls asleep or goes running inside, pulling out his hair, then I'll stop around.
You don't get any immediate
Black
Lunais
triangles.
actions from him.
Give him the full story, or do you leave certain parts out, like blowing up tombs and?
Yeah, I'll probably leave out the more graphic and terrible
Tribe of
parts.
pale ones inhabits.
Who
Let
are
me tell you
those?
the story of our party. First, we'll start at the beginning. Regan murdered somebody on the beach on accident.
and then,
Krios
brought
doesn't
a
even
big
flinch at
monster.
this.
Yeah,
If our party disappears to the giant,
Regon probably understands looking at the bowls, but you know.
If our party disappears to the Iron Fortress, never seen from again.
Oh no, we saw
Actually, we
some
did. Yeah, we did see them again.
for a little while. Till they
For a
died.
very very brief time. One half of one day.
Yeah. So he seems to
So you,
listen to and engage in the story a little bit.
Well, I think Krios made a comment that got talked
Oh,
over that was probably
Sorry, what was the
important.
comment?
Black
About the-
triangle. Tribe of pale ones inhabits.
Who are these pale ones?
looks at own skin.
Humans, huh?
No, I said that. I don't know if he did or not.
Oh.
Not
Pretty
as
good
pale
laugh.
as you. Big fangs.
That's not good.
Pale and fangs, I'll
More of
say.
these lizard creatures.
Not a lizard.
I think there's like a moment where Krios is just like, those are everywhere.
Yeah, now
Like-
that I'm thinking about that, is that something? I'm not sure what kind of creature it is, so I'll let you decide if I should even roll. Is that something I may have heard of or not? Not sure if it's a what kind of domain this creature may be from, or if that might ring any bells.
The way he's describing it, I'll let you give me a spout lore, but I'm going to say that it's going to be based off of his description of it. So.
Oh, that's completely understandable. I'm okay if I don't get the.
Okay, yeah,
perfect
give me a
results.
spout lore.
Are we gonna do something special with the spout lore rolls?
What do you mean?
Oh yeah, we
You
were
can
supposed to.
try
We were
roll
gonna.
them instead, so we
We were gonna GM them. I forgot about that.
Oh yeah.
But I still
let-
don't know if this is accurate because I don't know. I'm going from Krios' description, so this could be all kinds of wrong, even though I rolled well. So in this case, I don't know what I'm expecting, but in the future, I'll try to remember that.
Pale and fanged definitely sounds to you like vampires, Regan.
Kind of crossing my mind. I wasn't sure if they existed in this universe. So yeah.
Yeah, vampires are undead.
I did say not as pale as them, but you know.
I said from their description. I know what. Believe me, Krios.
Yeah.
I know what you were trying to describe, and I know how you actually described it. So, and I think this is an interesting part of the language barrier here. You think that like immediately comes to mind is like vampires, like the undead. that consulting your knowledge of the undead, Regan, that's what fits with that description.
Regan will probably ask Krios if they come out at day, or if they only come out at the dark.
He like kind of like shrugs, like
Your don't come through.
believe so.
Just gonna kind of look up at Dean and look back at Krios and suggest we may be dealing with an undead issue here. It sounds likely.
Not dead.
Not dead, undead.
Walk on two
I'll-
legs. 4? Do they fly?
Two leg.
Yes, they could be vampires. I agree. Based off of his.
There's certainly no
Krios
reason.
has no idea what a vampire is.
Yeah,
He
I
can't
was about to
yes or
say
no.
Krios has no idea like what these things are called. And so he doesn't know if vampire is the correct name for them or not.
Yeah, that's a reasonable assumption. I'm going to say that perhaps we want to make our move during daylight then, if we are dealing with undead.
So do you guys want to like get a full day's rest in here and then head out tomorrow since it's starting to kind of get nightfall outside?
Seems to be probably the case.
Question: Can I rest without communing? If I'm not healing.
I'm pretty sure. Like you're not going to make camp. Like you're like your goal is to not consume a ration or anything.
Yeah, I don't want to consume a ration. I basically am not looking to refresh my spells. I wanna.
You can. You'll be really hungry tomorrow though, but you can definitely do it. Yeah, like I guess you guys technically just ate. So yeah, you're fine.
I will fast for a day for.
You know
I
what?
believe.
Don't just mark you're down 1 hit point, right? Mark yourself back up to full, Regan. I'm gonna treat it as Krios probably has a stockpile of rations in here worth of dinosaur meat that you guys can probably just eat.
There's probably jerky.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, I mean,
Oh,
we just
cool.
described that there was meat in here, so there's no sense in being nitpicky about it.
I start with
Good
10 uses
soup.
of rations. If you want me to use some, let me know. But,
No, you don't need to. That's just you. That's what you manage to recover from your stockpile when you leave.
Good soup. I'll comment that I feel much better after eating it.
So, you guys are staying here. It's very obvious that you don't need a watch because, like, this guy lives here by himself and he has to sleep at times. The only way you could possibly be in danger is if something intelligent tried to slip through here. And since Krios doesn't mention anything about anybody ever trying to break in here, you guys have to assume that this is probably the safest place in the inner jungle right now. Do you want to just all get like a full night's rest?
We have a Minotaur companion who's out front by himself, though.
Perhaps
Yeah.
bring some food to your Notar Thunder brother.
Appetite will.
Was he thunder or was he lightning? I forget. I'm sorry.
He was lightning,
Oh,
but he was one of the Thunder brothers.
he was one of the Thunder brothers, but okay.
But yeah, he was lightning. I don't know if you would recognize him specifically as lightning though.
I think I'll just
Regan
call him
will,
Thunder brother. Does that work?
Yeah. Regan, you want to bring him some food?
Yeah, I'll bring him some food and I'll
Check
also,
on your raptor.
I'll also order the raptor to stand guard over him while it's out here. So.
Okay. Yeah, you get outside. The raptor has not been slain by Rannick. Everything's good. Rannick has built like a small fire outside. Like there's basically an area just outside the tomb entrance that there's like bare earth, and he's built a very very small fire out of sticks, and he's just kind of warming himself with his back against the tomb. Yeah, or the raptor is eating Rannick, one or the other. And yeah, you guys go inside. I assume Krios, you disappear into your room.
Yep,
And
yep.
everybody else sacks out in the main portion of the.
I come out with like some hides of some furry creature unknown to you.
Yeah. Yeah, he comes out with some
The
some
sacred
hides
forest mammoth.
and in some leathers, puts them down. You guys get some like makeshift bedrolls, and like this is probably the most comfortable you've been. Like this is probably the safest you've felt, like maybe even more safe than staying on the ship. The only time you were probably felt safer was sleeping in the Minotaur village. So yeah, everybody can sleep and rest and do all that they need to do, and we'll just wake up in the morning if we want.
Sounds good to me.
All right. So, yeah, bright and early the next morning, I assume, like Krios, you probably wake up first before every one of them, and you come out and you find them all like just kind of like passed out all over your living room. You eventually wake them all up, and you guys get ready to leave. It sounds like Krios, have you been enticed into at least like helping them explore, or like what are your reasonings here? Like you don't have to explain everything, but like are you actually like going to help them to get to the Black Triangle, so to speak, or what?
I'll ask him if he will come with us.
If my hymns don't come through at all, shit. Oh well.
I find it odd that
We'll
your mic
help
won't
you.
pick up you saying but it'll pick up me dropping something from across the room.
It's the intensity of the sound wave. Anyway, I help you if you help me.
Oh, how do you need help?
Oh, I know where this is going.
Kill Big Fang.
Oh, who's Big Fang?
I glance at like the fang that's like probably 3 inches long, hanging from my.
Yeah. He glances like he
Well, it's
kind of
probably
brings it
like,
over
bigger
his
than that,
shoulder.
but yeah.
No, like that. You might say smaller fang.
Oh, Fang from Big Fang. But I kind of look up at this guy, very big,
So
short arms, big
Wow.
lizard.
Much bigger
Kill
than what we saw
family.
yesterday. It killed your family.
well, if we've already killed one of them, of course we could manage to help you out.
Much bigger.
Says Tell, thinking of the crocodile.
Yeah, like Krios, I think you like another word for this thing is tree shaker.
Shakes trees.
Regan
Huh.
will pause for a moment and look to the others and said, "The bigger they are, correct? We should be able to help him with this. Perhaps we should first convince him to assist us with getting Telemon some assistance, though. We need to reach the place of power to get Telemon's power back, perhaps, or get him some sort of a power to assist us with this giant creature."
Yes, I agree. Yes, we'll aid you in defeating this big fang if you do help us come to the center of the island where the large structures are.
You want to make a parlay roll to see which goes first?
Yeah, it seems like Krios does not trust you guys, and I was actually going to say, like, Krios, you don't have a lot of interaction with people, and these people are trying to get you to do something for them, and it seems like they're trying to put off helping you.
You help first.
You don't necessarily have to make a roll. If you guys both agree on it, you can. But Krios, if you want to put your foot down, you can just say you help first, and that's your stance.
Krios, let me explain our old friend here, Telemon. He's a powerful wizard, but he's been
I
weakened.
look over at the puny-looking man.
But he's been weakened. He has very strong magics, and he's been weakened recently. If we can get his magics back from the places, the pyramids, these magics can easily defeat Big Fang for you.
He is weak and puny.
But his magics are strong.
I think there's just this moment where you say that, and there's just an echo of fireball,
Yeah.
and nothing happens.
Yeah.
And like Krios continues to stare at you. Sarcasmos kind of like scampers up. I have magic.
Yes, Sarcasmos, but Telemon is a much more powerful wizard.
What is this
He pouts at you.
magic spit?
When he's at his full. For now, you are much more powerful than him. What was the question, Krios?
What is this magics?
Magics. Well, we can, I guess, show you an example of some magics. Let me ask you this: how far away is this big fang creature?
Krios, you know that Big Fang is fairly nomadic. Like, it has potentially it has a nest somewhere, but you've never been able to find it.
So he doesn't even know where it is.
Patrols. Or sorry,
Yeah,
I don't know the word patrols.
You know, you definitely
Territory
know some
is
territory
big.
where it claims.
Center of island. Likes to hunt long neck.
The question outside of character: did he see Telemon use the orb? Did that kind of come off as magical?
Telemon glance into a
No.
big sphere thing. I think.
Telemon basically just stared blanklessly into
Okay.
an orb.
Alrighty. Damn. I think we're gonna have to perform some magic first. I don't know. Can I try a parlay with him?
That's only if he accepts it. And it sounds like he's leaning towards no.
I'll give you a parlay at a -2.
That sounds a little bit.
Oh,
That
God.
sounds reasonable. I mean, -1 for the fact that he simply does not have a whole lot of interaction with people, and probably a -1 for another because, like, you guys are definitely pushing towards potentially screwing him if you are not truthful with him. So I think that's fair if you wanna do that.
Before you do, Regan will definitely. Regan's gonna go for it. He's gonna shuffle in his bag and take out those gauntlets and say that we have powerful artifacts that may be able to kill Tree Shaker if we can get your help.
Yeah, Krios, this gauntlet, you only have one, Regan. It's a right-handed gauntlet. It definitely catches your eye in that it reminds you of your sword a little bit. Like, it's definitely like metallic gauntlets. It looks like it could potentially fit your hand. It has been a long, long time since you've seen any sort of piece of armor.
My moon's don't come through, damn it. metal glove.
Yeah, it's worth noting, Frosty. If you turned on push to talk, your hums would come through.
Shut the fuck up, glove.
Wh-
I will say that metal
haven't-
glove, strength of
No.
many men.
Okay,
Yeah,
he
that-
looks at
that's
his mighty
enough.
bicep and goes, I have strength of many men.
Krios, you have no idea where this big fang creature is, but we do know where the pyramids are. If we go to the pyramids first and get that out of the way, we then can search for Big Fang after.
You gonna make a parlay roll or not?
Yeah, like this is the call here. Like you're either gonna have to make a parlay roll, or it sounds like Krios is gonna hold firm here.
All right, I'll do my parlay. I have
All right.
+3, but you're taking away 2, I guess. After
Well, for circumstances, your leverage on the character. Okay, so 11. Oh no, it's a 9.
9, then, yeah.
Okay, so out of 7 to 9, they need some concrete assurance of your promise right now.
Do you have any idea of where it might be?
You definitely know where it typically stalks, Krios. You
Likely to be.
Okay. Is it closer to or further from the pyramid? I make the little pointy.
Depending on which side of the pyramid it's stalking currently, it might be either or.
yeah.
Okay.
Megan does lean over to Padine and whisper that if we're going to fight vampires, perhaps bringing a tree shaker along with us might not be such a
Oh God.
horrible
Jesus. Zombie
I
T-Rex.
foresaw that. And I think like it definitely occurs to you guys that you have Super Death Raptor outside as well.
How about this? We search around the pyramids for Big Fang. If we do not find him around the pyramids, then we go inside the pyramids and search for him after coming from the pyramids. Does that sound like a good idea? So we'll be searching for Big Fang first.
So what
around-
concrete evidence are you offering?
That's what I'm offering. That we search around the pyramids first. and stop
Concrete
there.
evidence has to be like, I mean,
We won't be going into the pyramids first. We won't be going direct path there.
I
We'll be
guess
just going around
that's a potentially viable point. I guess the concrete evidence here is Krios. If they keep trying to go to the pyramid and they don't stop to look for Longtooth or for Big Tooth, Big Fang,
Long Fang.
then you have your
Big Fang.
evidence that they're not leading up to your deal. So the evidence would be them actually helping you. And if they don't, then you are not beholden to the bargain.
My big thing is that we don't go 2 days journey away, back down river and end up back
Yes.
where we started.
I come with you.
Very good.
But
Right, so-
I kill Big Fang.
All right.
So Krios, you want to gather your equipment from your abode.
Yep.
You go and you stock up on some things. Do you want to? Let me see here. I have something I can potentially offer you.
Okay, solution 1: chuck the vial of boom down the T-Rex's throat.
That's always an option.
That wouldn't allow him to kill it. Is the problem.
I feel like kill everybody.
True. The whole vial, yeah.
I believe Hold Person works on humanoids, but
Yeah,
I
I
think
was
it's
betting
literally
something-
a person.
It might hold a small one, maybe I could potentially argue for, but I don't think I'm going to try to argue for holding a friggin' T-Rex with it. It's a little out of the intended
it
scope.
might work on something else that was human-shaped, but at least that's the way I would read it anyway.
It'd have to be like
Yeah,
a
it says
person-sized
person.
object, probably humanoid.
Yeah, I was thinking a person-sized sentient object would be more likely the case. At least that's what I would try to at least check out.
Yeah, if this were D&D, I would word it as a medium creature, but
Yeah, I'm not gonna try and hold a friggin' T-Rex with it. I don't think that would end well.
All right, so Krios, you're bundling all your stuff up. Do you want to take a throwing spear with you as well? Like you can take a couple if you want.
Yeah, I'd probably take like 2 or 3.
Okay, so stats on throwing spears.
How heavy are they for a spear?
Like technically, a spear is reach thrown near 1 weight. I could have sworn there was a throwing spear here that was like a bundle, but I guess it's just going to. I guess it makes sense because they're very big and cumbersome. It's going to be 1 weight for each spear, but you can take as many as you want because I mean, like we're going to say you have a lot of them at your home.
I'll take 3. And
Okay.
If I need to, I can just drop them.
Yeah, definitely so. They're
One
pretty
question,
expendable.
Chris. During our downtime, if Regan asks if he can take a look around, would you let him take a look around this place, or would you be defensive of this idea?
Depends.
I was just gonna take a look around down the hallway. Basically, my line of thinking. Yeah, well, I'll just see what you would say first. You'd be opposed to this or not?
Do not touch chest.
Oh,
Regan-
that makes me want to go over there and open.
And so
Regan will nod and ask, "Is it yours?"
Fine.
Regan will nod and say, "Then it will not be touched." And then at some point, I kind of just want to take a look around. I'm getting the feeling that Krios might not be the person to put the biggest value on books or potential artifacts. He might have left something like that laying around in this place.
If there was, he probably burned them. Just saying. But...
all right, so you go into the back room. This hallway that leads there is only about 8 feet. And you come into what is obviously like a small, like, living chamber. What probably would have been for a priest or something, or maybe you're not entirely sure. Actually, it probably heavily resembles that embalming room. There's no tools lying around or anything, but there is kind of like a stone slab here that he has. You probably have some furs on off the floor.
He probably
the
uses
room
it as
is-
a bed.
The room is probably like 8 by 12, maybe. It's not very big. It actually might be a little bit smaller than that. Inside, there's like furs and stuff on his bed. There's some, like, you probably have trophies hanging from the ceiling. Like, not a lot, but like maybe some trophies from your various kills. You notice a very old wooden chest against the wall.
I vote across the top of the ceiling is 1 tooth from every dinosaur Krios has ever killed.
It's possible. There's not much else in here, I don't think, unless like Krios. Would there be anything else in your room aside from that?
There's probably a small mirror sitting on top, like a hand mirror on top of the chest.
Yeah, just laying on the
but,
top of the chest.
But it's probably
kind of-
very
it's
bare bones.
it's scratched in a few places, but it's still relatively intact.
Do I see anything overtly like I guess hidden about the chest? And if not, I'm gonna walk. Like, does it look like there's anything horrible about it, or does it just look like it's probably just his crap?
It looks like a chest. It's not open.
Yeah, I'm not gonna touch it if it doesn't look like there's anything unusual. But I am just going to head back to the main room and continue on.
All right. So, yeah, Krios gathers up some rather large spears, like tipped with like fangs that are probably like 6 inches long. And yeah, you all eventually make your way out. Rannick has kind of, made away of his campfire. The raptor is in the exact same place that it was, and in the exact same position it was. And when you exit the place, Regan, like, it just kind of slowly turns its head towards you, like kind of gold eyes looking at you. And you can tell it's, waiting for further instructions. Who do you wish the Terminator to slay? That sort of thing. And yeah, you're all standing outside of Krios's abode, getting
How big
ready
is
to
the
leave.
raptor, by the way?
So it's bigger than a person. It's debatable about, like, I would say the closest thing would be like a large horse, but it's hard to really say because like horses are on 4 legs, this thing's on 2, and it's much more vertical than a horse. But like you can generally say it's horse-ish sized.
I was gonna say, Regan, if it looks like it's possible in this terrain, Regan might just come out and climb right up on it and treat it like
There
a
you go, there you
horse.
go, Regan. Pick your raptor.
Yeah, like it'll definitely like just let you climb on top of it. You realize immediately once you get on there that you have like no way to hold on to it though.
Yeah, I'm gonna need a saddle or something for that. No, I was
Yeah.
dumb.
Yeah.
That's a nice
Unfortunate.
chart, by the way.
It's an Achelobator size.
Oh, let me look.
Actual velociraptors are pretty tiny. It was tinier than
Yeah.
Jurassic Park depicted them.
Yeah, that teal blue one, a Chilobador or whatever.
Cool, sounds good to me. That thing's awesome.
I haven't seen the new Jurassic Park movie yet, so don't look
Yeah,
at
me neither.
I won't say anything about
No
it.
spoilers.
No spoilers.
I was going off of default Jurassic Park. You don't need anything else. So yeah, you guys are getting ready to go. To your north lie the pyramids. Somewhere to the northeast-ish is probably the Big Fangs hunting grounds. This week, like it's probably hunting along there. Krios.
So I
Lead
lead
the
them that way.
Rios, to the stalking grounds near the pyramids.
He likes to hunt long neck.
All right, give me a Trailblazer roll for Krios, I guess. And a
Ooh, that's bad. Bad this time.
yeah, it's gonna take you. At least it wasn't the next roll. Regan, I assume you're keeping an eye out as normal. I think your Raptor's probably helping you.
Oh yes, definitely. I am.
Can you give me a scout roll? Okay.
Not the best, but
That's
it's
not
been
bad.
much worse.
If
Yeah,
there
it's been
is,
much worse.
I think if there is trouble, you notice it as it is upon you. I think that is the rule. Yeah, okay. Alright, so you're making your way through the jungle. And Krios, you stop and you find some dino squat, and everybody's amazed by the fact that this dino squat is bigger than a goat. And Krios like looks off and he says, "This way," and he leads you in one direction. He gets a little bit turned around, like it seems like maybe he found like an older trail of this creature. And you guys are definitely out here for a little while, trying to find where it is. Like I think you guys left probably about 7 or 8, and it's definitely afternoon already. Like probably like 12 o'clock. And you guys have been trekking through the jungle. There's flies buzzing around. And you have yet to find it. But Krios keeps insisting that you're getting close. But he has been insisting you're getting close for the last 2 hours.
Of course we are. Are we getting further from the pyramids?
They're now kind of off on your left.
West,
Yeah, like a little bit northwest, but mostly west. You're
Are we
roughly about the
making, like, a
same
tangent
distance.
line? Yeah.
Roughly about the same distance as you were before, maybe a little bit closer.
All right.
You definitely could have been there by now, though, like long ago.
I think we should continue on to find Big Fang.
Okay.
Egan might approach him at some point if I could get him close enough and ask if he's sure he knows where this creature is. I have not felt any tree shake since we've left camp.
Its territory is large.
Said it like to hunt the long neck, yes? Were they not further to the west?
That is why we are going west.
Yeah.
So we're now gonna head back towards the pyramids.
Through this trek, I think Rannick makes his way up to you, Regan, and he says, "The deal was not to hunt some creature in the interior."
Rannick Regan will nod and sigh and point to Krios and say that perhaps you can speak to him. He seems to respect you, and our mission is to help your brother after all, and as well as help this whole island. Perhaps you can convince him to give this up if we do not find this creature soon. It is a distraction, I agree. It is slowing my mission as well. Regan's going to appear very frustrated about this sidetrack as well.
All right, so Rannick eventually makes his way up to the front of the pack and to you, Krios, and he says,
Thunder brother.
he gives you a nod. Longtooth, tell me about this creature. Why do we hunt?
Revenge.
What did it do?
Kill family.
Yeah, he gives you like a long look.
Many years ago.
You have lived here for many years. You have attempted to hunt it before.
Yes, but it wasn't strong enough.
Perhaps this time you will be. The rest of you see, Rannick kind of take a position like off to the flank of Kiros, his spear kind of at the ready. He definitely seems to be a little bit more satisfied with the arrangement now.
I have suddenly become a attractive elven pilot guy.
Really?
Heroes.
Oh, Krios. Did I say Kiros?
Yeah, you
'Cause
said heroes.
Okay, I think you actually said Kiros earlier too. I'm having a hard time with it. We'll get it.
Alright. I chose a name that was too similar to another.
Just don't call him Padine.
You mean the Great Padoon?
Or Padoon, yeah.
Okay.
At least you haven't called him Akrios yet, so it's okay.
All right. So several hours in, Krios, you stop, and you're all in. It's not really a clearing. It's sort of just like a. It's probably like there was probably a wildfire here at one point that kind of burned a scar through the jungle, and there's no evidence of the fire anymore. But it's obvious that the trees here are small, and so like they're kind of growing back here, and it's obvious that the larger creatures of this area have been making use of this and have kind of trampled the ground here and have been using it as a path. Krios, you come across the carcass of what is obviously one of the three-horned ones, or not one of the three-horned ones. Yeah, I guess one of the three horns. It like there's flies buzzing around here. All of you like see this, like it's definitely desiccated, but like before it died, it must have been very big, probably about as big as those things that he called the big scales, the plated ones. It seems to have like three large horns, like one on its nose and two growing from the top of its head, and these horns are massive. And it seems to have like a large bite out of its side, and like many small bites everywhere else. But like it definitely seems like this thing has been dead for a couple of days. And Krios, you scoot down to examine the corpse, I assume.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's flies everywhere. It's been dead a couple days.
Big Fang here. Several days.
Why take the one bite and the rest?
I want to try to. I'm going to come over and examine it, and I want to tempt 1 second.
God, Regan's gonna come out of this with a
Discern-
pack of dinosaurs.
I'm actually gonna go with discern realities. As I look
Alright.
over the kill and look around the area.
Give me a discern realities roll and tell me how you're gonna like be following its blood trail or something.
Let me see here what roll I got, and I'll tell you. Okay, I got that 8, so it looks like I get to ask 1, I think.
Yeah.
What? Let's see here. What is about to happen? I guess. Does it look like there's any kind of potential of an ambush in this area?
You say what is about to happen, and there is a, and then you hear like the sound of a tree falling in the jungle, probably 40 feet away, and like everybody jumps and you turn and like off to your east, yeah, like a tree has just fallen in the jungle. Regan, you are about to be attacked.
Big Fang comes. Maybe.
Regan is going to.
Or Long Neck, but Big Fang more likely.
All right,
Regan's
so
going
out
to
of
get
the
his mace
jungle,
out.
yeah, out of the jungle, we just hear, and like a tree like shatters directly in front of you, and what could only be described as the largest mouth full of the largest teeth on the planet just trundles out of the forest, and it bellows again, and a T-Rex runs out into the clearing.
Say hello
Let's-
to Big Fang.
Yeah, like Krios like stands there like readying himself.
I ready a spear.
Yeah,
I
like
can see the barbarian just like cracking his neck while he's just standing there.
yeah. I think everybody else has a moment to piss themselves
Yeah, that sounds about right.
because there has never been a more fearsome thing you have ever seen. This is far more terrifying than the undead dragon you guys fought.
Holy so, since I can't even stun
I
this
think
and turn undead.
Krios, I think you're not stunned by this sort of action. I'm gonna say you go first. There is a moment where it pauses and it looks almost directly at you, and you notice there's like a scar down the side of its face over its eye, like a pink scar that's very old, and this is definitely the big tooth. What do you do,
I
Krios?
let out like a war cry, and as I like charge the beast, I throw my spear.
Okay.
Volley, right?
Yeah, this would be volley.
Now, the D6 was the higher.
Yeah.
So there is a complication.
All right. All right. So you go to throw your spear.
And
Roll your.
I guess it's like breaks. I gotta open the book and look at what it says for volley.
Yeah. What? Well, what is your? You choose a negative thing for volley.
Yeah, I gotta look at volley.
To note, you don't have to look in the book. It is on the
Multiple
basic and
ammo,
special
take
moves
what
of
you
the
get,
RPG.
or attract attention, I think.
Attract attention. Already attracting attention.
Yeah.
Okay.
Give a shot placing yourself in danger.
All right. Roll your damage.
Where'd you get the
Ooh.
plus one?
Oh, actually, yeah, it should be a +1 on that. Sorry, it should be just 7.
Where do you get your +1?
It's from the the two-handed sword.
Back
But
in
it wouldn't be
okay.
on the spears. Yeah, so
And on your original roll, you should not had a 1, right?
I thought I had that.
Because your dex is 0.
Oh, what's an 8 then? Okay, sorry. I thought I had
It's
1.
same
That's where I
result.
was gonna put a point soon.
That's
That's why I was thinking that. Sorry,
Yeah.
it is 0.
Okay, so you hurl this spear, and it flies out. Let me find the T-Rex page.
Let's make a difference between an 8 and a 9
I-
anyway.
I was shuddering when I built this monster.
Uh-oh.
Okay, so your spear flies out, and it strikes it right in the chest, and it buries deep into like its chest, like beneath one of its small arms. It definitely goes in very far. You definitely deal some damage to it. Let me mark its current health. You did 8.
It's 7.
7, actually. Yeah.
Oh, 7. Okay, so that's... Okay, so yeah, like, it definitely sinks into this thing. The complication is that, you notice that there is blood on its side, and not from your spear. And you see the gashes of what look to be claw marks. And from out of the jungle come a pack of raptors. 3 raptors. I guess no, 2 raptors dive out of the jungle. Initially chasing the T-Rex and like snapping at its heels, and it bellows and it snaps its jaws at one of them. And for dramatic effect, I will say it grabs one and it bites it in half. And it flings pieces of it everywhere.
Everybody else may prepare to shit themselves now. Okay.
Yeah. Let's see here.
Victor
I
has
think-
speakers muted for some reason.
I think
I'm
Regan.
back, sorry.
Regan, you're snapped back into action as these like 2 raptors dart out of the jungle, and one is immediately ripped in half by this giant thing in front of you. Your raptor is like waiting to pounce at your side, like it's like a rubber band pulled all the way back, and it's just waiting for you to release.
How tall
What
are
do
the
you
trees
do?
around here?
The trees are all like at least 30 feet at the very shortest.
Okay, I'm gonna make a quick up motion point and whisper something, and my raptor try to convince it to go up the tree, and then I'm gonna stand near the base of the tree with my lit up mace, and I'm gonna go for a taunt on the ginormous
Okay.
tree shaker.
Wow.
All right, so can you give me a dexterity roll with your raptor?
Is it possible to defend myself and taunt at the same time, or no?
Is taunt a specific move?
The only taunt that exists is the barbarian's taunt.
Yeah. So you can defend yourself. You're gonna have to do. The thing is, you can't just yell at it and get its attention, Regan. You're gonna have to actually do something to get its attention, and in the process of doing that, that will consume your action, and you will not be able to defend that turn.
Ah, I see.
Also,
Okay.
I have a brief question about mechanics.
Yes.
It says, for what are you waiting for? It says, when you cry out a challenge to your enemies,
Mm-hmm.
is that my action for the turn, so to speak? Or can I do that just by screaming?
We've played it a little bit loosely. Like sometimes we've said that is your full action. Sometimes I've let you work that into something.
Just wondering.
You can probably couple that with an attack, but you have to tell me that beforehand.
Right, just
And
wondering.
just to tell you, it's not a guarantee. Like it's
Okay,
just
okay.
basically how I feel the fight is flowing. So,
Okay.
Regan, you
I
run
am
up to a
going to,
tree and you pat the tree and you like basically give it the mental command to climb.
I know what I'm gonna do as a follow up. I'm going
So
to.
that happens. Can you get before you do anything else? Can we get a dexterity roll for your raptor?
Oh, okay. Sure.
I think you gave your +4 to strength and con, so this is going to be your +2. So 2d6 +2. Yeah, man. This raptor, like you guys see it, and it starts sinking its claws into the tree, and like it jumps like 10 feet into the air, lashes onto the tree, and starts scrambling up, bark and splinters flying everywhere. What do you do with your actual action, Regan, as you get to the tree?
My actual action, I am going to hook my my bell mace back onto my belt real quick, and I am going to rip out I want to get its attention. I'm going to get the mysterious Will of Kings, and I'm going to pull that out, and I'm going to command that the raptor submit to the. I'll exclaim it loudly. Submit to its to our party and
Okay.
surrender.
All right. So you rip it out, and you're like, as you do, like what would be a third raptor runs out of the jungle, and it pauses, like taking everybody in, and already one of the raptors has been killed by the T-Rex. One of them is now like flanking the T-Rex, and one of them has jumped out and was apparently going to attack the T-Rex and notices all of you guys, and it stops. And like it gets your attention, like you get its attention as you like shout at it and you command it, and it just starts straight for you, Regan.
Ooh, boy.
I'm gonna say, Padine, you're next. You see all of this happening. What do you do, Padine?
I'm going to break into the warrior's song and begin my singing tunes as a reddish kind of stream of magical mist goes towards Krios, and I haven't used this one yet, so I'm going to try to describe it as a like a off bluish or like an aqua bluish mist goes towards Regan.
Okay, so what do you? Let's.
They are the damage forward to Krios, and next time someone assists Regan, they get a +2 to that assist instead of the +1.
Okay. All right. So let's get an arcane arts roll from you. Using charisma. All right. Yeah, on a 7 to 9, your spell still works, but you draw unwanted attention or your magic reverberates.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
And
So
it's
you
the, +2d4
to Krios.
to Krios, I think. Let's see.
All right.
Total.
Krios, you feel like you already had adrenaline surging through your body, and this is an old friend, but suddenly you feel it like triple, and like your muscles bulk up, and like you're shocked for a second as you prepare to like, you know, I guess you're probably unsheathing your sword at this
Yes,
point,
as I run at it.
and you feel like you feel adrenaline pumping through you. I'm not going to give you your turn yet. We're going to go to Telmon. I'm just telling you that you feel
Okay.
like adrenaline surging through you. You were giving Regan the next time somebody successfully assists with aid, they get +2 instead of +1.
Yeah.
Everybody becomes imminently aware that Regan is in danger. And they all notice this like blue streaming effect leading their attention to Regan. Everybody doesn't have to assist him, but everybody is like made aware of the danger, and so can effectively react a little bit quicker, and thus give him an extra +1 when aiding him if they're going to aid him. Telemon, what do you do? There is a raptor running at Regan. There is a giant T-Rex that could probably destroy the world, and it is probably about 30 feet in front of Krios, and there is a raptor like harassing it, but I mean it's only harassing it.
I'm gonna pull out an old friend, the Book of Corin.
Ooh.
Hold it forth and bring forth the energies therein, and roll my dice.
Oh, barely.
7. I pick a target, you pick a target.
Okay. All right. What is your target?
I want the raptor that's charging Regan.
Ooh, that's cool. I think this is what, a 2d4.
I do 44, and the target you choose gets 2d4.
Oh yeah, you do 44. Oh, that's gonna be fun. All right, can you roll a 2d4 for me, please? And make sure you mark off a charge from the book.
Yeah, of course I get high dice on the 2d4. I always do.
Yeah. All right, so, Regan, this raptor is diving straight at you, and it jumps into the air, its claws raised, and you're holding the mace aloft, and you're just like, oh fuck, it didn't work. all of a sudden this beam of like fiery coherent light strikes it in midair and blows it like 3 feet to the side before it just vaporizes and goes and like it goes giblets everywhere. You have scant seconds to celebrate that somebody has blown up the raptor before you yourself are hit with a beam yourself and are hit for 6 damage.
Ooh, is that damage armor soaking or no?
It is not
armor-
piercing.
Armor does soak up that damage.
Oof. Yeah, that's I'm always screaming, "Thanks, Pella!" and then immediately thrown before I can finish my words.
Yeah, like you're
You're
knocked
back.
to like your knees, I guess. Krios, like this T-Rex, like snaps at the raptor, and then did somebody choose take unwanted attention earlier?
I did. Way back when I healed.
I think Padine, you chose
Yeah.
that as well, right?
Well, that would be your choice on my 7 and 9 for the arcane art.
Yeah.
Or for reverberated or got on.
Yeah.
I think that also
Yeah,
barbarians
I
take a
gave
modern
you the
assistant
effect
as
for
an
both
attack.
of them. Like your spell is going off, and you think like it's gone off without a hitch, and then you realize that this T-Rex is running straight at you, Padine.
Oh, shit.
Krios, you have enough time to attack this thing before it gets to Padine. But it is in effect if you guys had freight trains in your world, like trying to stop a freight train. What do you do, Krios?
I wish to attack at it while screaming, "For my family!"
Okay. If you roll high, I mean, you could technically do a whole lot of damage to this thing. Let's get a hack and slash here. Ooh, damn, that's a high
Nice.
roll. All right, give me your damage roll.
With plus 2d4 on top of it.
Five.
Oh.
Bullshit.
Oh my
I thought the 15 was
God.
in it for a second.
Oh my god.
That's the worst thing ever.
Oh.
Oh,
So
man.
many ones.
Krios, you run at it, and like you feel this surge, and then like the thing is, you are ready to like chop at this thing, but its weight disturbs the ground at its feet as it starts to run past you, and the soil sinks down, and like you suddenly find your angle shifted like maybe by 15 degrees, and what would have been a slash like that would have opened up its belly just slashes across its thigh and it bellows. But yeah, like what would have been possibly a mortal wound, it only turns into like a surface hit. And this thing continues to charge straight at Padine.
Come
Padine,
at me, you big.
I'm gonna give you an action here, because we're rolling right around to your turn, and this is not a very fast creature. But on the other hand, I'm just gonna tell you, it has very large legs and very large footsteps. So like, dodging out of the way could potentially be very troublesome. Like it has really low acceleration, but
Yeah.
potentially a big top speed.
Are there any like trees or rock formations around us that I could use to get into?
You guys are currently on this kind of path through the jungle. You could potentially try to make a rush for one of the trees. There is a tree nearby where Regan is. I think that's probably the closest, but it is still like 25 feet or 30 feet away. Like it would be a hard run, and you would definitely have to devote yourself to running.
Okay. I'm going to devote myself to running towards the tree.
Okay, give me a dex roll. All right, a 9. All right, I'm gonna read this very carefully here, because anything involving the T-Rex, I will not lie, could be potentially life-threatening. So I'm gonna make sure I do this properly. When you act despite an imminent threat or suffer calamity, see how you deal with it and roll by getting out of the way or acting fast with Dex. On a 7 to 9, you stumble, hesitate, or flinch. The GM will offer you a worse outcome, hard bargain, or ugly choice. You start to run, and you trip over a stick, and you just start scrambling. Like, you throw Sarcasmos out of the way behind you, and you just start like scrambling for cover, like this feeling of outright terror in your mind. Like, it's not very hard for like a run for cover to turn into like an animalistic retreat. As you're running, you realize very quickly that there are a lot of other targets out in the clearing for it to deal with. If you, I guess your ugly choice here is you could stand, you could turn around and try to fight it, or distract it somehow, or something, or you could lose it in the trees. But if you do so, it will almost certainly turn on one of your companions.
I think I'm gonna have to go for the tree still.
Okay. All right. So yeah, you dart, throw Sarcasmos out of the way. You hear like a, and you like just run past Regan as Regan's getting back up to his feet, his chest smoking from this Iron Man shot, basically. Telamon, besides you, Rannick has raised his spear, and he's trying to push you back out of the way, Telamon, like he's got a hand on your chest. And the T-Rex turns, and like you two are the closest to it now, aside from Sarcasmos, but Sarcasmos is very small and he is on the ground right now. He basically sees the largest threat there is, which is the Minotaur, and he chomps at it. Telamon, you're forced back by Rannick as he like puts his hand on your chest and shoves you out of the way of danger, as his other arm is ripped off by the T-Rex. And you just hear like a horrible, painful shriek. And as like the T-Rex basically grabs him by the arm as he attempts to try to pull back, you hear a snap as Rannick's spear just like explodes in this thing's mouth. And his arm from the right shoulder is torn clean off. And he tumbles to the ground, blood spurting everywhere. Telamon, you are probably 8 feet away from the mouth of the T-Rex. The T-Rex is currently gulping down a Minotaur arm, along with fragments of what was probably once a legendary spear of some sort. The Minotaur has now just like fallen and collapsed onto the ground between you and it. Regan is near a tree. His raptor is up on top of it. He's looking slightly stunned, like he's just getting back up onto his feet. Kyros is like kind of turning around and setting himself up for another attack, but a raptor is running at him. And Padine has just bolted off into the jungle, like to hide behind one of the trees. What do you do, Telamon? I'm once again going to preface this because I don't want anybody to have this come out of the blue. T-Rex could potentially one-shot people. It is a very, very nasty beast. I'm just gonna say, like, don't underestimate, but do what your character would do. Like, just realize that this is a one-hit killing machine some of the time. That was the purpose of poor Rannick there, to illustrate that.
I'm currently deciding whether Tel would run away, which is very easy with the Mantle of Aetherius, or try a very risky maneuver that probably won't kill it, is the thing. The other option, which I'm not sure I want to try to do, is to probably kill it if I hit. But we won't have it for later.
I think I know exactly what you're thinking, and yeah, that is a hard call.
It's currently right in front of you by 8 feet. Its face is like it's bent down, because it had to bend down to bite off Rannick's arm, and so like it's 8 feet in front of you, and it's roughly at level.
Critical. I'm gonna throw in a stall at it with the purpose of killing anything.
Oh shit! All right,
Yeah,
I wasn't
knew that's what you
expecting
were
that.
thinking.
I was thinking he was gonna use the ring. All right, so you're gonna throw Nishtal with the
The
purpose
ring only
of
does
killing
44. It doesn't pierce armor.
it.
It's probably a volley roll, and my volley's not good.
Let me look at Nishtal before you do anything.
It does use wisdom instead of dex, but
All right, Nishtal. If you were to throw Nishtal with the purpose of killing a foe, no matter the cost, it will grant you a singular power to strike any foe unerringly. Roll your normal damage plus 1d100. Nishtal leaves this realm the same way it arrived, in a bolt of indigo lightning which ignores all armor or material, magic or otherwise, and streaks upward into the heavens, even if they are not visible. You do not have to roll a volley. That was the whole purpose of the it strikes any foe unerringly. This is a guaranteed hit. Roll your damage plus 1d100.
Telemon is going to burn every one use artifact.
oh,
Oh
Five.
my
Oh
god!
my god!
You rolled a 5 on a D. Is everybody here for this? Is Recluse here?
Gosh, yes, I'm here.
Oh.
my
Yep,
God.
that's the downside
yeah,
of a
I kind of figured
D100.
that.
He didn't kill it, so maybe it
Yeah,
won't
the
disappear.
first time I saw it say plus 1d100, I knew that's probably how it was going to be.
Well, no, you can't say probably because it
I
has
know,
an equal chance to
But
be
that's
anywhere
my
on the 100
odds
scale.
on a d100.
And the thing is, you don't have to roll to hit. All right. So Telemon, like you're considering your options, and you pull the spear, and you throw it. It's heavy in your hand. It's like your body is weary, and you hurl it. And all of you hear the crack of thunder. As soon as this thing leaves Telemon's hand, it transforms into a bolt of purple lightning. I literally just read the description, Regan. It flashes straight through the T-Rex. It burrows through its chest and comes out like its back flank, and it just stands there for a moment, like smoking like out both of its holes, and then it lets out this bellow, and it goes to sweep you with its tail, Telemon, as the purple lightning fades off into the sky. It's yeah. All right. So yeah, you want to try to dodge out of the way, or what do you want to do?
To escape with the Mantle Aetherius.
Okay, so this is going to be acting quickly. This will be using intelligence, I think. I guess quick thinking or acting. I think this would be quick thinking, so intelligence. It's definitely very clearly in the description there, Regan. Ooh, yeah, that's a success. This tail swings straight through you where you would have been, Telemon, and like with you just slip out of existence. Where do you reappear?
Where it came from, back behind it, that direction.
Okay,
I
so
think
like back at
the opposite
the
end of the clearing.
clearing of the where the broken trees are near the edge of the jungle.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So yeah, you snap into existence there with a crack, and you turn around and you see like this tail just sweep straight through where you would have been. I think, Rannick, his body or his living body, you don't really know, is like it's not directly hit by the tail, but like the gust of wind from it like just sends it like kind of tumbling off further into the brush. Regan, like you have like a front row seat to all this. Is like Telamon throws the spear and it flashes straight through the beast, but like it's a really weak bolt of lightning, and it does not kill the T-Rex. And suddenly, since it did a tail whip and it turned around, it's like facing directly towards you. Your raptor is directly above you, on a branch like 20 feet up. Rannick has probably been killed. You see Sarcasmos dizzily getting to his feet, and it doesn't seem that he knows that he is right next to the T-Rex. And Telamon has just disappeared from sight. What do you do, Regan?
This could be potentially crazy, but
Oh,
I'm gonna
and
do it.
you see, I think before Krios does, because Krios, would it be fair to say your attention is solely on the T-Rex?
Oh yes, I was gonna use what are you waiting for, but I haven't had a chance yet. So that's my next action.
You see that there's a raptor running directly at Krios's back as well.
I don't even know if this is going to work or if it functions this way, but I don't know in character either, so I'm going to try it. The T-Rex is looking at me, correct?
Yes.
I'm going to try to position myself in a place where I might be able to get out of the way if it comes towards me, but
You're okay.
once it starts charging, but I am going to try to use... I don't even know if this is going to work because it's an animal, so I guess I'll find out. I'm going to try to scream out an order while still clutching the scepter and raising it very high with absolute conviction that order it to change targets. I'm going to tell it no as it approaches Kyros, and then I will that one and point towards.
Yeah, you hold the
T-Rex.
scepter aloft, and it has absolutely no reaction to you, as you do so.
Now I know.
Krios, you're like, I think you're in the process of running at the T-Rex, and you're like, you want to do your shout.
Come at me, Big Fang! As I run towards.
Come at me, bro.
You mad, bro?
Yeah, that's you. You make a roll with your con, right?
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna let you do that, and I'm gonna tell you a little bit more. That's definitely a success. Like Regan shouts that, and the thing takes a step towards him, and then you yell, and like you're running with your sword raised up over your shoulder at it, and like it definitely recognizes you as a threat, and maybe one that it is faced before. As you're running, you hear behind you the sound of big claw feet, perhaps a dozen feet away from you, directly behind you. So right now you're running at the T-Rex, who is turned to face you, and there is something making a beeline straight towards your back. So like we're kind of in like a line situation where you're directly between these two things. You still have time for an action. What do you do?
I'm not in range of the T-Rex yet.
Not for a sword swing, no.
I swing my sword at the one chasing me.
Like I will say,
Or
that
like
you
as
could,
like
you
a
could
roundhouse
run.
slash.
You could use your turn to run and slash at the T-Rex. I'm just saying, like, you're mid-run, and I'm giving you an opportunity as you're midway between both of these things to choose your action. You could run.
I attack the
and-
T-Rex if I have the option to.
Okay. All right. Can you? I think you can use your Herculean appetites every time you're trying to use pure destruction, right?
Anytime I want to absolutely kill something, I think. But
Okay. All right. I'm just
it
making
doesn't have
sure.
a limit on it. It just says anytime you're in pursuit of one of your appetites.
Okay. I'm gonna say that you have to have a reason to purely want to destroy something. You absolutely do in this case, though. So it totally fits. Like something will have had to have stirred your rage or something in order to kind of trigger your pure destruction. I think, unless you somehow talk me into it. I don't know that it can apply to every single melee attack roll, but it certainly does in this case. Yeah. So do you want to give me your hack and slash as you charge straight at the T-Rex? That's
14.
that's a success. All right. Roll your damage.
That's better.
Oh! All right. Krios, you're seeing red. Like the
Oh,
edges of your
maximal
vision.
red.
Yeah, the edges of your vision are red, and you just have total tunnel vision. You know that there's this thing that could potentially kill you directly behind you, but you just don't care. And you see this thing that ate your parents directly in front of you, and you just run at it, and it stops, and it sets its feet, and it starts to lower its jaw, and it opens its maw, um, and I think what happens is you
Can I
at the
leap and
very
just
last.
cut right through its head?
I don't know that you with a 10 could physically decapitate a T-Rex, but I think this is going to be just as good. You run and you duck out of the way of its jaw, and you stick your sword straight up beneath its neck, and you reinforce it against your shoulder, and you just start running, and you basically split the T-Rex like in two at the bottom. Um, and like I think Regan, you see like as you're still shocked that this thing didn't work, you see Krios run like right at this thing that could potentially just outright kill him. Um, Stick his sword up into its neck, drag it through its chest, and then open up its belly. And probably 6 inches behind him as he's running, its entrails are opening up and just spilling onto the ground behind him. And you run out from behind him, Krios, like beneath its tail. This foul stench all behind you. There's blood down your back. And you turn and it collapses. And like all of its innards have just spilled out onto the
I
ground.
raise my bloody sword to the sky and I'm like, for my family! As the
Yeah.
sword rips down across me.
Yeah, that definitely happens. Padine, you're I think you're in, like next to Regan, next to the tree. You've got your bow, and you see that Krios is celebrating, like killing this thing. And I think for a second you're just amazed. This barbarian would run straight at this thing that does D12 plus 7 damage, or rather did D12 plus 7 damage. I'm just gonna kind of say that. Also, you're pretty amazed that he actually managed to just disembowel it completely. And then you notice that he can't see it because it's on the other side of the T-Rex's corpse. The raptor that was chasing him is in the process of running and is about to leap over the corpse and dive at Krios.
I will cast Hold Person on the Velociraptor.
The keyword there is person. I don't
it?
think that
And
works.
so horse
We were
size
just having a
doesn't work.
discussion about the creature's size.
I'm going to look up the spell, but like my first instinct, and again I haven't looked at it yet, the word person definitely like stands out.
Yeah, the spell says person where you look at it.
Yes. Just says
Choose a
target
person you can see. Yeah, that
Alright.
doesn't work.
So I can't name him. Like that's George.
No, like what? Do you name the river Michael and then just tell the river to stop and
It's bipedal. No.
Let's see here. I will then instead cast. It's got to be looking at me. I will fire my bow at.
Okay.
I'm assuming that hopefully an arrow flying somewhat nearby, Krios will get him out of his victory dance or whatever he's doing.
All right, so give me a volley roll at the raptor as it enters the air. A 10. That
That's a
looks
good
like a
roll.
success. Do your damage. Yeah, you fire your bow, and like we get like the whispering wind from Stormcrow as it releases. Yeah, the arrow like. I think Krios, you're like celebrating into this moment that's like 24 years in the making, and you see like jumping over the T-Rex is this raptor, and you realize you're in no position to defend against it. Like you're just like, oh, and then it gets hit in the side with an arrow, and it gets knocked to the side, and it falls and it hits the ground. Padine, you hit it; it does not die. But you hear a faint static, like electricity noise in the air. Is like I think your forearm hair starts to lift up, and you realize that you have shot it with an arrow from Stormcrow.
Yes, I have.
Um,
Here's the thing with that, really quickly reading over the description. It does say that multiple arrows can be can be used for this. However, each one is destroyed and consumes 1 ammo. I'm at 1 ammo now. If there is not enough ammo for this, the effect still happens, but the bow is destroyed and its wielder is subjected to the lightning as well. So if I go down to 0 ammo, I can
No,
still use
it means that using it now would bring you down to 0 ammo, and the effect would work fine. It's just that if you didn't get ammo before, you basically would not be able to use this effect. Like, you would still have arrows, but you would have no ammo count left.
Okay, so if I use it now, it wouldn't have Stormcrow disappear. And
No.
flashy bolt.
It's only once it gets to 0, and then you use it again.
Alrighty.
Do you wanna use it?
You have to push it past its sustain limit.
I will fire an arrow into the sky.
Okay. What did I say the damage on that was? That was like
3d4, which ignores armor. It's not holding or wearing any significant metal, I'm assuming.
Yeah, it's not a laser raptor. Those are later. Yeah, do a 3d4 just to see how badly this lightning bolt blazes it apart. Yeah. So the thing starts to get back up, Krios, and you're like getting ready to defend yourself, and you see this arrow sticking out of its side, and like all of a sudden a lightning bolt just comes down from the sky and just strikes the raptor and blows it into bits. And you look over and you see that Padine has like raised his bow to the sky, and it looks like he's just fired an arrow off into the sky. And that was the last of the dinosaurs here. As everybody returns to the clearing. Everybody lived. Nobody got T-Rexified.
Except Rannick.
Well, yeah, except Rannick.
Yeah, I rush over to Rannick to check him.
Oh, he's mega dead.
Mega dead. Oh, darn.
Like
Solved your problem the
his
hard way.
his arm got ripped off from the shoulder, and like I can't see him not bleeding out like almost
Thunder Brother,
instantaneously.
not as strong as I suspected.
Well, you say that, and then like it occurs to you, Krios, that like T-Rex could eat you or Ankylosaur like in one hit as well.
But it didn't, so.
Regan, Master, can you bring him back? Resurrect him by any means. I'm duty bound and honored, held to help both him and his brother.
Regan
Yeah,
is
so
going
like
to-
Regan, you return. Unfortunately, like you never told the raptor to do anything, so it eventually comes back down from the tree. I was really looking forward to Raptor Missile.
I was waiting for the dinosaur when he actually attacked me. I was going to have a spring on it, but it never counted to come after me.
Well,
unfortunately.
you never told it to jump at it, like it could have potentially jumped.
I thought it had to get closer to me. That's what I was waiting for.
Yeah, Telemon, you return as well. Sarcasmos walks up and you all see, Rannick obviously dead. How do you respond, Regan?
Regan's going to look at him for a moment and look over the sorry group of the party and back to Padine and say that I do feel the same honor-bound connection, and I agree that we should make some sort of an effort, but alas, this is not the time, I don't believe, or the place that we could do this. Perhaps the place of power may function. Then I'm going to ask if you have any rope.
I do.
I'm
I
going to
take out my
suggest
rope.
we may have to tie his corpse to my raptor if we want to bring him along to the place of power.
Alrighty. I'll use the length of the rope to start
Okay.
tying
God.
away.
It takes you guys like an hour and a half.
To tie this guy?
Dude, he's like 400 pounds, probably more, and you're strapping him to a raptor. Is there
I
like
guess
is there a
depends if-
cargo space on a raptor that's readily available for tying? No. So like it's going to take you like an
Krios
hour and a
helping us?
half to yeah,
That and a
Krios,
raptor probably isn't mega strong.
everybody helping you, it's still going to take you an hour and a half. Like you guys are really underestimating like how heavy he is and how hard it is to secure him to something, one, without a roof rack, and two, like with just rope. So yeah, like it takes you an hour and a half.
Alrighty. It's a lot.
Yeah. And if this was an actual animal that was not like compelled to follow you, Regan, like there would be no way in hell that it would put up with this. But since it's like an undead
Yeah.
servant, it just stands there waiting.
Figure it probably.
And there's
would-
like a brief scene where you see Krios like just like kind of looking down at the dead, or looking up at the dead T-Rex, so to speak, and he just like spits on the ground and walks away.
Yeah. Krios, as you're doing that, like, you look and you see like there's this missing part in its jaw where that fang, from your hair obviously was at one point. And like, there's this long moment where you're staring at this thing's open maw, its tongue kind of lolled out, and you're like, it's over, and you're just staring at like this gap in its teeth and thinking about how long it's been, and you're turning to go, and you see like the glint of something in its mouth.
I investigate the glint briefly.
Yeah, like, it's not very bright. Only because you were standing like right at its face did you really see it. You get closer and like you put your hand on its snout and you like kind of lean in. There seems to be a bit of metal, like wedged, like beneath one of the gums of one of its bigger fangs, like one of its canine fangs.
Attempt to pry it out with the sword.
Okay, yeah, like you get up there and like you slide the sword under the gum and you slice through the gum. And this is happening like while they're finally like they're getting the raptor ready to go, and you see what looks to be like some sort of like metallic chain or something. And you can't really make it out too well, and you grab a hold of it, and it seems to be lodged firmly, and you start pulling it, like you eventually end up moving back a few feet after the tension breaks suddenly, and you come away with like a handful of gore, and you look down, and there is like a silver like chain with a pendant on it in your hand.
Do I recognize the pendant?
Very, very vaguely. It definitely reminds you of your mother.
But I like take it with me.
Yeah, like you quietly put it in a pocket or something, I guess.
I imagine I have like a little leather pouch of some kind or something.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah. I'll put it in that.
Because at some point, when Krios is done looking at that, probably going to approach him and attempt to communicate with him, perhaps with Fadin's help. I don't know if Fadin would.
Yeah, I'll come over.
I'm going to approach him and congratulate him on getting his revenge. This creature was most deserving of its fate, but
Yes,
then I'm
that
going
was
to hesitate.
amazing.
I'll hesitate and I'll ask, do you have objection if we make use of its remains?
I am done with this creature. It is done from this world.
I think you say that, and you hear, "Oh, mighty creature, heed my summons!" And you turn over and you see, like, you turn around and you see that Sarcasmos is like planted his feet next to the down T-Rex, and like his
Can I
cloak
assist
is.
him if he's trying to bring it back?
Oh, he is most definitely, like, he looks back at you and like you can tell like he's jumping up from frogs to T-Rexes.
Not
Well.
say the wrong words. Be careful, and I will go over and I will try to give him assistance if he's gonna go for
Okay.
it.
The sad part is, if we were actually in Jurassic Park, it wouldn't be that big of a leap because they used that DNA.
I'm going to quickly try to get clarification from Krios on his comment. I'm going to say, do you mean we can bring it back as our minion? His comment.
Bring
was
it
vague,
back.
like,
It
I'm
is
done
dead.
with it would be like the other creature, the lizard creature.
Trace of it will remain.
Like, this conversation is happening while Regan is going over to
Yes,
assist
I know.
assist
Yeah.
Sarcasmos. Regan, instead of a normal aid or interfere, I'm going to have you roll plus loyalty. His loyalty is 1, so do a 2d6
Okay.
plus 1. All right. You give him a plus 1, but you also expose yourself to whatever danger, retribution, or cost is
Oh
involved.
god.
Oh,
Oh, boy.
okay.
That line
let's
sounds
see
very
here.
ominous right now.
I'm gonna say. Let me look here. We're improvising a roll for Sarcasmos. So he doesn't normally make rolls himself, but what the hell?
Are you a wizard as well, or shaman? Are you a shaman as well?
I'm looking at Fedin.
Somewhat, not quite. A little different. Some of
Oh,
my
it could have been
magics
worse.
come
Looks
through
like he just
music.
scraped by if he's using the normal,
Yeah.
normal
Yep.
roll.
All right. So like,
Perhaps you don't bring as much trouble as I thought.
Regan, you like you see him like I think you're maybe a little bit proud as you see him like go through the very ritualistic steps you taught him. And like he starts chanting the words and starts to breathe life back into this thing, and then you see his staff start shaking like he's channeling too much power into it, and you have to go over and help him hold the staff still. And he's just like, ah! And like everybody's hair is starting to whip by them as like purplish, pinkish magic forces are starting to whirl about the T-Rex, and I think everybody else probably has to back off. Its flesh starts to disappear from its bones, I think, and just like get whisked away. And let's give him a. Oh wow. Okay. I'm still gonna say the flesh gets whisked away, but okay, yeah. You hear like the crackling of bones as like every bit of it, like I think, starts to disintegrate, and like you're wondering like how is the spell gone awry, Regan? And like for a moment there's like the winds settle and there's nothing but the T-Rex skeleton there, and like the sinews and the hide and the organs are just like have all like disintegrated into this wind, and the wind disappears and you're left there standing in front of it and is utterly quiet, and like
What have
Yeah.
you done?
nothing happens.
Yeah, Regan's gonna be like, I believe that was correct. I'm going to say, and I'm going to, I'll look around real quick and see if I can see anything that might potentially let me know what's going on. If nothing happens for a considerable amount of time, I might try to see
Like-
realities.
Like Sarcasmos just is like I guess wincing away from it, like holding a hand up, and then when he realizes he's not going to be eaten, he looks and he pokes the bones with his stick and nothing happens. And he says, "Damn it! Arise! Arise, foul minion!" And then you start to hear bones clattering, and like from the other side of the T-Rex, you see a skeletal raptor start to work its way around. And he's like, "What the blazes? You're not who I was
He
trying
dropped
to
the
resurrect."
skeleton that was inside its stomach.
And he's like, "Oh!" He starts rubbing his temple, and yeah, like a raptor skeleton starts working his way towards him.
Oh god, that's kind of awesome.
Well, to be fair, Sarcasmus, you can ride it all the same.
Regan will
Might
say
not
You
that.
be
have
the most
aided me in
comfortable
slaying,
rides.
slaying Big Fang. I shall help you in return.
Good. I'm glad we could help you, Krios. Now come with us to the Obsidian Pyramids.
All right, so you guys make your way to the pyramids.
I'll cast Cure Light Wounds on Regan, noting that he took some fire damage. So
Everybody like gives an eye towards Telemon.
I just imagined the Thunder Brothers coming back as a single two-headed Minotaur.
Oh my
I'm
God.
just saying. I'll be back in a minute. I gotta get some food.
Okay.
oh crap, I gotta pick one.
Yep, As a side note, since the flesh is gone, there's nothing that looks particularly valuable in his stomach, is there? Or his stomach would have been.
Oh, actually, that's a good point. We get to roll treasure.
Ooh.
The way how normal treasure rolls are worked in this game is we actually roll off of their damage die, plus other factors. How long is Foster going to be gone? I would like to let him make the roll if he is available.
He probably won't be gone very long.
Okay.
Oh,
Well,
thank you very
we'll-
much,
we'll-
Padine.
We'll get him to roll. We'll continue on, and we'll have him roll treasure when you
we
get.
can probably just
when
say,
he gets back.
since he's gone anyways, just take a 5-minute break and we'll come back.
Okay. Yeah.
I'm
Sure.
going to take unwanted or unwelcome attention or put myself in a spot for that spell.
God help you.
Yep. And we're breaking 5 minutes?
I think that's the plan. I'll be back in 5 minutes myself.
Alrighty, see you in a bit. I will too.
I am back. Did I hear someone return? Welcome back. I hear McLeod is back as well.
I am, yes. Foster will be back as soon as his soup gets done microwaving.
All right. Is Regan here?
I'm here.
Oh, I didn't know. Regan, I think like as you're walking through the jungle and your raptor is walking behind you and Sarcasmos' skeletal raptor is walking behind him, he's pouting and he looks back over at you and he says, "What did I do wrong? I wanted the big thing."
Regan will laugh and say that you will get it in time. There are fine details that sometimes can be lost. It's not a precise art.
Hmm.
Then I will of course suggest that he perhaps opens his heart to he who not be named. Perhaps he'll be favored in his future endeavors.
Tell me more about this. He who cannot be named. What sort of powers does he possess? More importantly, what sort of powers does he grant?
Regan will laugh and say that the powers he possesses are inconceivable by mortal man, and the powers he grants could be so as well. But currently, from the ancient world, he is not able to directly reach this realm as easily as he once was. So that has diminished his abilities for the moment. But then I will of course smile and suggest that may soon change.
And I think like maybe he listens to you talk about he who cannot be named as you guys are traveling. Is Foster back yet?
Yeah, I just returned.
All right, Foster, you get to make a really fun roll.
Uh-oh.
Treasure.
Oh, joy.
Yeah. For killing said T-Rex. We're not going to roll for the Raptors. I can't really imagine them actually having any treasure, but the T-Rex most certainly could, as we demonstrated with your necklace, which we will touch on in a second. So for treasure, I've had like two different. There's basically one way of doing, I guess, two ways of doing treasure in the default game, and I've added a third. Default game, I can just place things and have you find them, or you can roll a creature's a notable creature's hit die that would logically have treasure, plus whatever, like damage die. I mean, not hit die. Plus some modifiers unique to the creature. The third way that I added, of course, was our 1d10 sort of discovery roll where appropriate. For this one, we haven't really done this before since the pre-campaign. Definitely makes sense though. You're going to be rolling the T-Rex's damage plus the fact that it was ancient and noteworthy. So get ready to roll, and the result will tell us what exactly you get. It'll be D12 plus 7 plus 1d4. Ooh, I think that was one off from the highest you could get on the list. Yeah, it is.
That's pretty awesome, man.
That is so funny. Something relating to one of the characters in Roll Again. So you actually did roll to find that necklace. That's hilarious. All right, I'm gonna. Where before that was going to be a trinket, I'm gonna say. All right, I'm gonna rework this a little bit. Do your roll again. Like you literally, legitimately found that. That's hilarious. 14.
Damn, man, those are nice rolls.
Can you give me a roll of 5d4? Ooh.
Pretty good.
I need to find a generator here. Wow. Okay. I need to look up. You're going to appreciate this delay for a second. Just remember the number 1400 in case I forget. Need to look up cost. Oh shit. Wow. Let me look at your character sheet there, Krios. You guys can be having a conversation while you're traveling, by the way. If you would.
I think it might take this time to consult with Padine about his knowledge of heroes. Ask him if he's ever heard a story of a hero that has gone to the afterlife and returned, or has managed to die, and then, or any peoples, or perhaps some sort of an order that can reach the brink of death and enter death, but then come back from it without actually dying. If he's heard of anything of those lines in his adventures.
Using your bardic knowledge, of course, you would not have heard of any orders that could do this. You probably would have heard some stories of some people who are rumored to have risen from the dead. Yeah. Like various, like, resurrection is a thing that Regan can accomplish, but like people who spontaneously did this or something, like, they're probably stories, but they're not very common, and there's probably not a whole lot of specific information on them.
Was he speaking about?
I'm speaking of things like those
resurrecting?
poisons that can bring yourself almost to the brink of death, but then make you appear dead. But you can revive if you get the antidote. That kind of thing is what I was looking.
Well,
to see if
that's
he's ever
appear
heard.
dead, but you're not actually dead, is the thing.
Ah.
I guess you would know that there's probably some strange practices out in the west, in where Katalo is. There's like an order of monks there that probably do that.
What about
But they're Regan. You would definitely know that being almost dead would not accomplish what you need.
Copy that.
I think
Well,
the only story that, and I've already kind of brought this one up, that would have something about that would be the tale of the Shaded Mistress, as she was a thief that would have used something like that.
The other question I might ask is if he's ever heard of any heroes that have managed to get themselves into the afterlife without dying and then get back. It seems like a common myth in the real world, so I'm not sure if perhaps Padine has encountered anything like this. Someone stormed the gates of hell for a loved one or whatnot.
Nothing comes to actually. story that sort of fits that a little bit. This would be like planar things,
Planar thing?
dealing with the planes.
Death is not necessarily the planes. Let me look at your topics. That would, I mean, this would probably fall into stuff about the dead and the undead.
Okay. There's only one other story I could share that might have.
I mean,
some
like,
stuff.
you might know like a story about somebody who's traveled to another plane, but nobody's sure if death is another plane or not.
Okay. So I would probably.
So nothing like the Greek legends and that Padina has heard of.
I think you've probably to the extent of what you are just saying. Like, you yourself cannot name them. You just know that there's stories.
Yeah.
Like, that is the extent that you know Padina is. Like, there are probably stories of people that, like, even to you, they don't sound like actual, like, these sound very fictitious.
Yeah.
But there are definitely, like, stories where people, like, you know, crossed into death to try to find a loved one or something, but...
Okay, I could bring up one story here that I can fit in a certain version of it told by some.
I will tell you that you don't have to recite one of these pre-made things every time.
Oh, I'd like to.
Yeah, I just don't feel that you have to shoehorn something you've made to fit something else if it doesn't really fit.
Well, this one deals with the dead and undead a little bit.
Does it deal with people like crossing into death?
Evil witches.
I don't think that if it
Okay.
doesn't deal with
No.
crossing with death, you don't know a specific story. So like,
No, I don't know.
yeah, Padine tells you that he knows there are stories, but like he gives you like a shrug, like he obviously doesn't believe that they're real, and he doesn't actually know the stories. Like, he just knows of stories.
You will nod and thank you for his help. It's something that perhaps we will have to look in. Perhaps even together should we escape this cursed place. And just kind of smile in this direction.
Wow, I'm having okay. All right, so within like, it's really ironic that Sarcasmo stripped the flesh off of that T-Rex, because you probably wouldn't have found this otherwise. Like, embedded in the back of the T-Rex, and like after this happened, probably clattered to the ground, or maybe it was partially embedded into a bone, was you guys found a crescent-shaped dagger. Approximately, it's not very big, but it's definitely curved. It's like crescent-shaped, fairly exotic. And yeah, Krios, you found this like embedded into its back. Like, maybe somebody had jumped upon its back and attempted to ride it or something, and like, you know, slammed the dagger into it, and was maybe like
It was
stabbing it with
promptly
something
knocked
else.
off and eaten.
Yeah. But yeah, you find a dagger here, and upon closer inspection, it is definitely a very, very fine weapon. Let me look one last thing up before I tell you anything else. Krios, I don't think you know what this is. Padine, can you, like, you know a lot about different places of the world. Do you feel like you might know, like, roll a
Discern realities or
not a spout lore?
a spout lore? Okay.
Yeah,
That's based on what? Wisdom?
that's intelligence.
Int. Okay, I think that's low for me. No, I got a 1 in it. Alrighty.
I think it's very possible, knowing your backstory, that you might know what this is.
Whoa, barely.
Okay. You don't know precisely what this is, Padine, but you recognize it as Western in design, coming from from the Western continent of Karn or Harn. And it's not like made out of gold or anything, but it is very fine craftsmanship, and it is not a common knife. Not something that you have like you recognize the general sort of shape of it, but you've never seen one precisely like this, and that definitely, I think, intrigues you at least a little bit because you've been all over that. And if there is like a knife type that you have not seen, you have to surmise that like there must be some sort of reason for that. So it either is really, 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 really old, or really rare, or something. But you definitely recognize it as coming from Harn. And being a fine example of whatever sort of knife it is. It's definitely wickedly sharp. Kriels, do you want to add this to your inventory? Who wants the knife?
I could use a skinning knife, but
This would definitely accomplish the task. As far as knives go,
I'd might trust the Elven Curve Throwing Dagger forever. Might not be the most effective dagger in every
oh, you've had one you've
situation,
had since the beginning.
yeah,
I'm attached to it now.
that's gotten you out of one spat of trouble, hasn't it?
Yeah, out of a couple spats of trouble if I've recalled.
So it is 0 weight. It is hand, and it is +1 damage. Yeah, it is. I mean, it is an extremely fine weapon. You just have to be like literally within hand range to use it. And it's like it's extremely light. It's extremely well crafted. And it's got like a decidedly like it's not gently curving like a katana. It's significantly curving.
Like a sickle?
Not to that extent, but closer. I'm trying to find an example. I've seen one in real life, but I don't know the name. Picture sort of crescent shaped, but not that extreme. Just very noticeable, very, 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 very big curve, but not like not extreme.
Like this star?
Very, yeah. It's the blade isn't that wide, but that is the angle of the curve. It's shorter than that. It's definitely shorter than that. It's almost like, yeah, I know what it is. If you were to take a raptor claw, it's very similar to that.
Oh, cool.
So it's short. Like the proportions are the angle is somewhat similar to that. The proportions are a little bit closer to one of the raptor claws you've seen on the island there, Krios.
More of a medieval version of that then is probably a little closer on. Cool,
Ooh, yeah,
cool
that's-
sounding knife.
Yeah, it's definitely good. So yeah, fine knife. You don't know precisely how much it's worth, but because people don't, can't really necessarily identify it, but definitely good. All right, so you guys make your way to the Ebon Temple, the Obsidian Temple. I think we'll pause for a second to let Padine use the bathroom. Guess you
Copy
guys
that.
pause at a creek and let him go take a whiz. Is anybody
Take us
doing
over.
anything during this time?
While we're chatting, I might talk to Teleban and Padine and see what their plans are if we make it back to civilization.
What interest do you have with the Black Triangle?
Seems to be a focus of magic for the island.
In with
Regan.
this magic.
Regan
What
will
is
espouse
this?
this theory and say that this island, I believe that it was made into a prison years ago. And that the thing in the center is what keeps the creature that circles this place from leaving. All to keep in a creature that should have been dead many, many years ago, but even your great strength cannot destroy. And I believe the only thing that may have been able to destroy it entirely has unfortunately been lost to us in the fight with the Tree Shaker. Regan's not 100% sure any of this is accurate, but that's his theory that he's formulated from the evidence.
I felt I had little choice at the time.
Regan nods and says that it is better than that we all died, Telemon. I do not believe that's what the spear was meant for. It seemed to reject its purpose there and did not kill the creature that you set out to kill. It was very surprising to me, but
No.
I believe it was sent to us for another reason.
You still wish to destroy it? I do not know. It also occurs to me that if we so desired, we could use the energy of the temple to simply leave the island. I know we wish to try to save the Thunder Brothers there, but I do not know if this will be possible.
Regan nods and says that we must try. I believe that both Padine and myself feel a great remorse for what's happened to these people. They have had an unfortunate run of luck, and we have a considerable amount of the guilt in this.
Even should we bring them back, do you intend to return them to the village? I somehow don't see them making it back alive on their own.
Regan will motion back to the pyramids and comment that perhaps once we have undone this spell that is no longer necessary, we may be able to. It may dispel many of the threats on this island. I can only hope.
I personally do not see the magic having anything to do with the creatures we've been fighting recently.
Regan will nod and say, I do not believe the dinosaurs are magically based, but we have seen unusual things on this island. I believe once it is
It
returned...
occurs to me it would be a horrible catastrophe should we spend all the effort to bring them back, only have them be eaten by dinosaurs without our knowing.
Regan nods and also
This is
suggests
very
that,
likely in this jungle.
we also must be careful. We cannot leave the eye here if we break the prison. We cannot... we must find a way to deal with that, because if I am correct, and this is a prison, we do not want to release what the evils contained within until we have made sure that they cannot infect the rest of the world.
I agree.
Welcome back, Padine.
Thank you.
Thanks
Alright,
for coming up on the thing.
Yeah.
The
let me
Padine
find-
walks out of the bushes, hitching up his trousers.
Yep.
Yeah, exactly.
Let me find appropriate music.
He was not eaten by chompies in his off sense.
Alright, so with Krios leading the way and the raptors in tow, along with the steadily draining body of Ranek, you emerge from between two very thick patches of foliage, and before you is a large open area. There are the occasional scattered trees about it, so it's not like it's specifically a clearing. What you see are two very large obsidian pyramids, although one is much larger than the other, in the center of this. The area of this open space is probably several football fields, probably much more, and spaced all around these pyramids are collapsed stone buildings, overgrown with ferns and foliage the occasional tree popping from without a building. And yeah, you can see across the ruins of what is obviously some sort of city, or at least a very very large settlement. Probably a small city. You could definitely see the object of your search. The smaller pyramid seems to be utterly shattered on one side. Telemon, you obviously recognize that it was blown up from within. Like one side is utterly blown outward and has collapsed in on itself. You're not sure, like just looking at it, like the force with which to destroy like stone blocks, like obsidian blocks that you're seeing that thick must have been tremendous, and you can't fathom how much would be left in the smaller pyramid. The larger pyramid is glistening in the sun. It is literally made of black obsidian blocks, and it's not a step pyramid. It is literally a perfectly angled, four-sided pyramid, and like it's like razor edge angled almost, like perfectly done. And at the very top, it comes to a pinpoint.
The energy required to quarry blocks for such a thing.
The pale
Why-
ones inhabit the smaller mounds.
Does anything grab my eyes with the true seeing? Is anything?
You're no
standing out?
longer doing that, are you? Or
Yeah, I never-
oh, you never rested. Okay.
Yeah.
This entire area and a little bit into the jungle is encapsulated in a thin, like shifting purplish field. You guys actually walked through it. You felt like the vaguest hint of like a tickle on your skin, but it wasn't obvious enough that it even got everybody else's attention. It probably got Telemon's, that he was walking through some sort of magical field, but it was very subtle. And Regan, you knew it just because you were staring at it as you walked through it. And it seems to kind of encapsulate the city, and it is definitely centered over the big pyramid.
I might try to.
What do your spirits say?
I may go with a discern realities.
Okay. Remember that you have to actually do things to discern realities.
Yes,
So,
yes.
you'll have to be investigating the ruins. What are you trying to discern?
I'm trying to discern what happened here,
Okay.
potentially. And I'm also trying to discern what could be, if there's anything here that may be of value to our magical powers, or may be a clue to the island. I guess those are the things that I'm looking for primarily.
Okay. This is going to involve.
Maybe to prove my theory, if this is in fact a prison, if there's any indication of that.
This is going to involve extensive exploration of
Oh,
the
absolutely.
ruins. Not like necessarily going through every room and nook and cranny, but you guys are going to actually have to walk through in there.
Definitely
let's
keeping my vision peeled if I see any illusions or
Yeah, you're definitely
things
getting
like that. That's definitely my priority too.
You're definitely getting results on this that you would not normally get if you succeed. So, give me give me a discern realities roll.
Not all that great.
7. You can ask one question.
If I can only ask one, I will. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you.
And we will describe, how you get to that response as you delve deeper into the ruins.
What here is useful or valuable to me will be, I guess, the question, since we have goals here.
Okay, and state to me your dedicated goals right now. Like, what is your primary goal? What is your secondary goal? And what is your tertiary goal? So I can determine what would actually be of value to accomplishing your goals.
My primary goal is to find the major source of power that would be the best point to do a ritual. My secondary goal is to find anything here that may give us information about the island, what we might need to do, like if this in fact is a prison, anything about it. And my third goal is to find anything here that may be of use to us, like something that radiates some sort of magical energy or such. The one exception I will make is if I see an illusion or some sort of thing like that, it might be kind of a that might be important.
All right. Yeah, so you are walking through the ruins. Krios, the city here you've definitely been in. I described this to you before. There are completely collapsed buildings. There's some that seem to be mostly just foundations. Some of them seem to collapse into the earth, like maybe there was a basement beneath them. There is a few stone buildings that are somewhat intact, like you see a hallway or something, and they're just they're shadowed. There's definitely some buildings here aside from the pyramids, but they're all in disarray, and even if there's an interior space, maybe 40% of the building is still destroyed. Krios, I'm going to remind you what I told you about what you have found in said buildings. Just these are the buildings that you found these things in as you guys are walking through. Do you give your companions any further heads up?
I mentioned that this is where the pale ones lived.
Yeah, the pale ones. Do you just bring that up again? You say the pale ones reside
I said
here
it a little bit ago. Yeah.
Okay, I didn't hear that. All right, so you're walking, and you walk past a hall of what was once some sort of great building, and you all hear a low from inside. Not directly next to you. You definitely hear something inside of this building as you walk by it.
Regan will make a shushing motion to the rest of the group, and if he hears that kind of motion in that direction, and kind of look at Telemann and Padine and see what they look like they were thinking about doing.
I'm going to say, do you want me to describe this building a little bit more?
Sure.
Large, squarish stone structure. There seems to be a large hallway running through the center, and you can see out the other side 400 feet away. You can see there's a lot of space in here. There's some collapsed pillars. There is an archway here that is probably 20 feet tall, and probably 15 feet wide.
Does it look like it was built for a grand doorway, or does it look like it was built for a tall or a large creature?
That's impossible to say. You don't see hinges. How would you know if something was built for a large creature or if it was just built out of sheer magnificence?
That's a good question. Are there any stairs or anything nearby, or any kind of...
There's a bunch of
that might indicate
parts
scale?
of the facade that have fallen down. It's entirely possible that this archway was interior at one point, but maybe it wasn't. You definitely see you're probably standing on some flat stones that were probably once part of the building itself, but the ceiling is collapsed, and only the central part of the building remains.
We'll turn to Telemann and ask very quietly what he makes of this, where he believes that the origin of the powers that at work here might be in this place.
Krios, how large are these pale ones?
He holds out a hand of maybe slightly taller than you.
No.
Aren't they?
Krios, I think you have a very different imagining of what I told you than I do. Actually, let me find a picture and I will send it to Krios and he can react to you. This will be funny.
That works. We'll get Krios' version of what we're encountering here.
Creosified.
ETA 30 seconds. Finding appropriate image now, including scale.
So they're either really small or really big.
Actually, I don't know what would be more terrifying. Large is scary, but a million little friggin' gremlins or something could be potentially kind of
You ever seen
unfortunate
that
too.
movie, The Gate.
Oh, okay. His eyes travel much higher above your head.
Is he like-
Put two of you on your shoulders, perhaps.
Who's going to,
Tall vampires.
I'm laughing so hard at this conversation.
Regan may turn and suggest, perhaps, vampires aren't limited to smaller creatures. We've seen many large beasts. I'm sure there are things that are larger than even the minotaurs that could be infected with such a corrupting disease.
Yes. Could be true.
Sarcasmos tugs at your robe, Telemon.
What is it?
I have a bad feeling about this place. Perhaps we should be on our way.
Perhaps
Yes.
to continue on.
Let's make our way to the pyramid.
You hear another really low, deep, guttural sort of growl from the inside, and you hear something shifting about, very large.
Yeah, I think we should stay out and away from there.
It is dangerous to stay too close.
And now that Krios knows what they look like.
Well, I said they were dangerous before too. So.
Yeah, but
They haven't
definitely.
told us that they're not dangerous.
I believe I said something about that people come here usually die.
Yep. All right, so you continue walking through. You pass another such building, somewhat similar, not quite in the same scale. Looks completely collapsed. You're getting close to the pyramids now, when Regan, you notice, what is that noise? There's a crunching on somebody's end. You notice a small stone building that seems to be purposefully built near the entrance to the central Black Pyramid. It's squarish in design. It's not huge. This is the result of your role here. I think you've studied a lot of religious sites, even though you probably haven't been to sites on every continent or anything. But I think you might know that this might be some sort of preparatory chamber or clerical chamber or something. Presuming that these pyramids are tombs, as most of these things are, and that's not always the case. But you're comparing certain religious analogs, and you think that if you want to find some information about the site, this smaller squared building might be the place to do it.
Regan will turn to the others and again very quietly suggest that perhaps we should check this building. I believe that it may have some significance and that we may learn what we seek here.
Okay.
The less time we take here, the better.
So yeah, you guys approach, and as you approach, you start to get the sheer magnitude of the pyramids. They picture the pyramids of Giza, but pristine obsidian and they're massive. At least the central one, it looms over you, and the closer you get, like you don't feel like a magical sense of menace, but like you get closer and you just feel like a little shiver kind of running through your limbs almost as you get close. And Sarcasmos is like kind of clinging close to Telemon, like with one hand while he's like, no, actually, no, he is no longer lugging his crate. He's got his freaking skeletal raptor to do that. Bam.
There you
Raptor,
go.
Raptor is dragging the crate.
Raptor Transport Unit Mark 1.
Yep. It's actually in his rib cage. That probably took some doing, but yeah, you guys get close and you see like at the base of the pyramid there is a squared entrance, and there are definitely some symbols carved over it. But you know you're kind of making a beeline to this other building. It's not made of obsidian. It definitely seems to be in a little bit better shape than a lot of the others, and there are some symbols carved over it as well in. Definitely, Padin, you would recognize them as the same kind of ancient orcish. And
What word does it say? Or words?
It's two words basically, and it translates roughly to Keeper of the Spirits. Or you could also translate it as Tender of the Spirits or Tender of the Dead, like any one of those little translations.
I think we established I know the words for dead in Orcish. So maybe that's the only word I pick up.
You like the longer you stare at it, Regan. Actually, the longer you stare at it, the more you actually do start to get a sense of what these words mean, and like that is actually very literal.
It says Keeper of the Dead, something like that.
Spirits. Dangerous. Gives Regan an eye.
Regan's going to actually look enthusiastic when he reads Keeper, when he realizes that is actually what it says, and suggests that we should move quickly before we're detected and keep pushing forwards.
As they start to move, I'm going to cast Guidance really quickly.
Ooh. All right. Yeah, this is fun.
The funny part is, given I'm leading the charge, your god could probably turn around and say, "Nope, get out of here! Don't let him in."
I take it that
Damn
poop
it.
was a fail.
Yeah,
How bad of a fail?
I rolled double deuces,
5.
so 5 total.
Yeah, your deity, like you kind of reach out to try to get some guidance from your deity, and you feel its presence, and then like you feel the presence sort of shiver away as you get closer to the pyramid.
Oh, no. Flindadarius has taken me for now.
If he hears
yeah.
that, he'll kind of smile and nod and say that,
I just
yes.
keep a lookout as they go through this motions.
I think, Padin, you are shaken by this. You take -1
Yes.
ongoing to
Ooh,
your spells.
Yikes.
Wow.
And
Get thought
so
about
you
rolling
guys,
guidance, but I'm pretty clear what I believe I know what my deity wants me to do, which is
so Regan,
go
do you
onward.
stride in, like telling the raptors to guard the entrance?
Take it. Well, you said these. Well, I guess that the doorway here is much smaller than those large doorways.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, those were the only ones that were that big, and they were kind of on the perimeter.
Yeah, I'm going to definitely tell the raptors to guard the entrance, and I can leave it with, if the raptors can make some sort of horrible raptor scream thing, I'm going to leave it with, I guess, commands to alert us loudly if they are threatened by if they're attacked, basically.
Sarcasmo sees you do this, and then he like looks and like points imperiously at his own raptor, and he says, "Do what he said as well." And like, guard this gate. And then he
Out of
like he
curiosity.
strides in after you, his cloak billowing behind him, like he's just puffing up his chest.
Is there anywhere they could actually hide themselves up there? Like, is there like a way up to the roof to hide, or is there like?
You could order them to jump up. The top of the building is probably only 12 feet. You could get them to hide up there like little raptor gargoyles.
Yeah,
I mean, there's not like a lip to the roof or anything. So if somebody's sufficiently far away, they might notice them, but like it might give somebody a chance not to notice them.
Yeah, I'm gonna leave them up there with
Okay.
ambush orders if something tries to come through the
Okay.
door.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. Sarcasmus goes along with that, and you all walk into this building.
I'm going to walk
Yes,
into it.
I go in.
Okay.
Who said no?
I said
What was that?
I said it seems so.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay.
I said
I thought-
no.
I thought they said that too.
All right. Initiative. No. Let's see.
This is where Telemon says, "Screw it, I'm going back to the Iron Fortress and just leave the party."
I've never been to the Iron Fortress.
All right, you step in to the ooh, that's inspired. Where's that? You step into the building and you hear like a faint dripping of water. And like you step inside, and in the center of the building there is a square in the roof that's letting light down into a like a square shaped shaft into a pool in like a small square shaped well almost in the center. And as you guys enter, you notice it's very damp in here. There's kind of a mist. It's not a total mist. It's just like there's definitely moisture in the air. There's a couple vines hanging down from over the door, but there's not a whole lot of overgrowth in here. You enter this small building and start to kind of spread out in the interior, and like there's basically 4 pillars in the center of the room that are obviously holding up the center of the roof. And at the far back of the room, you can see what seems to be some sort of altar, like wide altar built into the back of the room, and it looks like this is some sort of shrine. It definitely looks like some sort of shrine to you, Regan.
Seeing any magical power radiate from anything in particular? That's kind of my primary focus. I'm always keeping an eye out for it. I probably won't need to keep.
Well, like
saying
you're
that,
looking
sorry.
around, and as you do, you start to see like kind of dots of magic start to coalesce, and they start to get your attention, and it's like the moisture in the air is starting to form. Back to so this figure starts to appear out of thin air in front of you. And I think you probably take a step back, and all of you are, with your backs to the entrance, but you're inside. And all of you can see this, and the moisture starts to like move around, and I think like Regan's the one who actually sees the particles of this thing come together. The rest of you just see this hole in the moisture is like a person-shaped hole, and gradually you all start to see this person materialize until it's almost as if this person is actually standing in front of you. He is clad in dark, I think, green robes, like very dark green robes. Has a simple belt around his waist, and has a hood over his head. A fairly large figure, but not huge. How do you all react?
Spirits, be back.
What kind of like race does he look like he is? Does he look orcish, or can I not tell?
Do you step closer?
You know what? Yeah, Regan is going to step
I
closer.
think I'm stepping away.
Yeah, you step
Regan is
closer as
lifting
Creo
his mane.
steps back, and the figure reaches
I will stay
back
still.
and lifts its hood, and it is most definitely an orc, an old man. Not incredibly old, probably in his like late 50s or early 60s. Regan, you get like a very familiar sensation, like maybe you know this person, but you can't quite place the face.
I think I may have put it together. I'm not sure if Regan could have put it together or not, though.
I think Regan has a lot of information. What does Regan think this is? Like you could address this person if you think you know who it is.
I mean, I
Or
need to ask him a question of how has he lived so long here?
Nuktash. I have not
don't
lived.
speak Orcish.
I
Okay.
have not lived long, but I have remained. You who are marked with honor, why have you come? And like all of this actually happens in Orcish, and you actually start to gradually understand it, Regan. The only other person here who can understand it is Padine, and potentially, I think Sarcasmos. Like, I think you notice Telemon that his ears like kind of twitch a little bit, giving you the sense that he might know Orcish as well.
I will say that we found ourselves crashed on this island, and I've come to believe that it is some sort of prison. We realized that what was drawing the creature that stranded us here to this place and drawing it so it cannot leave was located here in the center of the island. And we have come here to see if there is a way to, I guess, open the prison and also to make sure that whatever was contained here is no longer a threat. Totally
Yes.
playing a gamble. It could totally. Anyway, good.
The Great Padoon. The Ultra Lobster. No, he doesn't say that last part. He guards the island. He makes sure that none can interfere. You are right to assume that this is a prison. And he looks back at you, and he says, "Little one, you have something in your possession of great danger. How did you remove this? You are not one of the marked ones of honor." And he, like, when he says that, he looks at Regan and Padine, and he's very clearly talking to Sarcasmos. And like Sarcasmos just kind of like hides back behind Telemon's leg, and he's like, "I don't know what you wish, spirit. Away with you."
Regan will say to come out here right now in a kind of frustrated voice with him, almost barking like I guess kind of at a kid. Get out here right now and talk to them and answer the man.
Sarcasmos starts moping towards you. His like large, like his feet that are somewhat too large for his body, and his little sack shoes like pad across the stone floor. You see his ears are his long ears are kind of down, and he like trods slowly towards you. He stands next to you, Regan.
Regan will tell him to answer the man, and we'll explain that we'll kind of pat at him and first forward it with, he's been carrying the artifact for us because, or for the reasons that we have encountered many dangerous objects on this island, and we wanted to keep the eye away from certain things that may draw its attention. Do you, why have
A
you not destroyed
wise
this?
tactic. However, what you hold there is perhaps unparalleled in danger. And no amount of shielding, save perhaps around the island itself, could shield it totally from the eyes of those which would seek it. Why did you remove it from its resting place?
We sensed great power from it. It was corrupting the land around it, and as a result, we needed to get our hands. We needed to take
Corrupting?
it to find some way out. It was draining power from the world and a radius around it, seeming to influence the environment. Seems like whatever.
He lets out kind of a sigh, and like this is the first time you like see him like kind of maybe he didn't even have the staff, but like he like rests on a staff now, and he says, "That was not corruption. It was drawing magic to contain the spirit of the dreaded one. Over time, its magic would have surely waned against the dreaded one's fierce assaults. Only something which could replenish itself could stand against it."
Regan asks him, "Surely you must know the true name of the dreaded one. Why has it been contained instead of destroyed?"
To fully destroy the dreaded one, was beyond our grasp. By the time the battle was done, the last of our great spirit wielders were dead. We had no power to destroy it. There were only a few of us left upon the island. My forefather, the chieftain, he managed what little power he could to seal up the spirit, as you see it there. And we were left to die gradually
Regan does
in
ask
service to protect it, protect the world.
Regan asks him if they do in fact have his true name or not.
Why would you wish to know such a thing?
Regan will explain that he's from an order that may be able to destroy such a creature should its name actually be speakable.
There is great power in names. Power to command, but also to release. I do not know that you necessarily need this to destroy it. If I were to give you the name and you were to use it in the wrong way, it would bring doom upon us all, both the living and the dead.
Regan will nod and say that he does not want to use this power for anything of that sort, but you say it could end the living, the realm of the dead as well. What brought about such evil in this creature?
It is not for us to know the origins of those who came before. I do not know how many years it has passed, but a great many centuries ago, the world was ravaged by deities primordial. That simple cube you hold in your hand, little one, is one of the remaining. Some say they came from beneath the seas, and some say they came from beneath the bones of the earth and the mountains. Still others say they came from the skies.
Regan will nod and say that we have lost companions making our way here, and we were hoping also that this place of power may allow us to attempt to restore them to assist us.
You mean the temple?
Regan nods and motions to Telemon and explain that he is a great wizard, though his spellbook was also lost in the battles we've endured to get here.
And you seek this place of power to do what?
We wish to try to revive our fallen comrades, Minotaurs on this island that have not been able to leave because of the wall of protection they've established.
Ah, the Horned Ones. They came many years after our deaths. It may be possible to fulfill such a noble sentiment, but the power cannot be accessed without deactivating the chains which bind Padoon here.
Out of curiosity, do I have anything unusual about him as far as an energy? I'm not sure if energy signature should be the right word.
He's mostly dead. He is most definitely dead. He's like a spirit standing in front of you, even if he looks corporeal.
Well, that's good to know. So yeah, I'm going to I will sit with him and I will ask him if so Padoon is here only to contain the Dreaded One. If we destroy the Dreaded One,
and to prevent others from fleeing with it.
And if we destroy the Dreaded One, could Padoon not be released?
If you were able to do so, then the chains which bind Padoon here would no longer be needed.
I'll speak up now and say, how do we kill the Dreaded One then?
It would take a great force to shatter the cube. You would call it magic. The Horned Ones call it the spirits of the shamans. whatever you call it. We did not have enough of it when our time came.
Would shattering the cube destroy the dreaded one, or just set him free?
It would banish him from this realm.
If we
You can-
harness this magic in the pyramid, should that be enough, do you believe, to destroy the cube?
One would have to have a knowledge of the workings of such a power. Sadly, we did not. One would have to use it correctly. Great
Begin
danger
la-
could befall any failure.
Regan will ask one of the other orcs and ask if they fled this island before or if they were all killed.
As I said, there were only 6 of us that remained after the battle. Not enough of us to repopulate our decimated villages. We were all left to die of old age. All but one. He took his own life. Could not bear the sorrow. You stand here
Regan
in
will,
Noktar Esh, we who remain.
Regan motions outside. What of the creatures outside? Are they controlled by... Were they brought here for this, or are they minions of the dreaded one?
Creatures. What do you mean?
I have a motion to Krios, and I will say that he's spoken of great fanged vampire beasts that are twice as tall as a man that live in the buildings outside.
I know not this word, but I do know of which you speak. Yes, horrible abominations brought here, used as burden. A mistake. They would play a role in the downfall of the island.
Who brought them here?
We did. They were to help protect the pyramid and the island, but we could not adequately control them.
Regan will nod. And
It
ask
seems
if-
they were more resilient than us if they are still around.
Regan will ask if the place of power is safe to use currently, or if it has been corrupted in some way.
The temple itself has not been corrupted by evil, although we have taken steps to ensure that no one would be able to interfere with the field. It is most dangerous inside. There
Okay.
there is a presence beneath the temple, beneath the city. They were not yet here when we were present. We simply used them as waterways, sewers, irrigation. I am not familiar with what they are, but they moved in. They are not an evil presence per se, but what once was above has now been recreated below.
That's very interesting. This is a complete shot in the dark, but with the new knowledge that the dreaded one was actually one of the primordial deities, I'm assuming from the era of you cannot be named, would I perhaps know anything about his origin or be able to piece together who it might have been?
Nope. Well, give me. You can do a spout lore, but it's going to be at disadvantage.
That's fine. I mean, this is a really obscure thing. I'm just
This
thinking,
is
since
this
he's
is this is
primordial and
prehistory, so
figure the little bit of my book I
Actually,
have of some
yeah,
involves some
okay.
prehistory. So that's what I was
Yeah.
thinking. Maybe
like
'cause-
history goes back about 600 years, about the time of the Great Cataclysm. So
No, he cannot be named. It goes back to I failed already.
yeah, you don't know.
While
There's
they're having this discussion, I'm just keeping an eye on the door.
Wait,
I want nothing to do with
right?
the spirit, but you know.
Font wisdom
What?
event, right?
wisdom. Yeah, it's intelligence.
Okay.
Yeah, you don't know anything about it.
Will
Like
nod.
you think that there are many candidates that it could be, but like nothing that strikes your mind. Like there's much that people do not know about the world at that time.
Regan will ask if they have any historical documents here or anything that might aid them if they were to if we were to try and destroy the dreaded one and release the need for this prison. Or
There is an archive in the pyramid. It could help you if it is still there. I myself am bound to this place. I have not been able to enter its halls in many centuries.
Regan nods, and but he's going to pause for a moment, and he's going to kind of look back at the spirit, and he's going to offer to perhaps help him, and say that we had hoped to call the brother of one of our slain companions and bind his soul to a gem so he could stay with his brother, but it seems like being trapped in this place, especially if there's no longer a need. Perhaps I could either send you past this realm, or help you leave in some form before we leave this island.
Do you mean to destroy the cube?
Regan nods and
Yes.
says that if it is
If you
a
manage
deity,
to do so, my work would be done.
you would pass on then, or would you still need our assistance?
You would have to remove me from this place. as
Regan
you
nods.
say.
He will say that he will pledge that if we can consult this library, that we will attempt to save him from this place before we depart. And he notes that if it is a deity that was involved in the Great Cataclysm, his god must have been an enemy of this creature, even though he does not know who it is, and he will do everything he can to make sure that it is destroyed.
Be careful inside the pyramid. Its traps are not obvious. They are subtle. You may have encountered more crude and primitive devices out around the rest of the island. Not so here. Our job was to defend this place, and to ensure that this evil would not be unleashed again upon the world.
Regan will enthusiastically reply that his deity has blessed him with the sight of the gods, and that it is truly meant for this task, and that he hopes to set right all the wrongs that have been done here.
Go with my blessing, honor brother. I wish you well.
Thank you.
A last bit of advice. Take the left path.
Regan will nod and say that I will heed your advice. You seem very wise.
Alright, so you guys leave the building?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, you step out and back into the sunlight. The pyramid lies probably only like 120 feet away, like the entrance. Above you, I think like you hear like a faint like claw on stone sort of noise, and you look up and you see the raptors like looking over the edge at you.
Nice.
Is the entrance to the pyramid the same height and size as what was on the other building?
You mean the big building?
Yeah.
It's bigger than the one you just entered, but not that big.
Okay.
Big enough for the raptors to at least squeeze in the
Yes.
hallway. Okay, that's
Yes. Which, I mean, I'll just say, like, could be a good thing, could be a bad thing.
Yeah.
You would trust the spirits. They are not of this world.
good. Regan will nod and say that you'd be surprised what spirits can do. There are many forms of strength, and not all of it, and I'm gonna kind of point his oversized arms, his muscle.
Is it safe to say that I was the only one in that room, other than the barbarian, who did not know what was going on?
I'll explain to you.
Okay, so yeah, you explain to him while you guys head to the entrance to the pyramid. Sarcasmos is padding along like the burlap sack with the eye of Mordor over his shoulder. um, and yeah, like you reach the entrance to the pyramid. Do you have any comments, Telemon?
It does seem I do not. No, apparently the power within can destroy the eye, as it were. Fire should not be used, of course. So probably some type of, I don't know, gravitational energy or some type, maybe just crush it into 1,000 little pieces.
Everybody looks at Telemon, and it is very clear to everybody that Telemon needs to be the one to do this.
Regan will suggest that he could always hand the eye and the vial of boom to one of our unfortunate raptors and send it running off in a direction. Tell it to bite when it's far enough away.
Like, Sarcasmos looks
What
up
is
at
this?
you.
I would do it.
What is this vial of boom you speak of?
Yes, here, look right here.
God.
And he pulls out a pouch and then he drops
Oh,
it
no.
and he starts juggling it like a hacky sack and then he catches it and then he pulls out like this vial with like this glinting yellowish whitish fluid inside. It says, "Very big boom, very big boom indeed."
Doesn't look
and
that
then like
impressive.
he stops. He says, "Indeed," and then he looks over and he like sees like the ruins of the smaller pyramid, and he just slowly starts tucking the vial back into his pouch.
Yes, maybe the makers of that had a mishap over there.
Regan will suggest that perhaps that was a weapon intended to be used against the Dreaded One, and then for some reason it was considered too unstable. I think the "for some reason"
I am
should
not
be an
so
air
sure
quote.
Or
of
maybe
that.
it didn't
The
work.
vial was a very
Doesn't look that
radial
impressive
explosion.
to me.
This looks to be more like some kind of large force blew out the side.
Yes. That would probably blow
The
the whole
spirits
thing
were
on all
obviously
sides.
angry and showed their displeasure.
So you guys enter the pyramid.
Yes.
Yes,
Okay.
definitely.
All right. We're gonna see if I can get this to work here.
Are we going extra long tonight?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, you didn't hear that? I thought you were back in the channel when I said it. Because you were
We're
getting
attempting
here
to
late.
get off the island tonight.
We're and because we're so close to getting off the island, we're going until we're done. So
Oh, wow.
yeah. I warned everybody at the beginning this could be an extra long session. But I know people want to get off the island, and you are very close. So yeah. Let's see here. I'm gonna check one last thing. I really hope you don't see my GM info overlay.
Can't say I do. Looks like a.
Well,
half
I have
me.
it.
Oh, it's on the page.
Do you see the overlay now?
I see
you
nothing
should-
but a black screen.
Oh, there's like a gray
I
T on it.
see,
Oh, okay, down the
a
bottom.
Big T, yeah.
Okay. Do you see any wording on that T?
Nope.
Nope.
Awesome. Okay, I got it to actually work. Sweet. Because there's actually text on that T for me. All right. So let me find some appropriate music here as we enter what could be the final portion of the island.
Do 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 do. Oh wait, sorry.
I do hope I'm gonna have things will work out so I can actually go back and try to save a few people before we bail, but never know how it's gonna happen.
All right, so you enter a wide corridor, wide enough to where the two raptors can walk side by side, and there's the padding and the clicking of the one raptor, and then there's like the clanking or the clattering of the other raptor that's entirely a skeleton. And you guys start to make your way down this fairly long corridor into obviously some sort of entryway room.
Oh, one thing, Star. I just
Yep.
wanted to remind you because I almost forgot myself. And if it comes up, I have a +2 forward against Badoon in the Obsidian Pyramids. I don't know what that would give me and when it would be appropriate,
Yes.
but I wanted to just let you know.
Yes. All right, so you come into a large chamber, and inside are what could only be described as magnificently menacing obsidian statues standing watch over the entrance. They're very clearly orcs. They've got like picture the statues that stand in front of a lot of the temples in Egypt. Like they're kind of that stance. They've got like their two hands in front of them holding a spear erect, like straight up. Very similar to that. There's like one on each wall, and
Very
then there's
Anubis
two
Guardian.
on the there's like two on the forward wall, and they seem to be like looking down at you as you enter almost. And it's almost like they're judging you as you enter. There is a corridor to your left and a corridor off to your right. Those corridors are smaller. Everything in here is made of the same obsidian black stone blocks that are probably a ton in weight each. These other corridors could possibly fit like the raptors. You think they might have trouble on hard corners, but they could still probably go through. They just won't be very nimble.
If we pass that area where the wall's blown out and there's any like little pieces of obsidian, I might take a small amount of it.
There's no places of wall blown out here. Like I said, it's very hard. Like, do you want to try to break off some pieces of obsidian to take a sample?
I don't
Beneath
think
the
I'm probably gonna give it a
watchful,
shot.
judging eyes of the giant 20-foot orcs?
Yeah, I think I'm going to avoid doing that.
I'll amend it. They're probably 15 feet. All right, you enter. I would like to ask, what is like the mental state of everyone as they enter this room? Like what are your? I guess what like I'm gonna go left to right. Telemon, what is your currently deepest fear? Your currently deepest regret, and your utmost goal right now.
Let's see. My deepest fear is probably that we're gonna fail utterly, and we're gonna release that dreaded one. The deepest regret is probably everyone that's died in trying to get out of this hellhole. And
Your penultimate goal.
my penultimate goal. I don't know. At this point, that's like is it a short-term penultimate goal or a penultimate goal ever?
Well,
Short
what
term
would be
is
what would
definitely
be
just to
in
get
your
off
mind?
the island.
Like what is driving you? I'll say what is your drive? Just to get off the island, okay? Krios, what is your deepest fear entering this this pyramid?
Spirits, most definitely spirits.
What is your deepest regret?
Deepest regret. That I didn't get to taste any T-Rex food recently. I wanted to eat some.
That's very innocent of you. And what is your driving force here?
I made a bargain that I would go with them and then see it through,
Okay, Regan.
and
what is-
they kept up their part of the deal.
yeah, Regan. What is your deepest fear entering this room?
That Felindiore's sudden refusal of Padine might mean that she has interest here and might get involved as well.
Ooh, okay. What is your deepest regret?
Basically, getting the Thunder Brothers killed and messing up the resurrection, or not being able to resurrect his brother.
Okay, and what is your driving force here?
My driving force now is unquestionably to completely and utterly destroy this apparent primordial god that must have, if it exists in this realm and it was back then, it must have been an enemy of he who cannot be named, and therefore, it must be destroyed.
Awesome. Padine, what is your deepest fear entering this room?
Dean went AFK for bio.
Did he?
Yep, again.
Wow. Wow, he must be having some jungle dysentery. Like, what a place to...
I didn't
Like-
know my stew was that bad.
Yeah. What an unfortunate place to miss out. Like, I thought this was a great sequence.
This is definitely a good sequence. I'm actually curious what the... He's got shaken about Flindadorius, so I don't know if that's going to play in or not.
Do you guys want to know what Sarcasmo... We'll pass the time talking about Sarcasmos. Sarcasmos' deepest fear is entering this tomb and never leaving. His deepest regret... Let's see. His deepest regret is probably...
Hey, Padine's back.
His deepest regret is not being powerful enough to gain the respect of his peers. And his driving goal is to impress the powerful Telemon and Regan, and to earn their respect. And yeah, that's his. So Padine, we've all kind of gone around and answered these questions as you... Were you here for the description of the room at least?
A little bit with the Anubis
15
things. In there,
15-foot orc statues.
yeah.
What is your deepest fear entering this room?
My deepest fear entering this room, that we will be buried alive in here. We'll have more of our party killed by whatever threats are inside of this place.
What is your deepest regret?
Let's see here. Not being able to save Lunaeus, probably.
Ooh. And what is your driving force, like your current penultimate goal?
Getting off this island.
Okay.
Back to civilization.
All right, so you walk beneath these statues, and they don't have pupils. Like, again, they're black obsidian carved, but you have the distinct sensation that like they are staring at you as you guys walk beneath them. Where do you go?
Left.
Yes. All right, so you guys go left.
You would
I'm not
listen to
wait-
spirits?
Actually,
I
someone
don't-
else has to say that. I don't. Unless someone told me he said to go left. I
Before
can't
we
say
go left, even though the guy gives good advice, and I do respect him, before we go left, as we're just walking down this hallway, I am pulling out the old finger casually on a string and giving it a little bit of a spin, and I'm going to try to roll guidance.
I just love how you worded that. I love your guidance.
Casually pulled out the old finger.
That's a success. Let me read guidance. Okay. There is Oh, one thing I should actually note is there are torch sconces in the walls. Well, I guess they're sconces in the walls. They're not torches. And they are aflame. You have to assume there's some sort of oil. And yeah, like the rooms are not well lit, or it's really hard to tell because they're black and obsidian. They're very high up. But yeah, there is actually light in this illumination in this place. As you do this, Regan, the flames flicker very, very briefly. And the bone on the end of the string spins around in circles, and at the apex of one circle, it starts tugging towards the west, which is the left.
Regan will casually put something back in his pocket and say, "Great idea, Telmon. Let's head left."
I remember last time I did that to you, I told you to go the other
You
way.
put spade in such trinkets.
Krios, Regan will definitely smile at Krios and say, "I'm sure that you put some stock in trinkets too," and point to the long tooth in your hair, and just smile a little bit as we keep walking.
All right. So you guys make your way down the left corridor. These ones are much more closer to head height, so you can actually see. They seem to be little reservoirs in the wall, and like you have to assume they're being refilled with oil, like from the interior of the wall. You don't know how. There must be some great reservoir of oil, or You don't know, but
Yay.
there's
One
there's
can't
these
help but think of the other destroyed temple.
on its own, oil is not explosive; it's just flammable. Yeah, so like you proceed down the corridors. The raptors behind you, I guess. Do you tell them to wait in the room, or do you tell them to follow?
I'm gonna tell them to follow mine. I'm
Okay,
gonna have
yeah,
trouble
yeah.
with this. He's also-
Sarcasmos is strutting between Telamon and Regan. He imperiously orders his raptor to follow the other raptor. Let me see if I can reveal. I'm gonna be really psyched if I can. Oh, let me turn grid back on. That'll probably make this easier. But as I do, you guys probably won't be able to see the grids. Let's see. Can you guys see the grids?
I see no grid.
Yes!
in the grid.
Ha! Yet another thing works. I made them the same color as the paths. They're technically there, but you can't see them.
I see
that's
little
cool.
pieces of them on the edges.
You get to this corridor, and remember, you guys can right-click and drag and move around the map. There's definitely a T intersection. The corridor goes down southward to your left, like a shorter distance, and then it kind of disappears off to the north to the right. Which direction do you guys head? They both look kind of uniform, like it's all kind of disturbingly uniform, sleek obsidian stone surface. I don't know what this might be doing in terms of optical illusions to you guys, but it's definitely kind of unnerving. And just maybe every 8 feet, there's like a kind of rounded sconce where there's an oil, like an oil. Is that
I think we should
light?
go left again. That's what I say.
Regan
Does
will,
does the like wind blow the sconce either way, like airflow?
No. I
No?
mean, like once you get into like this far into the tomb, wind is definitely not a very big factor.
What's smoke
like
from
if-
the sconces, or are they smokeless?
It's very, very low. You can
What?
see like this kind of acrid black smoke curdling up into the ceiling, but then the thing is, the ceiling is black obsidian, so it kind of just disappears.
do I see anything that's been hidden or any falsehoods in here? By the way, I'm still looking very carefully for illusions and traps, given our previous experience.
Man, that was a really smart thing for you to do. I need to keep reminding myself of that. True seeing. Illusions, see things that have been hidden. Not in this corridor.
Copy that. Good to know.
I think I'm gonna make things creepy for you though. When you guys were standing beneath the orcs, their eyes were glowing red for you,
Oh.
there, Regan, and they
I
were
almost asked
definitely.
if they were doing anything, but I was like, probably not. And they're
They
like,
weren't
that's
doing
pretty
anything,
scary."
but their eyes were red, and everybody else they looked like obsidian.
Oh boy. Regan's like, you seeing that?
So you guys are at the corridor. Do you guys go left?
I'm gonna go left again. Yes.
Okay. Are you
Space is
leading the
lit
way,
up, then
Regan?
it's just a
Like
regular light.
this is
Yes.
wide enough to where two of you can walk, not necessarily shoulder to shoulder, but very close.
My mace's light's not empowered as its regular mace light, but I've got that out in
Okay.
front of me, and I'm definitely leading the front.
This
So-
place is not for the mortals longer.
Who else is up front? Like Regan and
Probably me.
okay, Regan and Krios. Sorry, I'll get it right eventually.
It's not like the 4th or 5th time you said it. Okay.
I'm gonna say that you've said it before too, so damn it. Like you made the character and you made the mistake. All right, so, all right, you get to the end. Oh, that wasn't supposed to happen.
They got smaller.
There we go. And you come around a corner, and there's definitely a wide hallway here. You see like little alcoves on the left, or you see like maybe passages. You can't really tell. And then at the far end of the corridor, there seems to be a large, like, set of obsidian doors.
Regan's going to motion to the obsidian doors and suggest that perhaps the library he spoke of is down this door.
What is this library?
They keep books.
Regan's kind of face palms as he realizes that Krios probably has no idea what a book is.
I pull out my dirge of dirge of the darkness just to show him the outside.
You pull that out, and a few pages like rustle in your hands.
I will motion to it and I will explain that you can put words on a object with books.
I have seen such things long ago.
Perhaps
Right,
I
so-
continue
He
to
was
use them.
probably around like 8 or 9, so he probably knew how to
I was
read,
picturing you were
basically,
being even younger, like 5.
But oh well, I picture 8 or 9.
Okay,
Basically,
right, yeah, that's
he,
fine.
he might have like the very basic understandings of what it is, but don't expect him
Alright,
to read a
so
whole page.
you guys start making your way down the hallway?
Yeah, I'm definitely
I'm gonna keep
moving
my eye
with-
on one of the alcoves. So
pretty
let's
sure
see
I'm
what
up
I can
front
see
for
down there.
sure. I'm very enthusiastic.
Yeah, you start walking by and you see like these alcoves are actually like little passageways that look to lead to some sort of small parallel room. No doors or anything. And you have to assume the other ones lead the same way.
Do I see anything inside the room down there?
Well, do you go in?
Yeah,
I don't
I'm
go
going to
in,
go in.
no.
I'll
I don't go
well,
in yet.
I'm
Well,
gonna
you
open
can't
the
ask
door.
me if you see anything inside without actually going into the room.
I
Yeah,
mean,
I'm
is-
gonna
is
go
there
in
anything
cautiously,
see-
but
table in the middle of the room or anything like that?
You go in, and like you walk through this little passage, and you like put your hand on the wall and like look in. There's a like a single sconce here illuminating it. There are 4 obsidian sarcophaguses here on the floor. Very large, like not like necessarily for a larger sized creature, but just like kind of ornate and magnificent. Like they would weigh a ton. Yeah, this is obviously just like some sort of like burial chamber for honored people. That's what you get at glancing into the room.
I would recommend not messing with those.
Sarcasmo says,
Good idea.
"Could be they have treasure in there." Kind of nudges Regan.
Regan will suggest
Sarcasmus,
that
come here for a moment. Do you
Yes?
see all those statues?
The big guys at the entrance.
Do you want to be the one they blame for stealing something from here?
His ears go down and he shakes his head.
I look
No.
at Sarcasmus and I'm just like I crush 2 hands together, like what might happen to him.
He cowers and he runs back behind Regan. Maybe
Regan
we
will
should
say-
move along, Regan.
if you do not steal anything from them, and you are respectful, perhaps they would not smash you. I don't believe we could. It is as much danger as you fear, but it is also not the room we seek, so we should move on.
Okay. All right. So you move
Yes.
further down the hallway.
Looking for the library.
Yeah, you see a very similar room here. One of the sarcophaguses seems to have been cracked. You don't go in there, I assume. You get to the double
No.
doors. They are like obsidian stone. They've got these big kind of push handles on them. You have to assume these doors weigh hundreds of pounds. Without putting weight on them, you either have to assume either they're going to be impossible to open, and maybe they never even needed a locking mechanism, or whoever built this place had a fantastic idea of how to properly balance doors, because there might be no way to open them otherwise.
Alrighty.
So I suppose
Regan, does this look like the sort of door that they would put on a library to you?
Regan's going to look at it. It looks like the sort of door that we should investigate. Regan will answer as he prepares to help
Should
open
I
the
give
door.
it a shot?
Sure, Krios.
I put my hands on the handle and I just like tug as hard as I can. Brother, push.
Yeah, like, you
I
tug
missed that
and you're
fact.
like,
All right, so I push.
and then like
they were,
you
they
kind
were
of
described as push handles.
Oh, I
Yeah.
didn't hear that. I just heard handles.
you start pushing and like you see rippling sinews in Krios's
Mighty
uh,
fuse.
shoulders and his mighty thews, and he's just like, and very gradually you hear like a creak, like not like a, it's just more like stone on stone, and he starts to push these doors open. And Krios, this is one of the hardest things you've ever pushed, and you could probably only get them open about maybe 2 feet before like your strength gives way and you stop. But like, yeah, you open it up. You
Mentioned they
stand
had,
aside,
like,
Krios.
They had a large
peer
sort of
inside,
beast,
yeah.
like a slave beast.
What did you say?
A large beast that they supposedly kept.
Yes.
Perhaps
Yes.
something
the,
like
the
this
guy
is
did.
what they were
The guy
intended
did
for.
mention that.
Not that no, I don't. I assume I was told about them. It seems to me this is
Yeah.
the kind of thing they were intended for.
Regan will, if you mention that out loud, Regan will definitely nod and say we should be cautious if we run into any of them here. Sounds like they ran amok.
Did Krios look inside, or
I said I was peering inside, but I didn't. As far as I know, I didn't
Krios, you don't know what a library is, but you know this is not filled with books.
What do I see?
Very little. There is no light inside. Like you think you see like a faint depression in the center of the room, and you think the room is vaguely cubicle.
This room is dark.
Echoes throughout the room, probably.
Regan's going
Yeah.
to immediately
It's slightly
lean in
muffled,
with his
though.
mace and see if he can see anything.
Oh, so all right. So Krios, you got to step back or
I like stand in
step
the doorway
into the room.
blinking, and I'd like
Okay.
step back.
All right, Regan, you lift your mace. This is definitely not a library. There are no lights in here. It is like a perfectly cubicle room, and you stand on like the lip of like maybe a step, and the step beneath you leads down into a depression into the center of the room. And filling the center of the room is a massive pile of sparkling black sand, which slowly disappears into the center of the depression.
I can definitely get a look at that kind of with a bit of amusement, and
Maybe
And then
he
we-
only meant one left, Sarcasmo says as he's like looking between Regan's legs. He's like,
Regan
what
will
is that
step back
stuff?
and suggest that perhaps we should go back the other way, and also express regret in missing our companion Nicodemus, since I'm sure that he would know what that material was. I'm sure that it's something to do with the onyx we've seen. Obsidian, I mean.
Right, so yeah, you turn away from it and you begin making your way back down the corridor.
Yeah, that seems. Actually, you know, I'm gonna make sure we shut the. I'll see if we can get Krios to shut the door before we.
All right,
leave.
Krios, the doors are very hard to pull shut. I mean, they were really hard to push shut.
I
I'm
don't
gonna
think
actually.
I can do that.
I think. Let me look at your sheet here. Yeah, I'm gonna. If you want to pull these shut, you're gonna need to make like some sort of strength check.
I guess I could try.
I don't want something coming out of the horrible black sand and following us. Scary
Like
thought.
you know, as you're looking down there, like one last time you see the sand like maybe shift just slightly, and you look, and then you think maybe it's still, and you can't really determine if it was an optical illusion due to the glittering or not. That's a success. All right, so
Nice.
so Krios like heaves and heaves, and Krios, you're getting the door shut, and it's like 6 inches from shut. And you're having a really hard time shutting it the rest of the way, and you hear the sound of sand sliding, and it just freaks you the hell out, and you pull the door shut the rest of the way in one loud boom.
I like I'm like heaving against the door, going. Did I break the handles off?
Dude, you didn't break them off, but they're certainly bent.
It's shut again.
You can say that was an impressive feat of skill.
Indeed. I certainly would not have even attempted such a thing.
So you make your way back down the corridor.
Yes, back to the
You
T-junction.
move past the two raptors. You have to like get them to move against one of the walls and kind of shuffle around them. You move back into the corridor, and this time I assume you head north.
Yeah, that
Yeah.
seems like a reasonable course of action.
I'm going to represent the journey of our party so far.
All right, so you find yourself in kind of a zigzagging corridor. Yes, that's very effective. No, nope. That's perfect. Yeah. All right, so you're leading the way, and Regan, as you're getting like almost exactly to this spot where the blue trail ends, you start to notice a light inside the wall. It's like a yellow, I don't want to say wire because you guys don't have wires. It's like a yellow line, kind of geometric. It starts out like 1 foot above the ground, then it moves like 3 feet into the wall, and then moves up 4 feet, and then like it's all at right angles. Think like Tron light cycle paths almost. And you see like this yellow line that starts to kind of emerge and start like going like across the obsidian on the right side, and then you look and you see there's another yellow line on the left side, and they weren't there in your initial vision, and as you got closer, Regan, they started like almost coming to life.
I'm going to hold up my arm to stop the party, and I'm going to take out one of my coins from my coin bag and flick it at the area and see if it's actually a solid wall or something.
What
or if
is
it's,
it?
Oh,
if
that
it's-
is an absolutely
Shaman.
hilarious choice, Regan. Remove 1 coin. You guys can't see what he's looking at. You just see him
That's why
stop.
I said, "What is it, shaman?"
Yeah, but he takes out a coin and he flips it, and you hear like the shing 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 as the coin flips into the air, and then you hear a and the coin gets sucked into the wall, like not like disappearing into the wall, but like it gets sucked against the wall, and like it clangs there and just sticks.
Regan's going to turn to the party and say that, have you ever seen anything like this before?
No.
It, seems
It
to be,
attracts metals.
It appears
metal-
to.
it seems to me that perhaps the orientation of reality has shifted in that area.
Rios has no idea what the fuck you just said.
Is it this wall right here?
This passage. Let me try to do this without. This passage right here. Both walls.
Sides or one side?
For Regan's vision, he's seeing these yellow lines on both sides. The coin hit the right wall.
I'm going to test another theory, and close to the line, I'm going to take out another coin. I'm going to try to roll it down the right wall like it was a floor.
Okay. So like you go to the wall, like right about here maybe.
Yeah.
And you like put a coin up there, and you just like try to flick
Right
it
up to
and
the
see if
line,
you
I
can
just
roll
try
it.
to flick it and see if it just starts scooting
As
like
soon as it
gravity.
passes into like this corridor, it just stops, and then it sticks to the wall.
Appears to like metal.
Yeah. Regan's gonna turn around and ask anybody if they have anything that's not made of metal that they might chuck
I-
down there and see.
I roll the expended global finding down the hall.
Oh, that's really smart. Um,
That's awesome.
yeah, it goes all the way down the hall.
It appears to attract metal. Glass had no effect.
Regan's gonna just sigh and say that we may have to leave our gear. And that's a
All our metal
dangerous,
gear, yes.
dangerous proposition.
Krios, how do you feel about that?
I'm not leaving my sword.
Regan suggests
might
if we
have to
cannot
s-
find another way, or perhaps have to take the right path, you may have to drop his weapons and venture onward without light or aid. This would be a horrifying prospect.
Well, personally, the only metal objects I have are a sunfire ring and 60 gold coins.
But Telemon, is there some way that we could perhaps resist this, or what is going on here? Like, you see Sarcasmos like tapping it with his staff, and nothing is happening. Magnetism?
Regan might
It
turn
does
and
not
ask if
seem to be
Telemon
to
has
me.
any.
I've never heard of magnetism that attracts gold coins.
Regan's probably going to turn and ask if Telemon might have a spell that might be able to shatter the effects here, or might be able to perform a ritual to scatter the effects in enough time.
I do not know. If I had my spell book, I had a quite handy spell for this. Dispel magic, in fact. But, alas, we lack that option.
I start taking off my metal gear and stacking it on the other side of the hallway down to our
Okay.
left.
You know what? Regan is going to start loading his bags as well, and putting an awful lot of faith in our new barbarian companion, but he doesn't think he has much desire for treasure, at least.
All right, so
Uh,
make
so-
sure you guys mark on your inventories what you're leaving behind.
I'm taking
Oh, I
care
would
of
tend to
that
go through
right
with it if
this
we're going
second.
through.
Are you just gonna walk right now, Krios? Ahead of everybody?
Yep.
All right,
Oh, God.
Krios. You are going to need to make a strength check.
10.
All right, so you guys see Krios walk out into the hallway, and he starts to get pulled towards
And I go,
like one of the walls, and yeah, and he's like, he puts his hand against the wall, and he just starts like powering his way across the hallway, and it's very clear that he's being pulled towards the wall, and he's putting a lot of effort into it, and like towards the end of the hallway, he's actually like against the wall, and he's like almost Spider-Maning across it, and he finally gets to the edge of the corridor, and like he drops back down to the floor like a heap, and he's breathing heavily.
Well, that's one way to do it, I suppose.
Regan has an idea. Doesn't know if this is going to work. He's going to take off his gear. But he's going to take. Well, do we have any more rope?
You have adventuring gear, do you not? Oh yeah, you have rope that's tied around the raptor in the back of the tunnel right now.
do you need such a thing?
Regan's going to suggest. Effectively, what Regan's going to suggest that we do to Fadine is it looks like the effects are not strong enough to completely topple our barbarian friend, is basically tie our packs to the raptors and have them drag them through like a pickup truck, basically. I guess it's the only thing I can picture.
Just attach all our stuff to the raptor, have it go
You-
through.
I think you notice that the raptors are having a really hard time with their zigzags here. They're definitely keeping, like, they're managing to keep through, but like if they were normal animals, they definitely would not be able to like make it in here due to claustrophobia.
All
if
right,
you
in
load
that
them up
case-
too much, it might be hard for them to round a corner.
In that case, I am probably still going to load them up, but I'm not going to have them push through the hallway. Instead, I'm going to just tell it. I'm going to try and hand it these bags and tell it to protect them.
Okay. You can
And,
like secure it to one of the lines that's securing the dead body of the Minotaur as well.
I put notes next to everything I left.
Okay. Telemon, are you walking through?
Yes. I have left my bag of coins and the Sunfire ring in the bag of coins.
Ooh,
I'm marking everything that I still have in a dark green background for the second.
I don't think I have
enough
anything
of
else
it.
that's metal. So.
All right, so yeah, you make your way through
I make my way through.
unimpeded, and yeah, provided you do not have any metal on you, Padine, you also make your way through. Do you have metal clasps on your clothing? They look metal.
Let's see here. I left it in the hallway.
You left your clothing in the hallway. Your
Well, not my
jacket
clothing. My
Okay.
kind of coveralls.
and your
in
rapier and
essence,
everything
armor.
else.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm officially using my last bit of adventuring gear to pull out a new pack of torches.
Okay. All right, and yeah, you all
And I'm
make
gonna
your way
light
through
one.
unimpeded. At least one of you has a weapon. Wow, Regan, you had to leave your mace behind.
Yeah, I'm hoping my minion can protect it. That's why I left it with my minion. I guess we'll see.
I think you feel the tentacles shrivel up against your skin, very disapprovingly, as you like make your way through the corridor.
I'm only doing this because I believe it's in divine will, so hopefully they will not judge me too harshly.
Sarcasmo starts to make through, and then he immediately gets sucked against the wall, and he says, "Ah!"
That's a horrible
on
idea.
You have to leave it behind, Sarcasmos.
But I don't want to.
He was sucked against the wall, right?
Yeah,
Where's the vial of
What?
boom?
it's in another pouch, not his coin pouch, fortunately.
We already discussed that it had to be open.
Well, if it shatters.
Well, it's been dropped a couple times now, so.
It hasn't been dropped. If it had been dropped, we would have had a very different scene.
Either you'll need to stay behind, Sarcasmus, or it will.
Oh! You see him like undo a clasp at his side, and he leaves like an entire pouch stuck to the wall, and he starts making his way back, and he
I will-
mournfully looks back at the sack of coins.
I will make sure we bring the Eye of the Dreaded One with us and don't leave it back
Oh,
here in this place.
he has it over his shoulder.
Okay. In very good shape.
All right, so you guys get to the corridor. It seems the dungeon has already divested you of some of your gear.
What is in these sacks you all keep leaving behind? Or excuse me.
I do see something.
What is
there.
in these sacks?
Do you see text there?
See blue there.
It's blue.
Okay,
Text.
you don't see text though. Okay, you're supposed to
No.
see the blue.
Okay, good.
All right, so you make your way down this corridor, as Krios asks about coins for the second character in a row, or not in a row, but the second character.
They are coins, Krios. That we use them to exchange for different goods.
What kind of goods?
Any goods.
What-
And services
whatever
as well.
they have. Yes, possibly that. Or people might do something for us if we give them this.
Regan will say you can hunt for much food if you give the right man a coin. It's much easier
If one
than
looks in
hunting
the
a
right
dinosaur.
places, I mean, objects, material wealth, weapons, women, anything, as long as you have enough.
Women?
Perhaps.
These
Females?
things-
If one looks
These
in the right
things
place.
can buy women?
If one purchases in the right place,
And
yes.
thus began
They're for sale.
Krios' crusade to become the most wealthy barbarian.
Exactly.
You will note one of his appetites is
The pleasures, yes.
I can see why he's been stranded on this island for this many years.
All right, so
you never asked where the skulls came from, so
Oh dear lord.
It
We have
wasn't
a
the
serial
women.
killer barbarian. I was
Wasn't the
gonna
women.
say we have a serial killer barbarian.
It was the men who came after the women.
All right, so you guys get to this long rectangular room. There are a series of pillars which support the center, and in the center of the room there is a large pool. And on the right side you see two passageways.
And on the left one,
On the left one, only Regan notices something odd
Oh.
about the wall.
okay.
I noticed about the wall.
We seem to have two choices in this room. The
Is
large,
there
is a
a-
large pool
Is there
of
a
water.
fourth door that might?
Yeah, there's a pool of water. It appears to be like 6 feet deep. And
Did it, like flush with where we're walking, or is there a distance there?
it's probably like maybe 6 inches below where you're walking. And you like you're kind of surveying the room, and you see like a grating system beneath it. Looks like where water would enter or exit or something. And at the very bottom of the pool, you see like a dark rectangular shape. And as you're walking by, like the pool is clear enough to where you can see that it seems to be a chest.
Do I see anything where the I guess the fourth door would be if they were mirrored?
The one on the south.
Yeah.
You see like the ghostly outline of the wall and a passage beyond.
Regan's going to immediately point to it, and and say that I believe that is our destination.
Huh. The wall?
Merely a wall there.
Regan's going to walk up to the wall and reach his stub arm out very carefully and see if he can start to swipe through it.
Yeah, you just put your hand right through the wall. Krios, I don't know how you react to it, but Sarcasmus goes, "Good goblins!"
I think as I do that, one of my tentacles is going to slither its way off my shoulder and kind of whip through it at least once, and then kind of hiss at it.
Yeah, definitely. Do you walk through?
I'm going to walk through.
All right.
Torch held high, because I have nothing else on me but a torch.
He just walked through a wall.
Does one of you think you get more use of this staff than I am? Because I don't think I'm going to get a whole lot of use out of it.
Right. So, do you guys follow him into this this passageway? Like, you have to put your
Yes.
hands on the wall, and then
I do.
you find that like the wall is just simply not here in one place, and you follow him in. Regan, you enter this corridor, and you see that there seems to be a large room beyond. Again, it does not look like a library, but you have not like gotten to the edge to actually look inside.
I peer
will
in
be
closer.
going and, I will definitely go in closer and take a look.
into the pool of water as I walk past.
Yeah, like you see that chest at the bottom, like situated above a grate. All right, so in this other room, you come out onto what is essentially a landing, and there is a ramp descending deeper into the room. On the far side of the room, definitely catching everybody's eye, is an altar with, quote, glittering treasures on it. Between you and said altar, there is a circular obsidian well-like structure with a black pool inside, and there is an obsidian plug hanging over chains directly above it.
Oh, let's go back the other way, Regan. I don't see any books here.
Is anything jumping out at me is hidden inside of this room as I look around for a moment before I anything that might spur me to move into it?
you look and you see, like, I think you get the outlines of things that are hidden. There is like you see the altar. There's like a cloth over this stone altar. There seems to be like, what seems to be a box of coins. There seems to be some other things. You see a book. And
The
in
book
like
on
a
the altar,
curiously, yeah, and curiously, on the blank space, there's like a blank space in the middle of the altar for everybody. For you, there is like a small idol there, like carved out of obsidian, that like nobody else can see. But I don't know that you know that nobody else can see.
What kind of idol is it? Is it like an orc idol it look like, or is it something? completely
You're standing from across the room, so you can't really tell. It's small, like maybe a foot tall.
Regan might turn back to the group and say perhaps we should investigate this room a little further. We are certainly running in circles at the moment. I don't see any immediate threats in there, just things that are not hidden or not visible. I will turn to the goblin.
I'm wondering how short Regan's memory is.
I will turn to the.
I don't know about that.
I don't know
dark
about you, Regan,
pool
but
in
have
there.
you looked at this room recently?
Regan will sigh and say that he was most interested in reading what secrets that book may have contained, but if the group can't be convinced, he will follow them back out.
Well,
But-
we can't find
Are
a
those
library
round
over
things
here.
the things you say can buy women?
No. Oh, not those. Those ones definitely won't.
No?
There are other ones.
I
Tell
will
him
look
on.
at him and say that they could buy many, but it won't do you any good if you were dead, and I have a feeling that is not as it appears to be.
Telemon, what about that book? What is that? You just like Sarcasmos is next to you.
Did I miss a book? I heard an idol and coins.
There
as well.
is a single tome lying upon the altar, like off to the side.
Regan has mentioned this as one of his key interests of investigating this room. In
And
fact,
I think there's probably a few rolls of paper there as well.
Ooh.
You tempt me so, DM.
Yes, that is very. These are books.
Regan is enthusiastic to investigate, but he warns the goblin if we do go in to be careful with what he considers taking.
But why would you send me in?
You don't have to go in.
Tell him I'm
I
going into
am
me.
somewhat interested in that book, but I don't
If-
like this room at all.
If I go, can I keep what I find?
No.
Well, then I'm not going, you fool.
Okay, stay here with me. I think Regan and Telemon should go check it out, and we can stay here on the other side.
As I walk into the room, do I get any idea of possibly recognizing what kind of idol this is?
You're gonna have to walk around that black pool first, like that black well with the large
Oh,
plug
boy.
over it.
The plug is over top of the well?
I'm gonna remind you that you guys have seen a well before with black
Yes.
water in it with a plug
Is
over it.
The chain that goes up, is there any way of discerning which way the chain goes?
They disappear
in the
into the
ceiling?
walls.
Okay. Looking on the sides, are there any kind of levers that I see?
No,
Specifically looking around the walls for any levers.
no, you don't.
Oh boy.
Do you mention anything?
So the last time, that would be the ooze room?
Yes.
Yes.
I mentioned that we might want to try to find a way to cover that well, if at all possible. I don't like the looks of it.
And you mentioned that I'll take another look. I was thinking perhaps we could sneak in and out, but if we can cover the well, that would be a good option. So do I see any potential methods for doing that?
Given that you're the only one that can see the idol, you do see what seem to be maybe, and you're not sure at this distance, they might be levers on the idol itself.
Regan will definitely share this information with the rest of the group, even though they might think him mad, given they probably can't see this thing.
You see something that I don't. Quite interesting.
He has given me
Well-
sight. Perhaps he would give you sight one day.
Yes, this is true. Perhaps you should throw a lever if anything happens. I'll
Well, the
shout
levers
to you
are
if
across
I-
the room.
Yes, if when you go over to get it and anything happens, I'll shout over to you. I'll keep an eye on the well area.
Regan's going to nod and say, "Shall we, Telemon?" and kind of lead on. And I'll comment that Regan will comment that he's going to go for the levers while Telemon can investigate the potential book. Also, I'll hand Telemon a torch if he doesn't have one. Does he have one right now?
No.
Well, I'm going to totally hand you one of my torches and give you some light.
I have a feeling we're going to regret this, but
Regan pauses for a moment and asks Telemon what of that cloak he's used before that has allowed him to blink in and out of existence.
indeed.
You may be able to escape quickly if there's an issue. I'll have to be more careful.
This is true. You lack that benefit, however.
Regan nods and tells the others to stay there and asks Spadine if he can cover the door with his bow. Perhaps it could this could be
I
an
have no
interesting
ammo.
escape. Oh, you have no ammo. Wow, that's
Yes.
unfortunate.
So cover it with my fists.
Does Spadine have a torch?
Yes, I do have a torch. I can use it as a club.
Does anyone else need a torch, perhaps, just to make sure everybody's got some light? Does Kratos want a torch, or is Kratos happy?
Krios
This
has a
sword.
two-handed sword and does not need a torch.
Okay.
Telemon, Sarcasmos just like shoves you. He's like, "Get on with it if you're going to do something. You too, you old fart." And he like shoves you, Regan. Like not
Regan's
very
going
hard,
to,
just like
This
an
this
inch,
way just shoves us through the door. We hear a click as something gets depressed.
just like an inch or so, like just to get you guys moving as you like delay.
Yep. I
Very
think
well,
that's a good idea.
Guess I'll.
Regan's going to make his way in, stay with Telemon as long as possible, and then split off to go for the levers.
Are you guys gonna run? Are you gonna try to be quiet? How are you approaching this situation?
I'm saying I personally am thinking quiet, but quickly and quiet. Try not to draw attention if possible, or at least for as long as possible.
Okay. Let me get let's see. I guess you're leading the way, Regan. Telemon, do you want to assist him in making his way across the room quietly, like pointing out, "Oh, look, there's like a chain there. Don't rattle it," or something like that.
That seems fair. We could do that. I'll
How long
expose
does that
myself to
aid
danger,
thing
but it's
work?
fine.
That I gave to him a while ago. Is that still on or not?
Actually, I don't know
Let me look.
It doesn't have any time limit on the paper I have.
Let's see here.
if is what still on?
The next time somebody successfully, the next time somebody successfully assists the target with aid, they get +2 instead of +1. It's the same day, and you guys have not rested, so I'm going to say that's still in effect.
Oh, kick ass.
Well, I still have to successfully aid.
Yeah.
Yes,
So
that's
roll
true.
plus your bond with Regan.
+1 it is.
That's a
Barely.
success, but you place yourself in danger if there is any danger. Regan, you get a +2 to your roll to move silently. I think this is going to be dexterity. Let me look just to make sure that makes the most sense from the wording. Because dexterity is worded as getting out of the way or acting fast. I'm just going to say dexterity. It doesn't necessarily fit that, but like you're
Yeah.
trying to move carefully.
It's what comes to mind as the
Yeah.
traditional attribute for that.
Yeah.
So I've got a -1 and a plus. What is it I have total here?
Plus 2.
I have a +1 total.
Yep.
Okay, rolling it up.
Ooh,
Oh,
okay.
Wow.
They move slowly, and Telemon's like moving with Regan, but you guys are like waiting with bated breath at the entrance, and they like just carefully move around this well in the center. I think there's a moment where the chain rattles just a little bit, and the plug just kind of shifts ever so slightly, and you guys freeze and you look over it, and you look down at the pool and see a ripple, and then you continue moving onward. You get to the altar. On the altar, there's like, it's illuminated by a like kind of an oil well again, except this one's much wider. In the center is a blank space, obviously where this idol is, idol-looking thing is to Regan. On the right side, there seems to be, it's not a chest, it's like a shallow offering box. It seems to be filled with coin. There's some gems in it. On the left side, there is a tome, or some sort of book with either some scrolls or loose pieces of paper. The paper seemed to be fairly fragile, but yeah, those immediately come to mind, or are immediately kind of visible. Telamon, you said you were going for the book, and Regan, you said you were going for the idol?
That's correct.
Okay.
Is the deity anything that I would recognize, or no?
Give me a spout lore roll.
Sounds good.
It definitely looks orcish.
Actually, meant to be a +2, by the way. I screwed up.
It's still a 9. Or 8. Definitely orcish. You don't know specifically what it is. Like the two levers, like are actually really crude arms, and there's one on each side, and they both seem to be currently raised. Telamon, you pick up the book.
I want to examine it first. It seems to me like something like this. I mean, it might not be, but there could be like a trap of some sort or something of that nature
Like-
attached to it.
Like you kind of put your fingers around it looking for wires.
Yes.
Notably, I'm waiting to act unless I see something bad happen. If nothing bad happens, I'm going to just try to sneak out with Tell.
You don't find any wires attached to the book.
Okay. I look at Regan and nod the book, and then like shake my head back at the door. Like I'm ready whenever he is.
Regan nods and he waits in position. Quietly, he's going to flip the switches if there's anything gets woke up. Otherwise, hopefully, just get the thing and we can get out of here.
Okay. I'm going to carefully pick up the book and cringe when the trap goes off.
You pick up the book. Nothing happens.
Oh my god. And
I think I
suppose
saw
the
some-
scrolls are too fragile, so they're probably gonna leave them.
Let's see here. Let's see. Yeah, you're right. Both of them definitely look too fragile to move.
We'll leave them then, because if they're too fragile to move, they're definitely too fragile to open.
So, Telamon, you start making your way back out. What do you do, Regan? Do you move with him?
If nothing happens, as soon as Telamon passes, like gets back to where I'm at, I'm gonna follow him along outside the room.
Okay. Alright. So it's like that Indiana Jones scene we all expect, and it's utterly quiet, and then you guys start making your way back, and nothing happens. And you get back to the entrance of the room, the chain rattles ever so slightly again, but you make your way back into the corridor, and maybe do you go back to the pool room? I like the little drawings, by the way, whoever's doing the little drawings. I assume that's Foster.
That's Cloud, I think.
Or
But,
Cloud.
while they're messing around the room, I go back and look at that chest.
Okay, the chest at the bottom of the water?
How deep is it?
6 feet, and it's like residing like on or next to a grate.
Do I see any levers?
No. I mean, like, just on the surface, no. If you want to give me a discern realities roll, it would involve potentially getting in the pool, potentially running your hands along the walls for some time, if you're willing to commit to that sort of thing. Or you could, go
I
for the
can't
chest.
reach the chest with my sword, can I?
If it was directly beneath you, you could. The thing is, it's out in the center of the pool, and since it's 6 feet deep and then lateral, it's too long.
I'd have no way to get it out of the pool, though. Let us look at it.
Poor Krios, staring at the chest. What does everybody else do now that you're like back in the safety of the pool room?
I'm very interested in examining this book.
I would ask Tolman, what is it we just risked being eaten by massive slime to retrieve? Hopefully something that will assist us.
Okay. All right, so you sit down
I'm really
and,
hoping
and
the first
open up
few
the
words
book.
are not I prepared explosive runes this morning.
So you open up the book. It's old. It's but it's not. It's in relatively good condition. It's definitely like a thick book. You open it up, and the first page is blank. You flip through it. The next page is blank. You flip through another page, and that's blank. And like you start thumbing through them, like in increasing frustration, and like you get to the middle of the book, and they're all blank.
Seems to be blank, but perhaps you can have a look. You seem to have been seeing things that aren't normally there. I find it very strange to be a blank book just sitting over there.
You're saying that, Telemon, and you're about to hand it to him, I guess. And like you flip the page, like you're like flipping the book closed to hand to him, and right as you do so, you think you see like the faintest like glimpse of writing on one of the earlier pages. Do you open it back up?
Yes.
Okay. Now you open it back up. And again, the first page is blank, but on the second page, in black ink, like obviously handwritten, but in like kind of fairly nice calligraphy, it says, "The Life of Telamon Darius."
Okay. It's strange. I turn the page.
Telamon, just how old are you? Like, I pictured you in your 70s or 80s.
That sounds about right, yeah.
So like what? What? Give me an exact number.
We'll go with 73.
Okay. So if that's 73 in the year, let's see here. All right. So on the first page, and where were you born? Like the small. You don't necessarily have to make up a name at the drop of a hat. You can. You could tell me just a little bit about, like, was it a fishing village? Was it a big town? Did you just live in a little hamlet out in the countryside? What?
I wouldn't think it would be a big. Definitely wouldn't be a city. It'd probably be a small town. Probably waterside. As far as names, we'll go with. We'll go with like Arkael or something like that. Arkael.
Okay. All right. So the first page, you turn to it. and it says, Telamon Darius was born in the year 567 in the small village of Archael. And it goes on to describe, like, your early life.
This is quite odd. Seems to describe my life, which is very strange. I definitely never been here.
You're reading it, and you start reading details that you don't remember. Like, who is your best... Like, did you have a best childhood friend? You don't necessarily have to give him a name, but, like, did you have a best childhood friend, and, like, did you guys, like, go fishing or something? Or...
Yeah, sure. Why not?
There's basically, like, a story here that says, like, little Telamon, when he was 5, went out to the river with his friend, and like, you know, there's a name, obviously, and like, it describes the experience, but you don't remember it happening. And the more you read, like, the more, like, things there that you don't actually remember that happened. And you start searching your memory from your childhood, and you suddenly start to find that, like it's like, it's hard to kind of come up with any sort of details.
This is quite strange. I don't remember most of these things happening.
So what is everybody else doing? This Telamon is apparently, you know, muttering over this book.
I'm going to take a look around the room and see. Well, look around to what other people are doing at the moment. I'm kind of curious what everyone's up to.
Are you
Creo-
all ready to go yet?
Yeah,
I'm
like,
gonna
Krios is
close
looking
the book for
impatiently.
now for further examination at later time.
Regan's going to turn to Telamon and ask, they don't believe that was the library that they were speaking of, unless it's an incredibly
No.
small library.
This book is definitely very suspicious. I'm going to put it away for later examination.
Yes, Regan says that he's very interested in examining it as well.
But I do not believe it will help us now.
Yeah, you put it back into your belt, like, or into, like, that. I guess, like, you put it into the satchel where you normally keep your spell book, and for the first time, like, there's a weight there, and you feel a little bit more comfortable.
I guess we have to check the other passageways.
Yeah. Like, you look over, and there seems to be a small room in this passageway on the right side. Investigating that will yield what appears to be like a just a small chamber with a stone, like, obsidian table, some chairs actually made of obsidian, like, they're not stuck to the ground, but they're very heavy, and like a shelf built into the wall, with some candlesticks on it, but there's nothing there. I guess not candlesticks. I guess there's probably some bowls up on top of it. That's really unfortunate, Padine. I'm sorry that's happening, man. Yeah, it looks like either some sort of living quarters or dining quarters or whatever. It's not terribly substantial. I assume you head back to the other passageway.
Yep, I'm definitely going to say that we should try the next door.
All right, so yeah, you get up here, and there's yet another T intersection. You hear kind of, I guess you feel like your hair sort of moving, and you feel air moving into the left tunnel. And you definitely kind of hear the air moving across your ears. And Recluse, definitely, man, if you're not feeling good, you do not have to be here. I know you really want to be here for this important thing, But if you're feeling really bad having to constantly run to the restroom,
Yeah, I feel bad for you, man.
definitely
Sorry.
don't feel like you have to be, man. So yeah, there's definitely air moving into the the left passageway, and then there seems to be a passageway heading off to your right.
Air is moving from right to left.
Yes. Although it's also kind of being drawn from your current passageway as well. It's just it wasn't as noticeable until you got to these tight confined spaces. Yeah, that way. So what do you guys do?
I'm going to, I guess start heading for the next passageway down.
Which way?
To the left, it seems like.
Okay.
To the
Um,
left. Always to the left.
You start going left, and by the time you get to what is essentially a U-bend, the wind is definitely starting to pick up. And it gets to the point where somebody has to stop as Sarcasmo starts to slide on the slick obsidian floors, and like your clothes are starting to get sucked that way.
Thankfully, I have very little clothing.
Yeah.
But
But yeah, this is like.
we should probably try the other direction. I don't like this at all.
Do I have wind effects? I know I have wind effects. Damn it, I don't have. Wait. Alright, this is not entirely accurate, but this is close. Like, you guys are essentially in a wind tunnel.
Reagan's going to scream over the sound of the wind that we should probably keep going. There's clearly something here.
I dislike what would draw the wind like that.
Regan! That seems like an exceedingly bad idea! You see him, like, desperately holding on to his hat.
I grab a hold of him, drag him back the other way.
Thank you, large one! Does Regan and Telemon follow to safety, or does Regan press on?
I vote on going back.
Padine, I hope you got my sentiments about you not needing to be here if you're feeling very bad.
Yeah, I'm starting to fade fast.
Yeah, dude. I mean, we're not going to stop, but definitely just go ahead and take a break, man.
Okay, thanks.
Not worth
Yeah, I'm
playing when you're
sorry,
sick.
Padine, man.
I'll say that there's important things coming up, but you're gonna find out about it afterwards, and there's not. If there's a situation where it looks like it's party wipe and you would have input, we'll freeze it there.
Okay. We're recording, right?
Yes.
Mhm.
Okay, cool. I'll listen to the recording later.
Cool, man. You have a good
I'll
one, man. I'm
make sure-
sorry.
Yeah,
I
sorry.
haven't uploaded them sometime, so I've got to catch up
Yeah,
on them.
I'll probably just spend more time in the restroom now.
All right, man.
Oh,
sorry,
man.
sorry about that. I know how
We'll
that
see you
is.
soon.
Thanks. Yep. have a
Sorry
good night.
again, man.
I'll see you on Wednesday, though.
All right,
Sounds good.
see you, man.
User disconnected from
Oh,
your
that's
channel.
unfortunate. So, what do you do, Regan?
If everybody's intent on going back, I'm going to turn and try to go back.
Okay, yeah, it's very hard for you to, like, your robes are getting whipped back
The
behind you.
spirits are strong in this area.
Your shoes are even slick on the stone, and you have to like pull yourself around the corner, and eventually you pull yourself back out, and nothing is lost. So you guys head to the right now.
So we'll see.
Yeah.
I
might as
suppose
well.
we should. The spirits seem to be strong in this area.
All right.
I do not like this.
The further away you get, like, the wind starts to die out, like, very quickly. It seemed like it was really concentrated in that corridor. So, yeah, you start moving through the corridor again. There's a small room here, and there is a single sarcophagus, and then the corridor seems to continue on this way.
I do not see any books, Regon.
Regan will nod and say that this is an interestingly designed pyramid. I wonder what they were thinking with the architecture. So many turns.
They're actually pretty bad if you actually look at real pyramids.
Like Sarcasmus, I think he speaks up and he says, didn't the spirit man say that people weren't supposed to enter?
Yes, he will nod. This is a very unusual
They
design.
wanted to make it difficult.
Yeah. All right, so you start moving down this corridor, and like it seems to be an average sized corridor. It's hard to judge the dimensions of a lot of these places because it's all uniform black obsidian. You start walking. It doesn't appear to be that far ahead of you, and you notice something after about 10 seconds, and you turn around, and like you're in the middle of the corridor. You definitely should have reached the end of the corridor by now. If you start walking again towards the end of the corridor, like you seem to make no progress.
I just keep walking.
What spirits? What game of the spirits is this?
Oh no, not again. Like Sarcasmus is looking very, very upset by this.
You have seen a place like this before, Sarcasmus.
Oh, in the other tomb, before I met you, I was trapped in one of these things for days. It was like a hallway of mirrors. I mean, there were mirrors there. It wasn't this black stuff.
Are you seeing any way out of this loop?
You want to turn around and like go back the way you came?
Yeah, I'll just try to turn back around and go the other way if I can convince folks to.
Yeah, like you start to turn around, you start making your way back, and like you feel like you're walking that way, and you turn back around, and everybody else is still standing behind you. Oh no, not again! Nearly starved the first time.
Regan's going to turn back to the goblin and say that it would be most unfortunate. I left the rations in my pack with with our raptors.
I didn't. I have mine.
I have human hearts that are old.
Meantime, Krios is still walking forward.
Has he moved?
No.
I'm still attempting to
Does he
move
appear
forward.
to be walking in place to us, or?
That's a good question. Yeah, it seems to be like he's walking in place.
Maybe I can walk over to Kyros and kind of like physically help him advance.
You start
walking.
pushing him?
I'm gonna try to start.
That's an interesting thing. I think Krios moves forward like a couple feet, and then it gets to the point where like you're pushing him in place.
I wish to try to walk backwards down the hallway.
All right, yeah. You get further and further away from Regan and Krios, and Sarcasmus like points and he says, "Look at Telemon!" And yeah, like you guys turn around maybe, and you see Telemon basically moonwalking, or just walking backwards back down the corridor.
Have I actually moved at all yet? I seem to be making progress.
Yeah, you come out the end of the corridor the way you came.
I attempt to anchor myself to a wall and just like walk that way.
What do you mean anchor yourself to a
Like
wall?
I start like driving that dagger in, pulling myself forward, and then driving it again.
No, nothing
No.
happens.
Nothing.
Like I don't think you can drive your dagger into the obsidian.
Probably not.
Regan says it didn't work like that the last time.
All right, I jump.
You jump forward.
Yep.
Oh, yeah, you jump forward, and like you, to everybody who sees you jumping, it's like you jump like a couple inches forward. To you, it's like you're giving it a leap. And like you keep leaping forward, and it's like he's doing the physical motions of someone leaping forward several feet, but he's not making any progress really.
Oh, I know Padine just stepped out, but I was kind of counting on the fact that he has a length of rope with him. I was going. I'm not sure if I could.
You can have it.
Okay, I'm going to potentially see if we can give him the length of rope, kind of tie it on him, then go to the outside of the area and physically start trying to drag him out of the tunnel.
Who?
He's stuck in it, right?
Yeah. Regan, Krios, and Sarcasmos are in the center of the tunnel. You have not been able to get out.
Oh, I'm
Telemon,
Telemon's the only one. Oh,
yeah,
okay.
you're walking
The reason
in place
I
as
got
well.
out too, I missed something badly. I thought I
No.
got up to the end. Okay.
Telemon walked out by simply walking backwards
Oh,
and
Regan's
not
gonna
looking
try
where
the-
he was going.
Regan's going to try the same trick. He's going to close his eyes and attempt to walk that way out of the tunnel.
Okay, so you close your eyes and just walk forward. You like you put your hand out, and it eventually runs into a wall, and you end up at the end of the corridor. And like Krios, this is maddening to you. You just see Regan walk by, and like Sarcasmus jumps up and like claps his hand, and he says, "The cleric has done it! The cleric has done it!"
What did you do?
Telemon, do you
Your
like make
spirits
your
must
way
have
down the
aided
corridor
you.
now?
Yes.
Okay.
You cannot get to what you can see. As long as you do not look at it, you can get there.
It's in your mind. I'll definitely holler out.
So I close
So-
my eyes and I walk.
Yeah,
That does seem to work.
do you put your hand in front of you, Krios, or you just walk?
I just walk.
You walk into a wall, but you like you whonk. It is a really solid wall, and you open your eyes, and you're at the end of the corridor. Sarcasmos is like kind of wobbling with his eyes closed. He's tapping with his staff, and he eventually like runs into Regan, and you guys all end up at the end of the corridor, like breathing a sigh of relief.
What work of the spirits is this?
More of the
Well,
traps, though the benign one, it seems.
I
at least
refuse
this
to
time.
believe that there's such a thing happened.
Very
Regan
well.
will say you have much to learn.
I do not believe it is the least of things you will see today.
Right, so you get down to this bottom of the corridor, and you take what amounts to a left for you guys. And you see, like, this corridor finally ends somewhere. I think, like, you're about to walk into it, and Regan, you put out your hand because you can see lines like you did, those yellow lines that I described, except these are red. Yeah, they're like running down the corridor on either side.
I'm going to pause. I'm seriously running out of things to test with here, but
If he pauses about saying anything, I keep on walking.
Okay.
oh crap! I probably if I saw you start to walk, I probably would have tried to raise.
Well,
my
I'm ahead
hand,
of
but
you,
if
so if you
Oh, that's a
pause,
good
I
point.
don't see.
That's a good point. If you're ahead of me, that's right.
I mean, you can yell to him, Regan. Krios, do you stop or what?
Does he say anything?
No, when I see it, I definitely, if you're up ahead going to run into it, I would definitely call it out to you. If I can see you about to walk into it, for sure. If I
So
didn't notice
he
that,
walks into the corridor past the beginning of the red lines, and you yell to stop, and he stops. I guess Krios, and you turn
Yeah.
and look back, and you're like, "What?"
Like,
Because it's like a featureless black corridor for you. You all smell ozone, and from across the room, what can only be described as like a beam straight out of the Book of Corin, except far finer, like a finger's width, emits from a place in the wall, from one wall to the other, about waist height. It zooms across the room, like at a perfect flat angle, goes up 90 degrees, like extremely fast, like maybe a foot, goes across the room again, goes down like 3 feet, and starts zooming away. And Regan, you can see that there is basically this incredibly high density disintegration laser beam or something. I'm just gonna call it a laser. Going across these yellow or these red lines. Krios, can you react in time?
I attempt to jump back
Okay, give me a dexterity check.
at +0. Go.
Yep,
Negatory.
this was inspired directly from Umbrella.
If he takes a hit from it, I want to attempt to counter the spell.
Ooh, yes.
Cool idea.
He's jumping, and the thing is, like, it is moving on like a fractal pattern almost, but it is moving so fast that even Krios is not able to move out of the way in time. This is not like somebody casting a spell, but I'm going to say you can attempt a counter spell anyway. Wait, can you counter spell for others?
It was the one I took this level, protective counter spell.
Awesome. I didn't know you got it yet. Let me read the ability. I want to read it. When an ally within sight of you is infected by an arcane spell, you can counter as if it were affecting. If it affected you, if the spell affects multiple allies, you must counter for each ally separately. When you attempt to counter an arcane spell that will otherwise affect you, stake one of your prepared spells on the defense and roll int. So, what spell are you staking,
I am
Telamon?
staking Unseen Servant.
Okay. And roll plus int.
Well,
That's a success. On a 10 plus, the spell is countered has no effect on you, which means that you basically you reach out, and Krios, you are like pushed again, like you're pushed away, like you're pushed towards Regan, as basically Telamon forms like a refractive field at your back, and the laser itself hits the field, and like you are propelled by the laser back the way you came, and like you end up next to Regan and Regan and Telamon.
What was
fortunately, not cut in half. Sarcasmos just looks and he says,
Regan's going to take this time to explain to Krios that use this as an example of why Braun doesn't solve everything in the greater world. That he should definitely be leery of
seems
magic.
to emit beams of energy that are similar to what come from the Book of Corin. But
well done, Telamon! You saved him! You saved him! And, like, Sarcasmos is sitting there, like, with wide Japanese schoolgirl eyes, just staring up
God.
at Telamon. Like he's just amazed.
I may not have my offensive magics at my disposal, but I should at least be able to stop other magics from affecting us in most situations.
So,
looking
how
at
do you
the,
proceed?
Well, I don't think the brute force method is very tempting, but
It seems to you, Telamon, that Regan can see this stuff with his vision. Like he tried to stop Krios beforehand.
do I see the beams, or does it?
You saw the beams. You don't see the red lines that the beams followed.
Does it look like there's any path I could take through there without setting them off, or are they just on
All
both
the
sides like
beams
other...
are horizontal. You realize that they don't go all the way to the ground. But they do get dangerously close. Somebody big like Krios might not be able to belly crawl all the way. Sarcasmos might, but you might end up getting a butt cheek slightly sawed off. You can't be entirely sure how far some of those ones at the far end. The best I think you can possibly do maybe is you look at it and you think maybe I can see where the laser is going, obviously. It goes up in certain places, and then it goes forward, then it goes down. Like, if somebody paused there for a few moments, the laser would go past them, but they would have to be standing in the exact right position. And of course, you can see this, Regan, but Telemon, however, can't. I'll say it's unfortunate he left that ring behind.
I'm quite sure. I knew about it when I did it. But...
Krios definitely can't see it, and Sarcasmos can't see it. So, you possibly could get through Regan. You would have to find some way of indicating to Telemon and Krios, where to go.
I don't see anything, at the end that might be able to diffuse this, I'm assuming.
It looks to be like the entrance to just another corridor. You could see... I think I'll just do this. You can, if you shift your vision a little bit, you can see the corridor extends to both sides, so it looks to enter another hallway. So what do you do, Regan? It definitely seems like you're the one with the advantage here, given your vision.
Regan's going to suggest that perhaps he goes first. And, man, I'm trying to think of how we could possibly... This is difficult. I'm going to definitely turn to Telemon. I'm going to ask Telemon how confident he is he might be able to repel that power again in case someone is caught in the middle.
It should be fairly effective. I do have to stake my spells on it each time. There's a chance the energy could backfire and I could lose one. But for now, it's fairly capable.
Regan's going to sigh and say, then I guess you'll have to protect me. I'll try to find some way to disable this. Unless someone has a better idea, since I do not believe we can... I'm definitely looking around in hopeful thought that maybe someone has a better idea.
I don't know. If it was Dungeons and Dragons, I would call it an intelligence check to figure out how to get through without hitting anything. But
you can give me.
Perhaps if I just run really fast.
I love Krios already.
cool. My getting
Give me
through, I don't think it's going to be
2d6
a problem,
plus
but...
1, Regan. Please.
I think I did equals 1 instead of plus 1. Yeah, so.
Look, you had a success.
I didn't know you could do that by default.
Congrats,
Yeah.
you figured that out for your campaign now.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
actually going to be really helpful. That's awesome. Okay, yeah, that was,
So a
crap.
7. Sarcasmos tugs on your robe, Regan.
I'm going to turn to him and say, perhaps you have an idea, my goblin friend?
I don't know for sure, but it occurs to me that there shouldn't be a spellcaster without one of these. And he reaches into a pouch and he pulls out a stick of chalk.
Oh, that's interesting. I think Regan's going to...
It's a wonderful item, but I don't have adventuring gear, so I can't pull stuff out like that.
So I think I'm going to nod and say that, alright, folks, alright, if I wasn't saying folks of this character, but yeah, you know what I mean. Alright,
You totally should start doing the Victor folks. That would be great.
Yeah, I'm going to say that I will try to map out a path to get to the other end, though. I'm going to look at Krios and say that you will have to be additionally careful. I'll also recommend to Krios that he does not keep his sword on his back if he goes through, if he'd like to keep it.
Okay, so Regan, you're going to attempt to make your way through the passageway and mark like the safe zones.
Yes, I'm going to try to draw
Okay.
the line of where to go.
Oh boy.
I am prepared to try to protect him if it should become necessary.
All right, Regan. This is gonna be using Dex. Getting out of the way and acting fast. You can see where they are, but like the timing is another thing entirely.
Oh God.
There's probably like a little safe zone about 6 feet in front of you.
Alright, what do I have to roll? I want to defy Dex? Defy with Dex
Yeah,
roll?
yeah, Dex.
Oh, I'm so screwed.
Oh no!
Oh God.
That's
So-
pretty bad.
So Regan, you run out, and you make it not like 3 steps before like I think you slip on your robe, and this thing just comes straight at you like a horizontal guillotine. Telemon, do you do anything?
Yeah, I'll try and deflect it again.
All right, that's another success.
Holy crap!
Regan,
Telemon.
like a shimmering field appears right in front of you, and then this thing catches you right in the chest, and it throws you back, like forcefully back the way you came.
Oh God, yeah. So I guess I get rolled back out in the corridor with everybody else, or do I get like just knocked back some?
Like with everybody else. Like you didn't make it 3 feet before it hit you.
Oh boy. Yeah, Regan's going to thank Telemon as he gets to his feet and say that was unfortunate. Well, it wasn't very fast. Perhaps we might want our smaller party member to do this, though. I don't know how I'm going to guide them.
Wow.
No!
You're the only one that can see the paths.
No!
I can tell him by voice.
Oh, that'll never work out.
Regan's going to sigh and suggest he's going to drop all of his, crap. I don't know what we're going to get to this door, to be honest.
Well, it doesn't have anything near the ground, right?
What do you mean?
Like, I'm asking Regan, like, you said, like, the paths, the beams, they don't go to the ground?
Regan will nod and say, yes, that's correct. They don't go all the way, though.
It
They're
occurs
still
to me
high
that
enough
if
it's
we
hard.
had so desired and were willing to do so, we could all use the Robe of Aetherius to get through this hallway. long as we
The Robo
use
what?
something to the Robe of
the
Aetherius.
robo what?
The the robe of
The
Aetherius.
mantle of Aetherius.
Oh!
The robo Aetherius. I thought you said that too. And I'm like, what?
So perhaps our barbarian friend may have some issues with it.
How would you get it back?
It occurs to me that we merely have to tie some rope to it and drag it back. It'd be dirty at the end, I'm sure, but
But wouldn't the rope get lasered?
it does not go
What
to
if-
the ground, yes?
But
I
if
believe
it's still on someone at chest height, then the rope will be taut.
No, whoever goes through with the mantle, it just goes through with it. Well, I guess we still gotta get the rope through, so it doesn't help. You just like roll the rope back every time. That'd be awkward at best.
Well, the last person could just hold the rope, maybe, like down by the floor.
Suppose we have.
I'm not going first. There could be things on the other end, minotaurs or worse.
Um, Yeah, that's not very smart, is it, Regan? But yeah, unless you'd like to try again, Regan, to mark a path, that's the only
Because,
option I see.
Regan says that perhaps he will have to try again. I wish there was some way that you could aid me with this endeavor, but I believe that I am the only one that's been chosen for the site. And I guess I'm going to try it again. I notably, I probably, well, if I've got to be the one marking it through, I want to carry the least amount of stuff. So I might entrust my book bag to Telemon as I try this again.
Very well.
I will stress that to guard this with your life. It is really important.
You're
I'm
having
going
this
to go for it.
conversation with him, and you notice that his fingers are drumming idly upon the satchel where he normally keeps his spell book. Just casually notice.
That's cool. So yeah, Regan's gonna hand that over to him, and then he's going to try again. As dangerous as this is.
Oh God!
Stand
All right,
ready.
give me another dex check. Okay. Time to go to Regan's inventory. What precisely do you have on your person?
On my person right now, I've got
Yes.
my bundle of torches, my smoke pipe, my finger bones in my belt, and I just handed my books to Telemon in case something went wrong. I also have the emeralds in my pocket. I might have I guess I have a couple human hearts in a bag.
Okay. All right. So Regan, you're making your way through, and you get to the first safe zone, and you get there just in time for the laser to like it's coming at neck height, and you're like, oh God, and it stops 1 inch in front of you, and then it goes up in over your head, and then back down your back, and then like there's barely enough room for you to stand here, and then you make your way and you run to the next safe zone, and the laser like comes back. You make it through all the way to the other end of the hall, and you've managed to crudely mark like kind of a box with the chalk, like just kind of the corners of where you're supposed to stand, the safe zones. But you get to the end, and the laser catches up with you. You dive through, but you feel something give, and your pockets get sliced open. Your gem, and you said you had human hearts.
Human hearts, yes.
All those topple into the middle of the hallway, or like I guess probably 2/3 of the way through the hallway. And you're like you're forced to leave them within the lasers again. But you're at the end of the hallway.
I'm going to holler across the hallway, and kind of flicker the light over it, and say, next person that wants to try to go through, I dropped a few things. Wouldn't mind getting any of them back you might be able to get.
Sarcasmos looks at you, Telemon, and he says, "If I try this, I will surely perish."
Well, I believe I will go last to try to stop any such perishing from happening.
His eyes well up a bit, and he looks back to Regan across the corridor. Regan, are you doing like the "come here, boy"? Like, are you down on your knees, like the puppy come to me sort of thing? Like, are you trying to urge him on?
I'm trying to urge him on, making sure to
How
shine my
heavy
light in
is
a way that might make
Sarcasmos?
Oh, not heavy at all. Probably like 60 pounds at most.
I currently have 3 of 6 weight open.
You could probably carry him if I think I know what you're thinking.
Perhaps we should
Like
slow it out on now, Sarcasmus. We may have a solution to that.
You say that, and he's like about to like start running, and then he stops and he says, "Oh, okay." and he stops and he goes back into the corner and he starts kind of toeing the ground and he puts his hands in his pockets.
Chaos, your turn.
It's a fortunate thing you brought raptors only part of the way. Krios, you want to make a run for the safe spot?
I guess, yeah. I'll make a run for it.
Yeah, you saw Regan do it. Like that.
Yeah, if
that
the old man
old
can do it,
cleric.
I should be able to.
All right. Krios, give me a dex +1 because you have the areas marked. Okay. What do you have on your person? Well, actually, I can probably just look that up. You probably don't have a whole lot.
Yeah, because it's on my sheet.
All right. In a similar, I think in the exact same area. This is apparently like a really tricky area to get through. It's like 2/3 of the way through the hallway. You start running, and like you get to a safe spot, and then you time it, and you get to the next safe spot, and you start running, and the laser comes back quicker than you thought it did, and you start to duck, and you realize that it's probably going to take off half of the hilt of your sword, which is over your shoulder. You could try to like dive and roll, but the thing is, like it could be putting yourself at danger, and it most assuredly will be putting your backpack at danger.
I have a question for you while
Mhm.
it's happening, and it might impact things. Every time this thing goes out, it always starts on my end and goes their end, one like chain of beams, correct?
Yeah.
I'm going to try to do something kind of nuts to possibly save them, possibly save a gem too, but mostly party first, gem second. I'm going to actually follow the laser as it goes out, so I can give them a hand to try to get to the end before it recycles.
So you're gonna run and try to give him a hand.
If the laser's going off, I'm gonna come in right behind the laser. Like I'm just gonna like literally follow it down the hall and try and give them a hand to help them get them to the other end and on their feet before.
The problem is,
it
even with a
cycles again.
+1, it would still be a 9.
Oh, that's fine.
I
Wasn't
can
sure if
treat
I'd
it
be
as
able
you
to.
getting your gems at least.
I-
You'll be putting yourself to the danger though.
I'm totally gonna do it because I need those gems to try to save that spirit amongst the Thunder
Okay.
Brothers.
Krios, what do you do? Like this is a split second. You're like, do I just dive
I
and
dive.
hope that it? Okay. All right. So give me another dex check. This is like after Regan has grabbed you. I'm being pretty lenient with this one. All right, yeah. You dive. It slices through your backpack like you're like diving for it. It doesn't hit you or your sword. Mark off 3 uses of adventuring gear as it like slices through your pack. And I think 5 dungeon rations. Wow, you're still carrying your spears. That's probably it. And yeah, like you and Regan managed to get to the end of the tunnel.
Was I able to get any?
You managed to grab your gem. That was all you had time for. Human hearts are probably what Krios slipped on.
I did have 2 gems. I don't know if that matters.
I didn't know you had 2. You have an emerald and a what?
I have an emerald and the topaz eye.
Okay. Yeah, you managed to grab both of them. That's probably why
Okay.
you didn't have time. You have one in each fist. So yeah,
Oh,
you
then we
both
gotta
are
worry
down
about
on
the
this
human hearts. I'll just write
this
them off.
corridor. Telemon is just doing
Oh,
Sarcasmos.
That was ridiculous.
Yeah, like you look back and your backpack is cut vertically in half.
My eyes just go wide.
Well, Sarcasmos, come here.
Okay.
Hopefully, this will be a very short trip.
For what it's worth, I'm going to try. After everything resets, I'm going to get in position to try it again. I'm going to leave my remaining stuff on this side so I don't risk getting it knocked off. But I'm going to go in behind the laser and try to help Telemon and Sarcasmos as they get through.
That shouldn't be an issue. I wish to pick Sarcasmos up, swirl
Is
my
this thing
cloak around
safe?
me. It should be perfectly safe, I say, as it swirls around me and we travel through the dimensional portal.
All right, roll your D4, is it?
Yes, for me. Of course. 4 hit points it is.
Ooh, ouch. Yeah, you get to the other side. Sarcasmos winks into existence in Telemon, like I guess beneath Telemon's arm. And he's like right next to you, Regan, like just with a pop. And it's obvious that he uses the cloak to get through. Like Telemon, you put Sarcasmos down, and he just flops to the ground.
And we'll thank Telemon for his help
Flops to
very
the ground as in
sincerely.
he fainted or something? Or
Very limply.
I check for a pulse.
He's alive, but his pulse is racing. Like you try to wake him up.
Yeah.
What happened?
We travel through time and space across the corridor to not be sliced in half.
Is that why my brain hurts? Like you see a little bit of blood dribbling out of his long nose, like from one nostril.
Apparently so. I wasn't aware.
We made it through! We made it through! And he gets up and he just starts dancing around.
Yes, little one.
Alright, so you guys are standing in a hallway.
Ooh, he paid the hit point cost too, I suppose?
It definitely seems so. There is to the south, at the bottom end of the map, there is a door. Up at the top, there seems to be a corridor going right. And midway through the passageway, there seems to be a corridor going left. What do you do? This is lit like all the other hallways, except there is a long, thick red carpet, in the center of the obsidian hallway, and it's going down the length of the entire hallway.
I reach down and pick it up and try to flip the carpet.
It's very heavy. You can't flip the entire carpet because it's 60 or 70 feet long. It probably weighs several hundred pounds, but yeah, you can pick the carpet up. Yeah, pretty much. I think it stops a little bit short of the door. So yeah.
Anything happen with that?
What do you mean happen?
Was it is there anything underneath the carpet or?
Beneath you, no, nothing there.
Do I see anything hidden here?
No, you do not.
One wonders where the carpet runs to.
Perhaps this is the way to the library. Regan will comment and
I'm going to delete that red because it is just burning my eyes for some reason.
Oh, sorry, I can do it darker.
That's fine. So you guys head south?
Yes.
Yeah, south sounds good.
Yeah.
Alright, so you're passing this room, and there seems to be a wooden door on the interior of this corridor, and it seems to be partially open. Regan, you stop, your heart accelerating a little bit as you see a bookshelf, just through the crack in the door on the left. You there? Is anybody there?
Yes, I can.
Yeah.
Regan?
I see books.
I think I hear Regan typing. Hmm.
I have a feeling his mic died.
Did his battery die in his mic?
Oh yeah.
It's a wireless mic.
I am so sorry about that. Can you hear me
Alright.
now, guys?
Yep.
Oh, sorry about that.
All right. So through this corridor on your left, it's like a little hallway. There's an open, like a partially open wooden door, and illuminated via the light of your mace. I think your mace is illuminated, right? Or are you just using a torch?
I'm using a torch because my mace isn't on
yeah.
me. I wish my
Yeah.
mace was on me.
Yeah, it's true. You see a bookshelf, and your heart kind of races.
This is definitely catching my eye, and I am most definitely going to motion to Telemon and say that I believe we may have found what we are looking for. And I'm going to be a bit cautious as I check the room before moving in, but definitely moving towards it.
You hear
Keeping
the
an eye out
pitter-patter
for the hidden
of goblin feet following you.
Definitely keeping my eyes open for
This
any
is the end of the hall,
traps.
right?
The south end, there's a door down there, like an obsidian door.
Where
that's
do we
closed.
see the bookshelf at?
The left room.
So yeah, I'm definitely.
So you enter the left room.
I'm going to be
you
near
push
the
the
left
door
room.
open.
Careful to keep an eye out for any more of those hidden traps.
Yeah, there's a, and then there's like a, as the door like settles a little bit. It seems like it had not been moved in ages. Dust kind of pours out of the room as you unsettle the area. You see what seems to be some sort of small archive. There's like two bookshelves here. There seems to be like what is obviously a reading bench. There seems to be like a cabinet here with what looks to have been at one point like a ceramic jug on top. Yeah, like for all intents and purposes, this either looks like some sort of reading room or archive or something like that. And there are not a lot of books per se in terms of like what you would expect to see in a modern library, but there are definitely like a lot of books for like the place and time you would expect. And then like one whole, I think like maybe only one or two shelves on a bookshelf like are actual books, and then the rest are like stacks of scrolls.
I believe I'm going to turn to Teleman and just go into a very, very slow but wide smile, and then I'm going to say, perhaps you would like to take a look through here. I will also assist you in seeing if I can spot anything that may be useful to either of us.
I just peruse the shelves while they're doing this.
Yeah, you notice there's like a bunch
I'm
of like
just concerned about the condition of said books.
yeah, you notice I think like on some of the upper shelves there are a bunch of ceramic urns. Telemon and Regan, these both strike you as a way to store papers and stuff to prevent them from decaying over time. The scrolls that are on the shelves themselves definitely seem to have aged. Maybe one or two of them per shelf might be readable, but you'd have to dig through them. The books, some of them look to be, aged too far, but more of them are probably salvageable. And then you have to assume that these ceramics probably hold some things that are probably well stored.
I guess we peruse the library. You know what I'm after.
Well, like you sit down and you start scanning through the titles and stuff. You can't read any of them because they're all in Orcish.
Oh, of course.
And you get frustrated, and so you turn back to your book. And I think like do you go and you sit down at the reading table? There's like an oil lamp here, obviously. That's like a ceramic bowl that would have
Personally,
probably
I'd rather
contained
wait
oil.
on that book. It's
You feel really compelled to look into it again.
I don't like that at all.
Like you look down and you find your fingers tapping on it, and you tell them to stop, and they stop. But after a few moments, like your fingers start twitching again, and you're like, no, no. But yeah, like you find yourself extremely curious about what the book says.
I want to use Enchanter on it before I do anything else with that book. I'm very concerned about some of the things in the book might have actually happened, but it may be sucking them out of my mind. I'm very concerned about that fact.
Do I see anything alarming about the book when Telemon has it out looking at it too?
But you can only see illusions and things that are hidden, so no. Like if Telemon opens, let me read that.
You're open to see the true nature of everything you lay your eyes on. I was thinking that might function for something like seeing if something horribly chaotic and evil about it. Kind of written wordy, so I'm more than happy to take it either way. If it's just for spot and trap,
I
I'm
think
totally
that
cool with
first. I think that first sentence is a little bit more flowery, and the second one is really to tell you what you can do.
Yeah, I think that might be the
Yep.
case.
I don't know,
that would
like
make sense.
I've looked at that spell in particular. The wizard
mean,
has one that's identical, but it has like
that
one
would-
line of text.
I mean, that would like basically tell you like alignment, level. That would basically be enchanter. I think that line is some flowery stuff. So
That's totally fine by me. It's certainly
I mean,
been
like
very,
you
very
see
useful as
words, you see words on it, and it says something about like Telemon's early life. But like I assume you're like perusing the books. You actually can make out the wording on these things, even though they are in Orcish.
That is very awesome. Do I see anything that would catch my eye, either related to the island or related to ancient texts, things that might be in my wheelhouse?
You see a book called like the Histories of Noktar, and you kind of recall that word, or at least portion of that word, being used when you were communing with that other orc. And like you open it up. And basically, like it describes the island, and you put together the orcs called this island Noktar. So like you find like a book of basically like kind of general histories of the island. What else are you looking for?
Anything that might either appear to be some sort of spell book I can point Telemon to, or be some sort of tome about various death and planes and things along those lines.
I mean, you don't see anything about planes or death. You don't see something that's notably a spell book. It would require several hours to open up every book because not all of them have titles on the spines. I think you do find something, a book entitled The Origin of the Spheres and the Resonance Therein. That kind of catches your eye, and like you kind of peruse it very briefly, and it talks about magical fields, and you think this might be a thing. Krios, are you just like taking the occasional urn down and popping it open and finding like disappointedly just like a scroll in it and putting it back? Krios?
Yeah.
Okay. Sarcasmos is like in like seated Indian style in front of one of the bookshelves, just like busily perusing things, just like going through books and scrolls. Telemon, I need you to make a check for me.
Okay.
Can you please roll with wisdom? How many times have you looked at the book?
1.
Okay.
Well, I guess I don't know if you counted the first time I opened it when it was blank.
We're gonna say it's just once. Roll with wisdom with a modifier of -1 in
Roll dice.
plus
then.
whatever you normally have. Okay, you can't resist opening the book up, really. Like, I think you start to like kind of crack it open, and you're just like, maybe I'll just look to see if it says the same thing. And you start opening the book up, and like the passage that talked about your early childhood is still there, and you notice that there's pages on the next, like there's writing on the next page, and you close the book and you don't look any further. But yeah, you do open the book, like you just find it irresistible to you, and you look and you see that there is, like, you know, the silhouette of writing on the pages, like at least 1 or 2 pages further than you read before, and you close the book. All right, so
The second
Regan-
book, by the way, I'm picking
It's
the Origin
like-
of the Spheres book.
yeah, it's like on the origin of the spheres and the resonances therein, or something like that. Resonances thereof. And that's like really flowery. That's not what it says in Orcish, but that's basically what it says. The thing is, you don't know how to speak Orcish, but you're looking at this stuff, and like the meaning of the words is sort of coming into your mind. So, like, do you spend like, how much time do you want to spend in here perusing this stuff? And Krios, how long does it take for you to get utterly bored and just walk out?
Probably not very long.
So like 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm trying to see if Salmon's had any more luck finding anything of value here.
I can't read any of it, so
Well, you can't read any of the books. Do you start like perusing the scrolls or the like? I think you see a point where Krios takes like a ceramic vase from the top of one of these shelves and pops the lid off and kind of coughs, and he pulls a scroll out, and he's like, you know, obviously like, what is this? Like, do you? The thing is, like, you can't read Orcish, but if there's anything in here that's like of like pure magical writing, you might be able to read that, but it would require you to look through everything.
I would peruse the scrolls then.
Okay. Are you guys gonna like try to do this for like an hour, 2 hours, what?
Oh, that sounds good to me. I'm going to try to assist Telemon as long as he wants to keep looking. If
I'd say.
Well, it sounds like
more-
you're the one.
help him.
It sounds like really you're the one doing the majority of the looking. Like
I'm definitely looking around. If I see anything that looks like it's might be, I guess, magical in nature that way, I'm definitely pointing it out to Telemon.
you definitely don't see anything magical in here.
I mean, like, if it looks like it was written in a magical language, I mean, opposed
okay.
to Orcish or anything.
Right, so-
if I see something like that, I'll be like, Telemon, what do you think of this?
Krios definitely gets up and walks out of the room after 10 minutes. I assume. Like, Krios, what do you do? Like, there's a door to your right, and like back down that corridor, there was like an open hallway to, like, on the far side. You guys noticed this.
I go back to the north and check the right door
Okay.
I'm gonna probably
because they don't seem to
also
be
ask-
getting anywhere.
I'm gonna ask Sarcasmos. His people are somewhat related to orcs, correct? Or at least they
You
generally.
could call them cousins of a sort.
Can you read Orcish?
He's been reading Orcish on the floor.
Yeah, he's sitting there
Yeah.
just perusing.
So
It's
if
like,
I see
yes,
anything-
see here, this one talks about the second age, and how great beings rose from beneath the mountains and swallowed whole villages. And
If
this
I
one,
can
this one
find-
here talks about a great beast that was summoned to kill the Orcish people.
That was gonna catch Regan's attention. He's going to say that sounds a little similar to what we're dealing with. I'm not sure if it's the same thing, but
So Krios, you make your way down. There's actually no door there, but there is a door, like where that second line is. You enter a room, and let me see here. What did I say was in here? There seems to be, like, very at odds with everything else. There seems to be like an ivory like carving in here, set on an obsidian pedestal on one wall. It doesn't look like an altar per se. Like, it goes all the way up to the ceiling, and then there's like another bit of obsidian. It's almost like a pillar, and then in the center is like this ivory carving of a very beautiful nude orcish woman. You can definitely think very Greek in style.
How large is this carving?
Probably 2 feet tall, maybe 2.5.
I briefly considered taking it with me, but that's too big.
You got to have some material for the cave. Yeah, I noticed. I know we're going really long, guys. But you're like one doorway away. So yeah, you're looking in that, and then like in the opposite room, it just seems to be like a small sitting chamber. Like there's not much here adorning it.
Oh, so there's like chairs and shit?
There's like, I think, stone, like, picture sort of a confessional, not necessarily exactly like that. There's like low stone seats, low obsidian seats in this lower room. And there's like a small little low table between them with nothing on it, no adornments. Very plain.
I just have a seat and kick it for a while and look at the woman.
Nice. All right. So, yeah, I know we're getting on the edge of our RPG stamina here, guys. I apologize. All right, so I think like a couple hours pass, and Telemon, you do manage to come across a scroll that is written in Draconic, or at least the language known as Draconic. It's in one of the urns. It is very old. Like, on the outside, you can imagine there are Orcish words for handle with care. But like, yeah, you kind of gingerly pull it out and unfold it, and like you kind of intake a breath. As one, Draconic is not very common. And two, like, you know immediately that this is almost certainly associated with some sort of magic.
Interesting.
definitely bringing it to the attention of the person that can read all the words as well as Telemon.
Well, Telemon can read it because it's in Draconic.
Oh, okay. So understood. I think he could read Draconic.
Yeah,
Awesome.
that's one of his languages. It seems to describe. Let me look here. I actually did have a list. Yeah. It seems to describe a spell which, when used, creates what amounts to an anti-magic field in a very limited area.
Okay. Has uses.
I didn't catch anything that you just said.
It has uses.
Yes. Um,
Imagine that's quite a high level spell, I would imagine.
yes. Yeah, you're looking at it, and this is definitely like 7 or 9.
Spell magic is third, so it's definitely higher than that.
Yeah. How long do you continue, like, you guys are nowhere near finished with this archive, and you definitely find like this glimpse of like high magic here. Do you guys continue waiting, like reading through the books here?
I would say no longer than 2 hours.
Okay. All right. Give me. No, I don't want to do a roll because that implies failure. All right. I'm gonna say you find one other scroll. Um. This one is also in Draconic. You pick it up, and actually the paper is cold to the touch. Um, it seems to describe something involving encasing like an object or a person in ice.
Okay, that sounds interesting.
Regan, you're perusing these books, and you come across the following facts. Apparently, way back when, I'm not getting into like specific dates, but you get the feeling that this is either an early history or even maybe prehistory. And this is not a book from that era. It seems to be like recording what that was. Um, the the Orcish people were living on the mainland, and there was a time of great strife where beings that they basically knew as gods were called down. I noticed that we've lost Krios.
Did I click the wrong button?
Yeah.
I think so.
Like beings that were known as gods walked the earth and destroyed great sections of it, and like destroyed entire civilizations. But one very specific creature was called beyond from the depths of the void, specifically to kill the orcs. They don't know who did it or why. It seems like, certainly a non-orc. And this creature was known as the Dreaded One. And it was a giant, like 20 to 25 foot, like black orc-like sort of creature. Tremendous power. It could basically call thunderbolts just from nowhere. And it basically set about over the course of several decades, wiping out the world's orc population. And somehow the orcs who came to Noktar were able to lure it here, and they did so with the intent of trapping it, or possibly killing it. Somehow they either forged, and the details are very unclear, they either forged, or in one passage it says they happened upon a black spear, which they believed could destroy the creature. And like you're finding this detail over the course of like a couple books actually. And essentially what happened is the orcs here built a great pyramid in the center of the island, to house a magical sphere which would radiate an energy that would create like a field around the island and make it basically impossible to detect, and impossible, like if you were trying to scry something on the island from another place, you would not be able to find it. They also used this power source to draw a great beast, which they called Padoon, which had been wreaking havoc upon some of the lower islands, to the island, and basically bound it here to try to keep people in. Like if there was anybody trying to anybody trying to enter the island was destroyed, and if anybody made it past it, it would try to destroy anybody who was trying to escape the island with the intent of protecting the remains of the dreaded one. And they were not able to destroy it, but they instead hid the remains somewhere on the island. They had to put the field generator in the center of the island because it had to encompass the entire island, but the temple that housed the remains was elsewhere to make it less obvious. And yeah, you definitely understand that there is some sort of artifact down the hall that is creating a field around the island, or I guess it's amplifying a field around the island, and it is anchoring the great beast Padoon here. And in order to destroy it or anything else, you would actually have to have Telemon, basically, like this is what you're putting together. You'd have to have somebody of great magical aptitude actually study it to determine how they may or may not shut it down or use it.
Regan's going to look at that, and I remember that he will definitely bring it out to Telemon, actually, and discuss the idea with him of if he's feels able to investigate it. I'm going to relay to him the difficulties I've had with 2 different investigation attempts on the eye in the past. So, successful once, and another time I was not so successful. So.
Yes. We will have to, of course, examine it and figure out how it works. Destroying the eye is of utmost importance at this point.
Sarcasmos looks up and he says, "What about the rest of my friends?"
They are back in your village, yes?
Yes, at the northern end of the island.
Once we have destroyed the eye, we can release Padoon, and he will probably wander off, and it will not be an issue anymore, yes? It also strikes me that, depending on the amount of energy in this ritual, we could merely just move ourselves from the island that way, if it comes down to that.
You could do such a thing?
It's certainly possible. I do not know what the requirements of such a thing would be yet. They may be improbable, but the effect should be possible, yes.
Regan's going to stand up and say that we owe the people here quite a debt. A few of us do, anyway, and that we should not just leave them. We should definitely solve this problem. It's been too long.
Oh, I fully agree. Such a thing cannot be allowed to remain in this world. But, we shall see what it costs.
Regan motions to Telemon and points out that if we have come this far, and we are just a few, who knows what evil could potentially get their hands on what's here, if they are able to escape as well.
So, you guys going to go find Krios and take a look at that door?
Yep, go find him asleep while looking at the nude orc statue.
Oh, yep. He's like passed out, kind of looking at this nude orc woman with very prominent nipples.
Well, at least we know where his priorities lie. Not in libraries.
Krios, you're like kind of nudged awake.
Well, you know what? Yeah.
We are ready to move on.
Finally.
I do believe our destination is not long in coming.
All right, so you guys make your way down to the southern end of the hallway. You notice
I give the nude orc woman statue a long look before I leave.
Yes.
Committing to memory. You know?
I
Yeah.
think like you catch Sarcasmo staring at it for a while too, and then somebody has to drag him out. And like you notice the
Nice, wasn't
Sarcasmos.
she?
Sarcasmos has like the sack containing the eye over one shoulder, and then he has like a sack that he's thrown a bunch of books in over the other shoulder now, and you see like a few scrolls popping out as well. And
But
he's like,
Cosmos is gonna need like a wagon.
yeah,
Too
like
long.
his back is bent heavily, and he's like, like, and you guys are like going down the hallway. You come to
That, or
Uh,
he's gonna become the most buff goblin ever from all the exercise.
yeah, you come to a silver door. It's inset in
Silver?
an obsidian.
Not
Yeah,
obsidian.
it's inset in an obsidian arch. And like it's got an obsidian framework around it. Like the frame of the door is obsidian, and there's like basically the rest of the door is silver, and it's kind of it's got these orcish symbols on it. And there is a like a silver handle.
I reach out and I try to open it.
Yeah, you put your hand on it, and you are shocked. Can you please roll?
Can I endure it?
You could potentially endure it for reduced damage. The problem with you enduring it is it could potentially get. I don't know how it could get worse if you fail. Just go ahead. All right, yeah, you're gonna take only a minor shock. So like you like jump back. Your hand stinging.
Ah! Ugh.
What's the matter?
Do I see anything odd about this door now?
Felt as if I had rubbed against saber cat pelt for too long,
The door is
and then went
obvious.
to touch sword.
The handle is swirling with like faint electrical energy that seems to be just kind of coating the handle, and it runs to like you see kind of like a blue line running up from it and then arcing out into the center of the door, and there is like the orcish symbol for honor on it, but nobody else sees this.
No, Regan's gonna remember what was said earlier and say, step aside, barbarian. Or not step aside, barbarian, I'm not gonna call him that. But step aside, my friend.
Regan just went up a notch in assholery.
It's like, step aside, you primitive lackey.
Yeah, yeah,
You
the
put
lucky
your-
that could probably like
You-
backhand you, and kill you.
You uneducated lout, so let me
Do you
by.
put your hand on the door handle there, Regan?
Yes, I do.
Roll 3d4. I'm joking. You open the door.
I was literally in the middle of writing it.
You open the door. Telemon, your ears pop. Regan, your ears pop. Krios, I think your ears pop as well. You feel your hair standing on your end. Sarcasmos takes a few steps back. You are all kind of awash with magical energy. Telemon, you are very clearly standing in a place of power. Inside this room, in the center, there is no features on any of the walls except for the very center. There is a circular well, but not like a water well. Like you can see that it's just shallow. There's no water in it. It's a circular stand. And actually, from the roof or from the ceiling, there is a mirror image of it. In between these two like cylinders, almost, is a slowly rotating, multifaceted sphere. It's slightly yellowish amber in color. It looks like maybe 1,000-sided dice or something like that. Like it's not perfectly spherical, but like it's got little flat
I don't know,
sections
I think
on
a
it.
1,000-sided dice would be pretty damn close to spherical.
All right, maybe 100. That's appropriate. We will call it a 100-sided sphere. Or 100. And yeah, it's slowly rotating there in the air. It's probably about the size of a bowling ball if our worlds had bowling balls. And there's like a slight tinkling in the air of magical power. And you just hear behind you like a clatter or like a whump. And like Sarcasmos drops his bag of books and he just goes, "Oh."
This is indeed a place of power.
Note that whatever we're going to do might destroy this place of power. We may have to perform our other rituals first before, because if we lose the place of power, it will no longer be in our grasp.
All right, so you guys walk
This is
into the
true.
room.
There's also the consideration that the power may be finite, and that we may want to do the more important rituals first.
Sarcasmos like walks in. He's just like in awe. What do you guys do?
I walk in and I'm like, this place feels odd.
Well,
Yeah,
I
the
know
spirits are
I
definitely
know
active.
thematically
The
what I
spirits
want
are
to do
active.
to try to destroy the eye, because I don't know if you happen to notice, but Tell likes magic missiles. I don't know if you'll allow me to do it because I don't have magic missile anymore, but I have this picture of thousands of magic missiles in like a orbiting pattern like an atom, eventually just crushing the thing in the middle.
That would be funny. So like Regan and Tell, you obviously have the lead in this scene. Take it away, guys. You know we're getting on almost 8 hours here.
Regan will.
Yeah, I guess we'll try for the
Yeah, but-
recovery of the body. Well, the body's not here. That's back on the thing.
Yep, like halfway through the temple.
Regan notes that currently he doesn't have. He would have to commune to be able to trap a soul. So we need to figure out what the plan of attack is. What Telemon's plan to deal with the eye is, and figure out in order to do this.
Well, I've just told you my plan to deal with the eye. It's just a thematic destruction of the thing.
Somehow, you're basically just saying somehow using the power of the place of power, the well here.
The one thing I might be concerned is I don't know if we have to disable that orb thing in the middle that's being the protective field to use the power that's in the well.
Well, the way
Or do
ritual functions is you tell me what you want to do, and I will tell you how it would be done.
Okay.
So what is your, and I guess you can ask for different things, and I could tell you potentially how those
Okay,
rituals would be
well,
performed.
I told you about how I plan to destroy the thing already. As far as other than that, things I have thought about doing, is just if possibly teleporting everyone off the island to someplace I know, probably where
Everyone? Like how many people is everyone?
Well, that's the thing. I don't know. Like, I don't think the Minotaurs will have to leave, and I don't think it would take the pirates along, because I don't even know how many people are there or whatnot, because I've never been there.
All right.
I'm sure that I don't know how many goblins exist in Cosmos' village.
Do you ask him?
Or if he's willing? Yeah, I would like to know that. I don't know if he's willing to divulge such information.
Well, we are the remains of the crew of 2 ships.
My estimate would be around 100.
His Sarcasmos looks at him and
Those are
he's
some big ships.
like, his estimates are very high. Can you count to 100, big man?
No comment.
He tells you there are about 30 of us in all, not including the wargs.
It would be simple to teleport us to where we go, obviously. To get your companions, perhaps a gateway of some temporary nature, maybe a day in period at all, but we would have to inform them somehow.
Regan says we cannot leave. Regan says that we should not leave this man trap behind on this island to forever suck people in and not let them out, even if we manage to destroy the eye.
That is true. But I would prefer to have the eye dead and buried, as it were, before we disable the trap that's holding it here.
This strikes you as definitely like the concern of the shaman that you met. Like, like he was definitely very concerned that you might destroy the trap and then fail to destroy the eye.
Okay, so eye first is on my list.
Find out what you would need for the.
So, like, yeah, give me an order of operations here. Destroying the eye, then
I want to destroy the eye.
Deactivating
once the eye is destroyed, there should be no problem in deactivating the trap.
All right.
After that comes escape from the island, if there's enough energy left to do that. If not, we can always. I want to either A, incorporate some type of teleportation mechanic, whether it's a portal or something, to get the goblin crew, the goblin people, and the people who are with us right now off the island. And if there's not enough energy for that, or it's infeasible, I want to fix a ship so we can actually leave that way.
What about the Minotaur that Regan wants to resurrect, and the Minotaur he wants to embed in a gem? Where did those fall in the order of operations?
Thinking since the body is no longer with me for the other guy, what I might end up trying to do is infuse both of. Well, I'm going to try and resurrect him if I can.
Do you want to go try to get your holy scepter back? It is down that corridor.
Is it a way I can get there without the?
If you want to borrow the mantle of Aetherius, if you're willing to pay the hit point cost.
Yeah, that
what
strikes you as a sound idea.
You know what? Regan will say that you have bared the burden long enough. It is my turn, and I will
put the
I
mantle
will take
on.
it and attempt to go get my stuff.
All right. Sarcasmos yells, "Don't forget my gold!" And Padine certainly says something about don't forget his stuff as well. All right, so we're gonna fast forward. Regan, you go to the magnetic field. You walk through it. You grab your stuff. You have enough. I think you have enough weight to carry your stuff. Like your metal belongings. Then Padine's gear and like poor little Sarcasmos' little deposit of gold, and then give me a roll that is equal to your.
I'm also, while I'm over on that side, I'm going to send a command to the Raptors to make their way back out to the front of the building the way we came, if they can manage it. I don't know if they'll manage it or not, but.
Yeah, Sarcasmos told his Raptor to do whatever your Raptor did.
I just sent mine back to the front because I'm gonna have to kill the thing. He's gonna flop over. I want to place I can find him.
Roll a d6 plus 1.
Ooh. God damn it!
You take your maximum health is reduced by 7.
Oh my god!
I will edit that myself.
That's one way, mind you, as well.
And your max health.
Don't walk on it.
Max health is down to 13, and your current health is down to 13. All right.
Yikes.
You eventually make it back, looking a little bit tired. So, all right. So number 1, trap number 2. What about Regan's stuff? Are you Regan? Are you looking for help with that?
Do you want to try the resurrection on your own, Regan, or you want to try ritual for that? Or it's the same wording either way, I think.
I'm going to request that you basically create a ritual to call their to basically summon all of their spirits here, and then I'm going to try to capture the brother and the orc into the. You know what? The thing is, I can't. Oh crap! I'm trying to think here real quick. Hold on, because if I use resurrect, I'm gonna have to commune twice, and I don't think we've got time for that. You know what? What I might try to do, and I don't know if this is gonna work because this is a little unusual, but I might try to fuse both of the Brothers' souls into a single gem.
Oh god,
God.
I was gonna say, oh god, double-headed Minotaur, go.
So my only options right now are I can try to capture the soul of the one that we've totally screwed, or I can switch it out for Resurrect. I can't do both because they're both 5th level spells.
All right, so
Do you think
have-
the one would
I have
want
fourth-
the soul of his brother captured in a gem? Does not sound like something I would want.
Well, I was gonna try to I don't know, give them some freedom. I don't know. I don't know if that would be the best.
Sounds like confining a free soul to me.
Sarcasmo says, trapping souls within a gem.
You know what? Maybe maybe they've decided since they're together now they might be at peace. I might call them up and ask them.
Okay, do you want to do that
summon
first?
them here?
Do you want to try to talk to the dead, or can you summon spirits?
I can't summon them from the way that Telemon can, which is why I seek Telemon's
I actually
help.
don't
And I
have that
also
spell
need...
anymore.
Telemon got rid of that.
I only used
Oh.
it that one time.
He asked me if he could get rid of it after the pre-campaign because he never used it, and so he got rid
Oh,
of
I
it in
was thinking
favor
he was-
of
I was
what
thinking
was
he
it,
was-
Unseen Servant?
I
Charm
was thinking
person.
it was...
Oh, Charm Person. Yeah,
Unseen Servant is a cantrip. I always have
yeah,
that.
yeah.
I was under the impression he was going to do a ritual to try to focus spirit energy, basically, while I try to...
Let me give you the description for ritual, Regan, because I think you're getting a little.
Might have misunderstood
Yeah,
something with
ritual
the way
is
that works.
basically the same
Ritual
exact
is-
wording as Resurrect.
The thing for ritual here is when you draw upon a place of power to create a magical effect, tell the GM what you're trying to achieve. Ritual effects are always possible. The GM will give you 1 to 4 of the following conditions, and I can really lay the conditions on hard. So the thing with ritual is you could do a lot, but you certainly shouldn't depend on it as your last thing.
I was thinking I would be doing the main spell, but he would just be kind of focusing them here, is what I was originally thinking when I...
Telemon, would you attempt to use a ritual to attempt to talk to the spirits of the dead using the power here in the place of power before you do anything else?
Why do we need to do that?
He wants to see if they want to be left alone.
Doesn't
Would
he
you
have
wait
he has a
until
spell for
you-
that, doesn't he?
I need to actually commune before we even actually pull the ritual off, if you're going to help me with it.
Well, he can't even talk to them without actually having their body, right? Like in order to talk to dead,
Well, the
Um,
one skeleton has one of the bodies, right?
he told it to walk out.
Oh.
So it's now out of the tomb. Speak with dead, a corpse converses briefly with you. So you definitely could not talk with Rundar.
Yeah, it's So I
This was
originally
very
gonna-
poorly planned, Regan.
Well, originally the plan was I was going to put his brother's soul in the gem and then give that to his brother. Now that his brother's dead, that kind of screwed the whole plan up. So that
All right, so I'm gonna go
They
with the
are
order of
together
operations
in the
here.
great beyond.
Order 1, I. Order 2, the trap. Order 3, it sounded like the souls, and then Order 4 was the transport. Is that the way you wish to proceed?
Yeah, we'll go with that.
I think that makes
Okay.
sense.
Because you don't know necessarily how much power is involved with doing these things, or how much power might be here, or how the place of power may be affected.
I am going to
Um,
need to commune before we.
Okay. You
Before we
can
get
certainly
to that
take
point.
you can certainly take an hour in commune. Totally fine.
Yeah, I figure
no-
while I'm doing the other two rituals, he should have enough time to commune, and then I won't have to
Yeah.
actually use ritual to talk
Um,
to spirits.
Let me see. Your first ritual is destroy the eye,
Yes.
right? All right. So in order to destroy the eye, let me see here. I actually had this written down. I knew this was coming up. Let me bring up my folder. We're almost there, guys. Just keep holding on. All right. To destroy the eye will take immense focused magical power. So, First, let's see here. I'm going to give you 2 requirements. You'll have to disenchant the sphere to do it. Basically, you're going to have to use the energy that is being emitted from the sphere or pulsed into the sphere. You don't really know how it's working, and focus all of that energy that would normally go into the field to destroy the eye. Effectively, this might get rid of the trap, though. So this might be effectively taking care of both 1 and 2 in the first thing. However, you and your allies will risk danger from possible total annihilation. The energy released from this could very well blow up the tomb. It also, at the very least amount of risk, it could just simply dry up the place of power here if things go horribly wrong, and you will not have enough power to do anything else. So 2 things. You'll have to disenchant the sphere to do it, and you guys will be at risk from very, very, very energetic doom. And I'll also probably say another possibility of doom is if you do it wrong, we'll just leave it at explodey doom.
Okay. How are we determining if you do it wrong?
It's going to require a roll, and you're going to have to concentrate to do it.
The fate of the world comes down to a single die roll.
Yeah, you're going to have to concentrate to do it. You can, of course, receive help from your friendly neighborhood Sarcasmos, as is his job description.
Can I attempt to pray to the spirits for our salvation? To give them a bonus?
God.
You can attempt that all you want, dear Krios, and it'll give him a bonus in your heart. In your mind, you're giving him a +1. In reality, you're not. I thoroughly enjoy the sentiment, though. There may be a GM point in your future. Yeah, you can receive.
I definitely will be requesting help with Sarcasmos. In return, I'll have to make a promise to him. If he helps in this, I will take him on as a formal trainee of the School of Wizardry.
Oh God! Sarcasmos just like his jaw drops, and then he shakes himself, and he's like, "Oh yeah, yes, of course that is how things are done in the wizarding world. Wizarding sword. Yes. But what do you need me to do?
Well, it would appear that in order to destroy the eye, you will need to draw a great deal of magical energy from this here orb, which theoretically is powering the trap around this island.
The Great Badoon.
Well, in theory, if all things go well, we won't have to worry about Badoon anymore. But, in order to do that, I'm going to need your help in order to properly concentrate and control the magical energy therein, so that things don't go horribly awry. You did see the other temple, right?
You know, control is not necessarily my forte. But yes, I'll help. There are ways of mitigating this. Chalk always helps, and he just starts drawing circles around the the well. He starts making diagrams. He starts making diagrams.
Magical circles and diagrams are always good in such rituals.
Yep. He starts like jumping up and trying to scribble things on the walls. He's having a hard time, but he starts doing it. You prepare to do your spell. Regan, you're communing, right? You're probably over in the archives while this is happening to get some peace and quiet.
That would make sense. I could totally see that.
I imagine Krios is like, we're waiting an hour again. I'm gonna go back to the
I'm,
lovely
pr-
nude lady.
I'm praying before the nude lady.
Yeah, like, oh, luscious nipples goddess, give us your luck. Ensure that Sarcasmos and
That statue's
the
come up a
Great
lot. I had to
Wizard
go
do not
find a
blow us up.
picture and post it on the TeamSpeak channel.
Of what?
An orc with nipples.
Oh,
In a
Oh, God.
somewhat statue-like pose.
yeah, very. That's actually very similar.
It's actually tasteful compared to some of the stuff I was thinking of. Okay.
It's still not something I'm gonna put on YouTube.
Regan, get all your commuting out of the way. As you are doing so, you are contacted by either he who cannot be named or one of his messengers.
Oh wow! This could be
Like, you know,
interesting.
you've
No, I
had this
was
happen
about
a
ready
couple
to say-
times.
I was literally about to ask if I could do divine guidance, so that's just completely ironic.
Oh,
He's
yeah,
contacting me as I start to think about it.
Yeah, let me look at divine guidance. Yeah, when you petition your deity according to the precepts of religion, you are granted some useful knowledge or boon related to your deity's domain. So you're like, oh, please, God, who cannot be named, don't let us all die here. And you feel a trickle of cold water running up your spine and into like your cerebrum. And you feel like the familiar presence of either him or one of his minions, and you've never known if you were directly talking to him or not. You get an image of the temple. It is dark outside, and the moon is high. The moons are high, actually. The planet has a large pale moon and a small red moon, and outside you see movement outside the temple. And you look about, and there are these great white hulking shapes moving about in the moonlight, like kind of trundling across the courtyard. I'm going to show you the picture that I showed to Foster earlier.
Dum dum dum.
Oh god, I gotta see this.
Oh,
Curious what we actually. That is not what I pictured.
I was not expecting the ogre from Resident Evil.
You definitely recognize these as ogres. They are now like in your vision. They are milling about outside the pyramid. There seems to be like 8 or 9 of them, and they seem to be slowly clustering about the exit of the pyramid. And one of them is currently eating your dead raptor. And there's like, you know, a raptor skeleton next to it.
Oh,
you
poor
get the
dead
sense
raptor.
you get the sense that it would be very bad to leave the temple. Like your deity is imparting this knowledge to you to just say leaving the temple would be bad. And as that happens, you see one of these ogres rip the body of Rennek off of the raptor and just bite his head off.
Oh god, those guys have just had the worst freaking luck. I think Kitty from South Park has better day than the Thunder Twins.
You killed Rennek, you bastard. Yeah, like you just you get like one like actual spoken sentence, and you hear, "Do not fail," and there's another like bird's eye view of the pyramid, and there's this flash of purple white light, and the pyramid explodes, and that's the end of your vision.
That is going to be quite troubling. Yeah, I think I'm going to go back a little, after I've finished commuting, come back in and ask Televan how it's going and what our odds of potentially exploding are going to be.
Preparations are on a pace. As far as
Odds are great.
exploding, hopefully it will not come down to that. But,
Perhaps
you
by,
see-
by the way, your
can
mic
assist
is
you.
continuously activating, Victor.
What?
It's
Your
fine
mic
now.
is it's stopped. I was hearing myself through your microphone.
It was doing the hair dryer thing, but it's fine.
Oh, I'm sorry about that.
As far as odds of exploding, that is entirely down to how much I can concentrate.
You considered them great. Like Sarcasmos, just like he's on his tiptoes drawing some sort of magical circle on one of the walls, and he's just grinning at you. He looks to be in really high spirits.
Regan says,
Oh, I would think so. It's probably something he wanted to be actually trained as a wizard.
Regan's going to say about our plan. I think with the Thunder Brothers, the plan may have changed. I don't believe we can recover Radix's body. So I am going to attempt to call
To be
the
fair,
souls
I'm not
of
sure
those
what the afterlife is
willing.
like for Minotaurs, but in most cases, it seems to be better than actually living.
He's going to nod, but he says he is going to. I would like to make them an offer if I can contact them, but I also was wondering if perhaps you could break the barriers to let the orc nearby into our realm as well, or into the proximity as well.
Well, when the trap goes down, the barrier is likely to go with it, I would expect.
Yeah,
I
he
mean-
explains his plan to you about how destroying the eye will require destroying the sphere, and that will probably bring down the magical fields.
Yeah, Regan's going to nod, and was speaking of the fact that the shaman that was protecting this place was bound to that one hall. I was wondering if Telemon could potentially open a conduit for the spirits to let him in as well, if we attempt this.
Perhaps. We'll have to see how much energy is left.
Mm.
We will of course have to take down the barrier first in any case.
Regan nods.
Alright,
and says,
so-
we should do our best by these people as we can, and then he's going to ask how he can assist you.
Regan, would you like to assist in this role?
Yeah, actually I would.
Telemon, how could Regan assist?
How could Regan assist? Well, he had that huge book of historical facts, right? There's gotta be something in there about that.
Yeah, you had that. You actually had a book entitled "On like the nature of the spheres and their resonance."
Yeah,
And it very clearly talked about this. If you want to give me a roll plus your bond with Telemon, we'll see how well you can give him pertinent information to put into his mental equations as to how he wants to destroy this thing and disenchant it properly.
Awesome. I will do that right now, and also I want to after that walk the perimeter. I'm going to try to sanctify the room for what it's worth.
Okay.
Oh,
Uh-oh.
I offer no help.
Or
Or worse.
or worse. Oh god.
Yeah, I forgot to get an extra XP here.
You guys have been through a lot of hell today, and given that you have been at this 8 hours, the GM will have leniency and will not enact a -2 penalty. So, there is no help, but there is no hindrance. He does not tell you the wrong information that could potentially blow you all up.
Well, thank you for that, DM.
I'm going to walk around the room.
Do you want DM? I guess it's Dungeon World, so you're still DM.
Technically. Alright, I'm going to look up what
So that-
Sarcasmos specifically can do for you.
That is my sanctify roll, and I am going to empower it. So I guess that means anybody that was getting healing in here, I think would get an additional 1d4 times 2.
And that does something with evil, does it not?
It does some things.
Or
Let's see.
ill intent, I guess.
Ill intent. It'll.
That seems an apt thing to do. Like, you don't want somebody interrupting this. That would be very, very, very bad.
Yep, that is true. So I have sanctified the area, and I am going to forget the spell after I've empowered it.
Everybody still here? Become oddly quiet.
Yep. I'm just reading the adept stuff. When an adept aids in the casting of a spell of lower level than their skill, this is a ritual. I'm going to say that. I mean, he's an adept 3. He can definitely help with this. The spell's effect have greater range, duration, or potency. The exact effects depend on the situation and the spell, and are up to the GM. So it's not necessarily. I know what he's going to do. All right, so all these diagrams that he's making are going to make your ritual more stable. Because you are definitely offering him something hefty, and he really does want to get off of this island. He's putting his all into this. And because you guys are at great risk, he is going to be giving you advantage on the roll. It's not going to be a plus, but it will be advantage.
In most cases, advantage is better than a plus.
Yes,
Yeah, I'd
yes,
rather
it
have
is.
advantage than a plus in a situation like this.
Yes. All right, so Krios, you've probably entered the room. You feel like an energy, like not only in the actual air, but like everybody is tense. Do we get a scene where Telamon turns around in his swivel chair as Samuel L. Jackson and just says, "Hold on to your butts," or how does this go down?
I think I might be standing on the opposite side of the room with my hat like floating off my head.
Yeah, your hair like going wildly. Telamon, let's get a roll from you. This may or may not be an important roll.
You think? Maybe?
I am thinking that this roll is going to involve mental fortitude, which would be wisdom.
Oh, joy. Wisdom.
Do you argue? Is there any other way you could potentially see this going down?
I gotta go look at Defy Danger. What the exact wording is it on it?
Mental fortitude is wisdom. With quick thinking as intelligence, I will also say like potentially just thinking things out and taking your time, perhaps.
I definitely
argument
would do
could be
this
made-
systematically by rote. That's part of what the reason of all the ritual
Okay.
circles and such is to make sure it's
I
done
think-
in the
alright.
proper way.
I think int could definitely apply for this. Like, this is definitely. It's not just about you concentrating. It's how maybe that would be how somebody else did it if they were trying to do this quickly. But you are trying to set it up to where you get everything right, and you just have to set the ball in motion, and then you watch your plan unfold. That definitely seems like an intelligent thing to do. So, if you want, you can roll with intelligence instead.
Thank God. My wisdom is +1. Next level it'll be +2. That's where the points going. But
If you make it to next level.
this is true.
So
That
let's
or
see
if
what
we-
your
if we
roll
made it to
is.
the next level, I could actually leave the island that way.
Let's see what your roll is.
Just straight +3, right? No mods.
No mods. It's going to be with advantage, though.
Okay. Survey
That
says
first one
9
would
both
have.
times.
Oh wow!
Same
All right, so
exact
it would have.
dice.
Even if you had rolled wisdom, it still would have been a moderate success. Okay, yeah, I know exactly what happens here. All right, there is a quaking in the ground. Bits of dust start to come down from the ceiling. All of you just
I
feel
start
your
praying to
your
the gods even more.
yeah, all of your stomachs start to quench. Sarcasmos like holds on to his hat and he says, "Ah!" All of you think you're probably about to meet your doom. I will just say, be very glad you did not roll a fail. You did not want to
I
know how
bet.
much damage dice it would have been.
Oh God, yeah, I imagine so.
Like I don't.
A
I think-
fail with advantage? My God.
Yeah. Telamon, the reaction starts to get out of control on you. And you quickly have to adjust and toss little bits of your plan out of the airlock, so to speak. And you find that too much energy is being like drawn through the sphere, and the well is definitely quickly draining. You start pouring energy into it, and then all of you see like think you've placed the eye on the well beneath it, maybe, or do you have like what have you done with it? Do you have Sarcasmos holding it? What do you do?
I kind of think we would have like gotten a pillar or something from the other rooms and set it upon it.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. So, like, it starts to float up into the air. You see the eye blinking mad and like looking at things furiously. And this is the first time you guys have seen the eye in a while. Regan, you don't still have your true vision on, do you?
Wow.
The true vision is officially
Okay.
off.
Okay. Be glad for your sanity.
Is it Eye of
would've-
Mordoring him?
I literally would have had you make a sanity check, and if you had failed, you would have gone insane.
I'm going to do a just light my mace up and give it very defiant looks. Maybe have a few of my tentacles hiss at it.
Yeah, and you get the feeling of like just utter anger and frustration from this thing as it starts to float up near the sphere. The sphere starts to bubble, and its surface starts to melt, and it goes from amber to like light purple in areas, and all of the sudden, like bits of it start melting off in all directions, 360 degrees, and start flashing through the air. Very reminiscent of Telemon's arcane bolts, and they just start flashing and hitting the cube, and they hit it from every angle. The cube is spinning around, and the eye is blinking. It is furious, and the trembling and the pyramid gets like deeper and deeper, and you're all like forced to hold on, and like thousands upon thousands of arcane bolts are just pouring out of this thing per second, and they're striking at this cube at all angles, and eventually it gets to the point where the cube is like on fire with purple fire, and you can't even see the cube anymore, and it's like it's hard to even
I'm
look.
ducking and covering in a corner.
All of you are having to like shield your eyes and turn away, and now it's like Telemon, you release your grasp, and you're like you can no longer control it, and there is a great and like a release of energy, and all of you are kind of blown into the wall that you're near, and you feel like kind of a cold wash over you after a few seconds, and you look up. The well is cracked in half. The ceiling is cracked. Neither the sphere nor the cube are anywhere to be seen, and there's just like a wisp of smoke like curling up out of the crack, and I think like maybe you just hear a no, and then that's probably it for the dreaded one.
He's definitely going to come over
well.
to Telemon and congratulate him on truly serving his will today, and what a joyous occasion this is.
Well, that was something.
I'm probably just quaking in a corner,
Yeah,
praying to
like,
some god.
that was the most terrifying thing you've ever seen.
Praying to
Krios.
some, like, probably bestial god of some kind.
Yep, like, oh great Razor Boar, please don't let me die here. I know I've killed many of your young, but you were a great and honorable god.
But they were too tasty. Sorry, but you were a great god.
Yeah, I had to have razor bacon. All right, so Telemon, you make your way back to the well, and you notice that it is severely drained of power. You have perhaps enough energy to use it once more. And this is the result. This is the result of your partial success. Yeah, you could potentially use it to do this thing with the souls, or you could potentially use it to transport.
I must talk with you, Regan.
Regan will
There's
definitely.
There's only enough energy left in the well for maybe one more ritual.
Regan will nod and say that we should do right by these people given the amount of damage we've caused.
I still question upon what we want to do. This thing of the capturing of souls does not seem like doing right by them to me.
Regan will nod and say he's going to offer them chances as his warriors to serve their village again by potentially infusing a weapon with basically with the gem of theirs and serve their village eternally. It seems like something that would be along their mindset. And as for the other companion, or the not companion, the other soul, certainly any existence is better than permanently being trapped in a temple that no longer needs protecting.
Do you agree with that, Telemon?
I don't. I think it's better to live on in the afterlife than be confined to a sphere that you did not choose.
Regan says that's why he was planning to ask them. He wasn't going to do it against their will. He's not inclined to do
Well,
that.
the problem
He's
is
already...
you can't ask.
That is true.
You would have to use the soul or the well in order for Telemon to use a spell that he does not have.
Regan pauses and says that if they do not wish this fate, we can return them to their village and then release them. You can release. I will say that you can release them whenever ever they wish.
Telemon, there doesn't appear to be much left here. Like you see the goblin kind of like balancing on his belly, like looking over the edge of the well. Can this be used again?
I believe there's enough here for one more spell. I believe
They
we
can
will
also
probably
motion-
use it to leave the island.
Regan also motions to the goblin and says that we cannot leave Sarcasmo's allies behind.
I do not intend to.
If you can only do one.
I already
Regan will
had
say,
this
surely
discussion
you're not
about leaving
intending to
the-
move, leaving the entire island. I do not believe that even with your grand capability, Telemon, as powerful as you are.
Remember what you promised me, Telemon. You would get me and my friends off this island.
Oh, I fully intend to. I do not think we'll be using it particularly to trap a soul. It is not something I think would be good for them. Particularly not without the way to ask them first.
It is better if they hunt together in the great beyond.
Well, what about you, Krios? Large man with large sword. Are you coming? Or do you stay here on this dino hellhole?
I wish to learn more of this purchasing women with coin that you speak of.
It's
We shall
definitely.
if you wish to leave with us. But, so yeah, I intend to transport us and the people of his village to wherever my guild hall is. I don't know if you ever described that or not.
Yeah. It is in the village of. I have this in my notes. I have not looked at this in a long time.
Regan is going to say, if you can transport without necessarily being here, perhaps I can borrow your cloak one more time and try to make my way back to at least save the orc that is trapped in the Great Hall. I cannot in
Perhaps,
good
Regan,
conscience leave everyone behind.
If you wish to do that, I do not think you have. If I can get the people in the village, I doubt you being off that direction will make a little difference. But I cannot exactly control when it will happen. We don't have a whole lot of time.
Your guild hall is in the town of Arnhen, by the way.
Arnhen. Write that
Yep.
down somewhere.
That's spelled exactly how it sounds.
Arnhen?
Yep. So do you give the cloak to Regan? Or I guess Regan, you already had it.
Yeah, he still does. Like every time
yeah.
back.
Yeah,
So
I'm gonna-
are you making your way out and attempting to make your way back to the priest?
Is there any? Yeah, we have to go outside to get there, don't we?
You have to see what you are jumping to with
Ooh,
the
boy.
cloak.
I remember what's out there. So, oh god. Without Telemon's help, I might be screwed. I'm gonna have to think this through for a second. Regan walks to the hallway.
Telemon, do you want me to give you your parameters for the ritual to get you off the island first?
Yes.
Okay. All right. First, you must get a sample of blood or hair from each who will be transporting to anchor them so they do not get lost in metadimensional space. If you do not have this, You can still transport, but there is definitely a chance that if things go wrong, they will be lost. You and your allies will risk danger from time and space itself. If your concentration lapses, one or more may be lost to another dimension or time, or may simply vanish from existence altogether. You are using this to transport yourself from like a full continent's distance away, and like using a spell that you have absolutely no access to.
It's worth noting if I had 6 more experience points, I would have access to the spell that allows me to do it.
You'll also have to use the remaining power of the well, and it will take you a couple of hours to prepare yourself mentally to do this, and also to prepare like the diagrams on the floor with the blood samples and everything. So bottom line is, if you have a sample of blood or hair from everybody, like everybody in this room, and plus Padine, if things go like if it's a partial success, you guys will still be fine. But like if you are trying to basically transport the goblins, there is definitely a chance that they could be lost in time or space. That is the risk involved with transporting. Transporter accidents, Captain.
I'll inform Sarcasmos about this.
What do you mean lost? Like wandering? Like
I don't know what it would mean. It'd be lost in time and space is a very wide thing. What would it cost to open instead 2 portals? One from here to the Goblin Camp, and one from the Goblin Camp to my location.
Ooh.
For say, like, I don't know, a day's
That would
duration.
require more magic power than you have. So you would have to get that magic power from somewhere else. What items do you have on you?
I have the ring, the Sunfire ring, the Book of Korin.
Oh, I know exactly what could work. You see, like Regan, have you left, or are you still there?
I haven't left yet. I've been actually trying to rethink my
the
options.
mantle of Aetherius bends time and space, but of a very limited nature. If you wished to open a portal to the goblins, and then teleport from the goblins back to civilization, you would basically have to stake your mantle of Aetherius on it.
Which Regan needs to do what he wants.
Regan's going to turn and say that the dangers outside are great. It would have been much easier to if we could have had any potential chance of calling than here. So I'm not sure that I can reach the target even with the mantle.
It is best. I too tend to do well with them, but I do not know the dangers that lie outside.
Regan will nod and say that the creatures outside have, I believe, become active. We will need to do something, but we definitely do not want to walk out the front door. However, I do regret, once again, not fulfilling a promise to these people. And I will come back in because clearly I'm in a rock and a hard place. I must get the scepter back to the orders, so.
Right, so what do you decide, Telemon?
Damn it. I'm probably going to go with the plan that involves no risk to the goblins. I would love to actually free the orc people there too, but there's the people outside. That's not going to happen with the energy we have left.
To be fair, you only ran into one orc spirit, and like he didn't seem to have hope of escaping this island ever himself, and like I think maybe Sarcasmos just speaks up as he sees you down. He says, maybe he's just happy that the dreaded one is finally gone.
Perhaps.
Maybe he can eventually rest himself anyway.
Could always.
Freaking nods.
He's not exactly going anywhere either. He is dead. We could always come back. I
Are
do
you
know
sure
of a
that-
spell within my order that could accomplish such a feat. A bit more experience.
Regan asks, "Are you sure that the Great Padoon's the power that's calling him here will be completely extinguished after you perform this? And
It
will
is
leave
already
the island?"
done. The sphere that
In-
you see that's no longer present was responsible for such a binding.
Regan will definitely nod and say that perhaps, and kind of scratch his chin, and we'll have to go with what Telemon is proposing here. Is clearly he has the power to accomplish the things, and I will hand you the cloak back. As frail as it's made me, I'm going to comment that I do not envy you wearing this often, my friend.
It is a very powerful artifact. It does weary one to do it, but if one has to make a choice between becoming weary and being bitten in half by a dragon, the choice is easy.
All right, so in order to do this, you're going to be making 2 rolls. The first, no, I mean, I'm going to tell you what happens after you make the rolls, I guess. They're both going. This is not using intelligence. This is using wisdom. This is pure concentration. Yeah, I know. We're almost done, man. This has been like an epic session that you probably have only seen on like those. I can't even remember the name of those guys who play the live sessions of YouTube of D&D on YouTube. Yeah, give me 2 2d6 rolls plus your wisdom each. You can do them separately.
Very well. First is a 12. Second is
Wow.
a 13.
Wow. What a way to
Holy
roll.
crap!
Yeah, man, what a way to roll. All right, so all right, Telemon, you concentrate and you suck the last power out of the well, and like you start channeling it into the cloak. And you like put your hand up towards one of the walls, and it just disappears. And I think like your other hand is on Sarcasmos' head, and you're like searching his memories for the part of the island. And the wall like shimmers, and it seems to be like a window now to another part of the island. It's at night, but you can still see. You hear waves. Yeah, you see 2 cliffs on either side of you, and like where you're looking, you see a small village built into the cliffside, with wooden bridges spanning between these like the cliffs of the mainland and an island right next to it. Yeah, the portal is open.
Portal is established.
But you definitely know that you need to be quick. The
Yes.
longer this happens, your spell will degrade in effect.
Yes. Okay. Come with me, you two. We shall proceed to the Goblin Village from here.
So
Krios is here too, right? He doesn't
Yep.
wander off.
and
Yes.
Padine, everybody grabs their things and shuffles on through. Like I think Telemon, like you walk through it with your hand raised, and you're basically holding the portal open. You end up on this platform, and you see like a sleeping goblin next to a spear. Obviously supposed to be on watch. And Sarcasmos goes and he just whacks him on the back of the head with his staff. And he says, wait, I have a name for this guy. I actually do have a name for this guy. Knack! Wake up, you lousy excuse for a watch gob. And like the goblin like wakes up. He's like, Sarcasm. But now I have to do multiple goblin voices. Dear God.
Good luck.
Sarcasmos.
God have mercy upon your DM soul.
You've been, and he sees all of you and he like readies his spear.
I like reach out and pluck the spear from his.
Do you
hand.
shatter it like with one hand? Just
I
like,
don't
break
shatter.
it?
I just kind of like pick it up out of his hand.
Okay. Yeah, like you pick it up and you pick him up and then he falls off the spear. And he just looks up. He's like, Sarcasmos, what's going on? And Sarcasmos whacks him again and he says, Knack, go get Captain Nor. We have to get out of here now. These outsiders, they've found us a way to get back to the mainland. And I think there is like a minute or so of him like scuttling about. And then he runs off across the bridge to what is obviously the rear half of a ship that has been levered up onto the cliff face, and you can see like what was obviously the captain's quarters is actually still the captain's quarters, but
nice.
it's like inset in the cliff. And like lights or torches start to come on. And little goblins and stuff start to run out, and you hear like a growling and a couple very beefy looking wolf-like things that you know to be wargs start trotting off in your direction. And like the whole village starts lighting up with activity.
See, hundreds.
You see about 20 or so goblins in all right
Rios, how many fingers do you have?
now. 40.
40.
After a little while, a goblin in a pirate hat, looking very sleepy, is like led by an entourage towards you. He's got like a cutlass, and like he's leading behind him an obviously female goblin who's actually fairly attractive for a goblin. She's got like long red hair. She's got like a pirate hat on as well, but like he's leading her by like chained manacles, and he's just like dragging her behind him, but she's like yawning like she was asleep. And he says, God, I had a voice for this guy, now I have to try to remember how it goes. Sarcasmos! Where have you been? Who are these biggins? Why have you brought them here? Sarcasmos looks back at him, and then he looks back at you guys, and he like shrugs. He says, Telemon the Great, and Regan the also great, and Krios the large. This is Captain Nor.
Hello, Captain Nor. What brought us here is of little purpose, but I have created a portal to the mainland. It will be active for only a short time, however, no more than a day.
What do you mean, portal?
This here behind me. It links here to my guild hall in Arhead. It will not be active very long, but it will get you off the island if you act quickly.
This is very sudden. How do I know we can trust you? Do they have you under some sort of spell, Sarcasmos? And Sarcasmos is like frantically shaking his head. It is definitely becoming very hard for you to hold the spell open, Telemon. And like right now, you just see people like yawning and like staring at you, and a lot of people like are either like really tired or they're like looking at you like you're some sort of invaders.
I give them another minute or two, and then I start chucking goblins through the portal. Just saying.
So you just grab one and you throw.
I said
him through?
I give him a minute or two of this, and otherwise I start chucking goblins.
If you have anyone
Okay.
important to your Sarcasmus, I expect you to go get them, because I cannot hold it for very long.
But what about the blood and the hair samples? Sarcasmus just
That was
says.
for the previous plan that didn't require this more safe method.
Regan's going to hand Sarcasmos his still lit torch and say if they don't start moving, start burning things down. That should get them going.
Regan, I'm going to remind you that you have something in your possession that could help in this situation.
You know what? That's completely correct.
Because I just
don't
know you'll
why.
kick yourself later.
Yeah, you know what? I was thinking because I dropped it for that while. That's why I wasn't even counting it. But yeah, I think that's gonna be.
Do you
Hey,
wish to use said item?
Yes, in fact, I do. I'm definitely going to take out the scepter and
All right. So what do you say?
instruct. I'm going to tell them to get their people and get them to this portal as fast as possible, and to go through if they want to. If they want to leave this island. If they want to stay on this island, they may stay in bed.
Yeah. So like they all look pretty stunned by this for a few seconds. And then like several goblins start running around in circles, and two of them like run smack right face first into each other and fall down in a panic. And then two
I'm
people
gonna
pick
use
them up
the,
and start like throwing them into the portal.
I was gonna say I'm about ready to start doing that, but
Once
Well-
you're getting going and everybody's kind of getting in the mode, I'm going to get my mace out and I'm going to start ringing the bell on it since it has the bell in it.
So you
Making
start
ding
ringing the
dong,
bell. Okay.
Making the bell right near the beacon.
Yeah, like Talmon, you're holding the portal here, and like you guys can look and you see it shifting, and now it's like showing a black space with stars through it. Like the square is starting to like slowly descend, and Telemon is physically holding it up with his hand, although he's actually using his willpower. Like I think for 10 minutes, goblins are just rushing back and forth. Somebody runs through with a goblin baby that's probably like the size of like a potato. All in all, like maybe 30 or so goblins and like half a dozen wargs like go through the ship. And like towards the end, Captain Nor has like several of his lackeys like lugging basically a barrow, like a wheelbarrow full of like chests, which are definitely clinking with gold and shit. And he's leading this really attractive goblin. Again by these chains, just like it's like come darling, we have to go, and yeah, they all run through, and it's basically all you left in the village, and like tell Regan, you like you look satisfyingly at your mace, and maybe you put it back in place.
You guys first. I'll go last.
I push Regan and put it in through, and right before I go through, I grab Tel and yank him with me.
Okay, and Sarcasmos like leaps through, and everybody jumps through. Okay.
Come on, old man.
Are we dead yet?
We die.
Not yet. Everybody will have to make a roll though.
Uh-oh.
So
This
you
death
guys,
music is bad.
if you look at the title, it's somewhat appropriate. You guys enter the portal, and it's not like the first one. Like you didn't just immediately just arrive here. This one is definitely very different. You're like having to cross a vast distance. And you enter, and all you basically see is blackness and stars about you.
What's going on, Telemon?
Yeah, you say that, and like your voice starts to distort. Telemon, can you please roll 1d100?
God. Why did it roll?
39.
Because that's how you roll D100,
Oh, right, yeah.
Cloud.
That's right, never mind.
All you got's 2d10, that's what you roll. Usually one of them's a D percentile, but same diff.
Whoa. I was telling Victor this that I actually made a D100 roll for this thing. It took me a long time. You were saying something about making a sword mage?
At one time it was, yeah.
um, you emerge from the transdimensional rift and find that some part of your soul, formerly hidden deep inside you, has welled up and risen to the surface. Apparently, you are the reincarnation of perhaps the greatest swordsman in history. And suddenly you find that there was a part of you. I'm scrolling right here because it's on Notepad. Suddenly you find that there was a part of you that never felt quite whole, that now is at peace when holding a sword. If you are using a sword of any kind, you are instantly considered a grand master with it, even if you have never held it or even seen one of its kind. If your damage die is below D8, instead increase it to D8 for purposes of using a sword. If instead your damage die is above D8, increase it 1 step for purposes of using a sword.
And this is happening to Tell?
Yes.
Well, that'll be interesting.
Now you just need to get a sword cane. You can be the old man with the sword cane.
Let's see here.
We have to roll
Krios.
Padine's and tell us what it would have
Yeah.
been.
Krios, can you please roll 1d100? What did you get?
17.
17. I can read these again later for people who need to be reminded. Oh, what did I just do?
You accidentally deleted the D100 chart you spent forever making.
I deleted 2 lines. I'm really pissed. Fortunately, not the
Fuzzy.
lines we needed. If you guys roll one of these numbers, we'll just have you roll again. 17. Whoa. Okay. You have seen the future. You have been there. While being pulled through the meta dimensions, you took an unexpected detour into tomorrow. You gained key knowledge of at least one important event or fact which would be revealed in the future before it happens.
Okay.
Regan, can you give me a D100 roll?
I saw
Oh,
the
dear
Hindenburg
Lord.
disaster occur in the year.
Yeah, I'll tell you what this important fact is probably next session. 58. Man, nobody got 100. I was really hoping Regan was gonna get 100. That one was like
Still Padine.
break the game.
You're a god and master of the universe.
No. Oh my god! This one I wrote with Padine in mind, but this is hilarious. This could really change the... Wow. Alright. This could really change the direction of the story. You have passed through dimensions of pure madness and chaos on your journey, and your outlook will never be quite the same. You have become convinced that you have knowledge gained in the other realms of a great conspiracy of shapeshifters. Anyone you know or meet could be among them. Is this true? Only time will tell. Or maybe
Oh,
a blood
God.
test subjected to fire. The most... He was like, we just had to give Victor the paranoid thing. Oh god.
If you weren't
God.
insane before, you definitely are now.
Alright, I'm gonna roll for Padine.
Do you have to roll for all the goblins too, or is it just the PC thing?
No. I am gonna roll for Sarcasmos, though. I'm treating this as the portal was closing a little bit, you know, as you guys are leaving, and it was slightly unstable. 44. What does Padine get? Oh, weird. At first, you notice nothing is different, or nothing different. Your body and belongings are as they should, and your mind doesn't seem to have been messed with. However, over time, you find that when you close your eyes, you find yourself seeing through the eyes of another. Who this person is and where they are is a mystery, but the view you get is vivid and as clear as if you were standing there yourself. Wow. Okay, I'm gonna mark 44 for Padine.
You drew the roll for Sarcasmus now.
Yep.
Do-do-do-do-do. One.
One.
Uh-oh.
No!
Lost
Well, how
time
does that-
stays.
How does that?
Serious?
The thing is, I don't know how this would affect him, because he doesn't have a level. That one is your mind is briefly lost in an interphasic temporal rift, and some of your experiences are lost with you. You lose a level.
His adept rating drops.
Forgets all the stuff we've taught him this whole time. That
Oh,
would be so sad.
that would be terrible. Yeah.
Out there, who are you guys? Last I knew, I was in a dungeon.
Oh no, there was actually a result for that. One of the results, I think it was in the 60s, was you forget the last 6 months of your life.
Wow. It wouldn't affect Krios much, but if it happened to one of us,
I will figure out what happens to Sarcasmus. I'm thinking it's probably going to be him either losing one of his skills or losing some of his newfound abilities. Such other memorable roles on the 100 chart. An astral current briefly carries you out into the outer reaches of the plains. You return with a new friend. Roll 1d10 to determine what sort.
wow.
A bump in the time-space continuum causes one of your items to be duplicated. Where there was one, there is now two.
That's
During,
hilarious.
during your trip, you are pulled into temporal flux and spend but a moment in the past, but it changes things forever for you. You now have a sibling you never knew of before.
Damn.
I have like a bunch of favorites here.
Did the Dean roll again? I didn't count that.
Oh, this one. Yeah, he did. A wandering spirit slips from the void and accidentally fuses with your body. One of your limbs becomes possessed and gains sentience. Gods help you.
That would have been
Wow.
really
Oh.
scary on Regan.
Oh God.
Have
yeah.
sentient,
That would've been-
tentacle arm.
Do you guys want to know what 100 was?
Do I dare?
This
Yeah.
was the Regan roll here. You do not emerge from the trans-dimensional gateway as you should. Instead, you are trapped in transit, passing for centuries and then millennia and finally eons. At the end of it all, after witnessing the end of the universe and going mad, you find your mind coming back to you as you once again approach familiar times. You discover that time is cyclic, and before you are disgorged at your intended destination, you have the opportunity to make one change. You may choose one thing that has happened during your lifetime. It never happened. Choose wisely, however, as everyone in the entire universe will have to live with the consequences. The more complicated the choice, the more unpredictable the results.
Oh god.
Wow.
That's dangerous. That's like Wheel of Time shit there,
Yeah.
man.
Yeah.
Oh God, that could have been awesome.
I had a bunch of really cool things on here. I'm really actually
What did Padine get? I'm just curious.
Padine, he got 44. He was when he closes his eyes, he sees out of the eyes of some random person in the world.
Always?
Oh my God, that's awesome.
Yeah.
Man, that could be crazy.
Yeah.
How does he sleep?
If he blinks,
when
does he
he
change people?
when he sleeps, he probably dreams of them.
He sees someone else. That could be really awkward too, depending
Is it
Yeah,
on what
the
it
same
is.
yeah.
person every time, or is it random every time?
It's the same person. So he's effectively like voyeuring.
Every time he
some
blinks, he just
person's
gets
life.
a snippet of somebody's life for a quarter
Yep.
second. That could be mega disorienting.
Man, there's so many fun ones on here. What was it? Your thoughts strayed to a close acquaintance, friend, or relative during transdimensional journey, and some force is drawn to your emotional connection. It rides this connection out of the void and to the person you were thinking of. From that point onward, they are no longer the person that you knew.
They're now the person you imagined them to be.
Yeah. Oh man, I'm so disappointed that nobody rolled 91. Your exploits have not reached the point where your legend will be passed down through the ages, but something out there is now aware of you. As you pass through the time-space corridor, your thoughts and memories tickled the mind of something far greater and far older than you. What will come of this, you do not know, but you feel a chill trickle down your spine after you emerge back into the real world.
Damn.
There were
Yeah,
also
doing the
options for
shapeshifter one
advanced
because-
classes. Like if you had rolled something, you could unlock an advanced class with that roll. Or like there was one that leveled you up. There was one that gave you a bonus to a
You
stat. One of them
changed to
gave
the
you.
opposite gender. What?
I almost put that in there, but I was thinking of you, but I didn't because I know some people didn't sign up to play a girl version of their character. There was one that gives you permanent advantage on one stat.
I don't know. I played enough male/female/whatever characters that it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, there was a bunch. I came up with 100 results over the course of 3 days.
Wow.
Yeah, it was. I just like weird things that happened. I would immediately open Notepad and start jotting them down.
Well, that's
The
the,
one I
thing. On
like-
D100, you can literally write everything you can think of because it's
Yeah.
just 100
What I
options.
like about the one that I got is the fact that I don't know if it's real or not, like out of character.
I
because
can't
that's
believe
what
you
makes it
got that.
interesting.
That one's the Fred roll. I call it the Fred roll.
Yeah, but I mean, the best part about it, because if it was just insane, that would kind of be like, oh, it's kind of cool. I can play like I'm insane.
The important
but
question,
if it
did we
might
arrive
actually
where we
be
intended
real,
to?
And are there a
That
bunch
was
of
like
goblins in your
Um,
guild?
Yeah, you guys. Oh, I need you to roll. Can you please roll 1d5, Telemon?
Okay.
This is how many apprentices you have.
3.
Okay. Okay, so yeah, you guys emerge. It's halfway, a third of the way around the world. So I think it is like evening or like it's getting close to sunset. Don't quote me on this. And yeah, you guys emerge outside of your guild hall. There's like a gaggle of goblins just like milling about. Your guild hall is on the edge of town, and like you're looking about, and I think people are starting to like stare. Not a whole lot of people because you are on the edge of town, and like you're looking around, and your guild hall definitely looks especially run down, like it has not been tended to for some time. But yeah, you definitely.
Yogers have followed us through.
and that's when their arm reaches through the portal and grabs Regan and drags him back. Yeah, that's the end of the session.
Was this the random what happened to your good hole roll?
That's how many months?
Or was it years?
Or was it years?
I'm really disappointed that nobody rolled 69. A twist of fate would have it that energies of the Aether pass through your body at just the right moment, at just the right angle, to leave you paralyzed but not dead when you emerge from your at your destination.
Wow.
You are unable to move your body of your own volition for 24 hours. Afterwards, everything seems to go back to normal. However, from now on, when you are beneath the light of the moon, your body becomes ethereal and partially transparent. You can move through solid objects at will. You just need to make sure you aren't walking through a wall when the sun comes up.
69 totally has to be the gender change one.
I didn't put one in there for
Oh,
gender change.
Had to be. That's my opinion.
There was
But-
one that you got absorbed in some sort of gigantic space ooze. The last year of your memories were drained. One of
Should've been
your
a space
items
baby
becomes
one.
sentient. One of your magic items disenchants. One of your non-magic items enchants. That could even be a piece of clothing. Yeah, lots of cool things.
The
I
one
will
that got the best deal is
Go
the
ahead and
sword
stop the
master,
recording
really.
then. For
All
the
right.
record, the recording is almost 9 hours. 8 hours,
Yeah.
56 minutes.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Is that XP?
That was. Oh God, yeah, XP.
Yeah, I'll wait
And,
to, I'll wait to
Padine
stop it.
needs to get. Padine needs to get his XP, I guess, for something.
Yeah,
too. I'm not sure we'll have to update it.
Let's see here. Krios. Did you eschew a convention of the civilized world?
I've lived in the jungle for years.
I'm gonna give you XP for that.
Yeah, he's been pretty much doing that this whole scenario.
I mean,
Now,
you,
it'll
you
be
definitely
harder,
skewed
but yeah.
some
Did all the
conventions.
did all the questions you asked him about the normal stuff apply for his racial?
You served a soup on
What do
a
you mean?
human skull.
His
I think
racial,
you
like
officially
you have
win.
to ask him questions at the beginning of the session about his past history.
Oh yeah. Yeah, you get an XP for the question that I asked. I basically asked you about your backstory. It only gets 1 XP for that, I think. But yeah,
Yeah,
you
it's
get
once
that
per session, I think, anyways.
for your barbarian ability. Thank you for reminding me of that. Your bonds are funny. I like them going forward. Telemon is puny and foolish, but amusing to me. Regan's ways are strange and confusing. Padine is always getting into trouble. I must protect them from themselves. Regan shares my hunger for glory. The earth will tremble at our passing. Yeah, those are all bonds going forward. Padine, did he avoid a conflict or diffuse a tense situation today? Guys, help me remember.
Diffuse.
He did try to talk to the barbarian several times and be our kind of smooth over person before he got sick, but that's all I can think of.
Avoid a conflict or diffuse.
I don't. Was there ever really a tense situation that he diffused or a conflict that you guys avoided? I don't.
Didn't
I'm
he
leaning-
direct Rannick toward me
I think Regan
at
did
one
that,
point,
didn't
or was that Regan? Somebody directed Rannick toward me when he was like, when he was all like, "This is deviating from our plan," and he went to talk to me.
I'm leaning towards no. I can't. Nothing stands
he?
Yeah,
out.
I think
that's the
Regan
only
did
thing I-
that. That's the only thing I think would apply.
And I don't see his bonds as being cleared either. Regan,
Just send him a PM about it and ask if he has anything about it. That'd be the
did you
easiest
endanger
way.
yourself to further your god's power?
I believe I wouldn't qualify today. I was
What did you do?
pretty much everything I was doing was to destroy that thing for my god's. I believed it was one of his enemies, if it was a primordial being.
Okay. All right. Yeah, you did. You did give your unquestioning devotion once you learned that it was like a primordial deity. I'll give you that one.
Thanks.
Regan has plans to experiment with the power of trapped souls. He will seek guidance from Telmon in this act. I think you have pretty clear information that Telmon does not want to help you.
Yeah, I was gonna say that I think that one is a failure. I don't know.
Yeah, so you can mark that one as XP and delete it. Because it seemed very clear to me, Telemon, that you were not going to help him with that.
No, the trapping of souls.
Yeah, definitely not.
A temporary thing, maybe, if you wanted to save someone for a resurrection or some type, but just for what he wanted to use it for, no way.
Telmon, mark XP for using magic to aid another directly. Absolutely. Let's see here. And, do you... I don't think you progress with your bonds at all.
Not particularly. I talked to Regan
Okay.
a little bit, but not about that so
Yeah.
much. I never got around to it.
Quick on to XP here for end of session. Did we learn something new and important about the world?
I'd say quite a bit, given all the history books and stuff that we found, and
Yep.
stuff about the Second Age and things.
XP for that. Did we overcome a
Finally
notable
off the
monster or
island.
enemy?
T-Rex,
I'll-
damn it.
You even
I'll
labeled
toss
it.
that to Krios.
How often do you name it? Do you
Yeah,
go T-Rex?
yeah. And did we loot a memorable treasure?
I'd say yes on that too. Both
What?
The memorable thing of his mother's that he found in the T-Rex's mouth.
I
was
haven't
one
found
for
that
him.
yet. Or I haven't found out what that does yet. Or if it's
And
magical. So.
the book is quite interesting so far.
Yeah, we'll go with the book. That's notable. Well, we'll see how that
That's-
plays out.
Yeah, I'm not really excited about seeing how that plays out, but I tend to enchanter it somehow.
All right, so that was a super huge long session, but we powered through it. Basically, got 2 sessions for the price of 1. Thank you for sticking around. You are now off the island.
Thank God.
Yep. And most everybody got off. Who was probably going to get off the island.
High level. Yay.
Oh, yay, Krios.
First session level. Yeah.
Nice.
Hell yeah, man! Now you got yourself an advanced move at least.
It's probably going to be what is best in life. At the end of a session, if during this session you have crushed your enemies, seen them driven before you, or heard the lamentations of their kinfolk, mark XP.
I like that one.
I'm gonna go ahead and close out the recording.
Okay.
I looked
Alright,
through them, but
so-
that's probably what it's gonna be.